Hello everyone, I'm the Creeps Cabin. I know you use these videos to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. When I think back to my childhood, there are a lot of small memories that blur together like colors smudged by rain on a window. But there are also memories so sharp that even decades later, they still cut into me when I think about them. One of those days started out like any other, and if I hadn't lived through it, I wouldn't believe it happened. I was 7 years old. I had a routine. My school was small, just a couple hallways with faded tile floors, and my babysitter lived only a block from the schoolyard. I used to walk there every day after class ended. Sometimes I'd run if it was cold, clutching my backpack straps in my fists, my breath puffing out in front of me in the late autumn air. Sometimes I'd take my time, scuffing my shoes in the gravel beside the cracked sidewalk, looking at the maple leaves and wondering how something could be so red it almost looked fake. That day it was chilly. The sun was already starting to dip low even though it wasn't that late, and I remember feeling the cold wind sting my cheeks. I was walking the same way I always did, past the low fence that bordered the church parking lot, past the big oak tree with its bare branches stretching up like thin fingers. My backpack was heavy with old library books. I was staring down at my feet, watching them hit the pavement one after the other, just thinking about the snack my babysitter might give me when I got there. She always had peanut butter crackers, or those little chocolate cookies that left brown smears on your fingers. I was hungry. That was all I was thinking about. Nothing seemed out of place. Nothing seemed wrong. Then I heard a car engine. I didn't even look up at first. Cars passed that street all the time, but I noticed the car slowed down as it came closer. I looked up and saw a white sedan rolling up beside me on the road, matching my pace. I can still see the rust around the bottom edges of the doors, the peeling paint near the back wheel well. The window on the driver's side was rolled down, and I saw a man leaning towards it, his arm hanging out casually like he did it all the time. He had brown hair, sort of long and unwashed, sticking out from under a baseball cap. His beard was patchy and thin. His eyes looked so dark, I couldn't tell what color they were. At first, I just stopped walking. My knees felt like they locked up all on their own. My backpack slipped a little off one shoulder, but I didn't even fix it. He started waving his arm, motioning for me to come closer, and his voice was sharp and loud when he shouted over the sound of the car engine. "Come here. Come here." My heart felt like it flipped over in my chest. I just stood there, frozen on the sidewalk, gripping my backpack straps so hard that my knuckles turned white. I didn't move. I didn't say anything. I just shook my head over and over again, feeling tears start to well up in my eyes, even though I wasn't crying yet. I remember thinking if I cried he might get out of the car, and I didn't want to see him move, didn't want to see him walk towards me. I just kept shaking my head no, no, no. His face twisted in a strange way, like he was disgusted or angry or maybe disappointed. I still can't tell. He looked at me for a long time, not saying anything, before he finally spoke again. His voice was lower that time, almost like he was saying it to himself, but I could still hear it. "Stay away from Christina." Then he stepped on the gas, and the car rolled away down the road. I watched the back of it get smaller until it turned a corner and disappeared. I stood there on the sidewalk for what felt like forever, my legs shaking so badly I thought they would give out. The wind felt colder all of a sudden. My face felt hot, but my fingers were numb. I don't know how long I stood there before my body moved again, but when it did, I ran. I ran the rest of the way to my babysitter's house without stopping, my backpack thumping against my back, my lungs burning from the cold air and fear. When I got there, she asked me why I was so out of breath, and I told her I just wanted to get there fast. I didn't tell her about the man. I didn't tell my parents either. I don't know why I didn't. Maybe I thought I'd get in trouble for stopping on the way. Maybe I thought they wouldn't believe me, or that telling them would make it worse somehow. I just kept it to myself. After a while, I stopped thinking about it. It became one of those small, blurry memories pushed to the back of my mind. I still saw Christina at school. She was one of those friends who could make you feel like you were the most special person in the world one day and make you feel like you didn't exist the next. I never understood her. She was pretty and always had her hair braided perfectly. Sometimes she'd share her colored pens with me. Sometimes she'd shove me when teachers weren't looking. We went back and forth like that for years. I didn't think about the man again. Life just kept moving forward. one day blending into the next. Then came 5th grade. I was older. Things felt more serious at that age. Kids weren't just mean because they didn't know better. They were mean on purpose. By that point, Christina wasn't my best friend anymore. I kept my distance from her most of the time, sticking close to a couple of other girls who liked reading and making up stupid games on the playground. There was another girl too, one who'd been around since kindergarten, the type who'd swing between ignoring me and suddenly wanting to be my friend again. One lunch period, she asked me if I wanted to go with her to the pop machine in the back hall. It wasn't really allowed to leave the classroom during lunch without permission, but everyone did it anyway. It felt grown up to sneak off for a few minutes to get a drink from the machine humming in the dim hallway. I said yes because why not? It felt nice to be included. I remember the sound of our shoes echoing off the walls as we walked down the empty hallway. She pressed the buttons on the machine for me because I didn't have enough money that day, and she told me I could just pay her back later. I picked an orange pop. I liked how it fizzed on my tongue and left a sugary taste in my throat. We walked back to class with the cold can in my hand, my stomach growling from hunger. When we got there, Christina was standing near my desk with this smirk on her face. She told me people had been messing with my lunch and that she was nice enough to bring it back for me. I didn't think about it much at the time. I just felt annoyed that someone had touched my stuff, but also relieved that nothing was missing. I sat down and opened my lunch bag, pulled out my sandwich, and cracked open the can of orange pop. The first sip tasted funny, almost like chemicals or something burnt. I pulled the can away from my lips and looked at it, then took another small sip just to check. The taste hit the back of my throat in a way that made me gag immediately. I spit it out into my napkin, my eyes watering. My tongue felt weird, almost numb, and a bitter smell was rising from the can that didn't smell like orange pop at all. My stomach twisted with a deep, cold fear I hadn't felt since that day on the sidewalk with the man in the white car. I pushed back from my desk and ran to the water fountain in the hallway, shoving my mouth under the stream of lukewarm water, spitting it out over and over again. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold myself up. I don't know how the teachers found out. Maybe someone told them, or maybe I looked so sick that they knew something was wrong. The rest of the day is a blur of flashing lights and loud voices. The police were called. My parents came to the school. Christina and her sister were taken out of class. Later I found out they had poured Lysol into my drink. If I had swallowed any more of it, I probably would have ended up in the hospital or worse. The smell of Lysol still makes me sick to my stomach. They got suspended for a few days, but nothing really changed. The school was too small to keep them away from me. They just came back like nothing had happened. I had to keep sitting in the same classroom with them, pretending that everything was normal. I never drank anything I didn't open myself after that. I stopped eating lunch some days, just to be safe. Sometimes I think about that man in the white car, about how he told me to stay away from Christina. I wonder how he knew. I wonder who he was. Was he trying to protect me or scare me? Was he someone who knew her family? Someone who had seen what she was capable of? Or was he just a random stranger saying something that stuck with me because it made no sense at the time? I don't know. I'll probably never know. But sometimes, when I'm walking down a quiet street alone and I hear a car coming up behind me, my chest tightens and I feel 7 years old again, frozen on that cracked sidewalk with the cold wind on my face, gripping my backpack straps so tight my fingers ache. And I hear his voice in my head like he's right beside me. Stay away from Christina. I didn't stay away, not completely. I went on being her friend sometimes, letting her back in, forgiving her every time she hurt me until that last day when forgiveness wasn't an option anymore. Even now, years later, I wonder if she ever thinks about what she did to me. I wonder if she even remembers. But I remember. I remember the taste of Lysol in my mouth and the way my throat burned with fear. I remember the feeling of my heart hammering against my ribs as I ran to my babysitter's house. I remember the way that man looked at me like he knew something I didn't, something I wasn't ready to understand yet. And most of all, I remember how easy it was to go from feeling safe to feeling like your whole life could end in a second, all because of someone else's choice. It's a memory I carry with me wherever I go, a reminder that there are some things you never see coming until it's too late to run. When I was 4 years old, my father, my stepmother, and my baby brother all died in a highway collision with a semi-truck. I don't have any memory of it. At that age, your world is small. You only remember toys, smells, tastes, and warm arms holding you. Not many faces, just warmth or fear, comfort or discomfort. My parents had split up before that. My father wasn't in my life every day. He was more like a voice on the phone or a presence that my mother sighed about. I think back now and realize that to me he was almost like a shadow, someone adults spoke of, but who I didn't see enough to build real memories around. They were driving on Highway 84 in West Texas, between Lubbock and Abilene. It's a long highway, nothing but dry dirt, low bushes, utility poles lined up like watchmen guarding the endless stretch of road, and the sun hanging heavy in the sky all day. Sometimes the wind carries dirt in low red clouds across the asphalt, making it look like the land is always restless. That day, they were coming to pick me up. They were driving from Albuquerque to Houston and planned to stop in my town to get me for a few months. I imagine my baby brother crying in his car seat, his small fists flailing, his neck too weak to hold his head upright for long. My stepmother must have been twisting around in her seat, trying to soothe him. Maybe she shook a rattle or tried giving him a pacifier. My dad must have been focused on the road, feeling impatient at the crying or worried about something else altogether. Bills, work, life. They decided to pull over. Maybe the crying got too loud, or maybe my stepmother was worried something was wrong with the baby. They stopped on the shoulder. The semi-driver was coming down a hill. He was over his hours. Exhaustion is something that settles in your bones. Your eyes stay open, your hands grip the wheel, but your brain flickers off and on like bad headlights. He veered onto the shoulder and hit them. Their car wasn't moving. They never had a chance. I imagine the sound of the impact echoing across the empty land, louder than anything else around for miles. Metal twisting, glass shattering, tires bursting. Then fire. That kind of fire burns hot, black smoke rising into the sky. If anyone saw it from far off, it must have looked like a funeral pyre right there on the road, like something ancient and merciless. No one but the semi-driver survived. I wonder sometimes if he remembers them every time he drives, if he still drives at all. I wonder if he wakes up at night feeling the steering wheel vibrating under his palms, the jolt of impact, the sudden nothing after it. Or maybe he never thought of them again. People deal with tragedy in different ways. Years later, when I grew up, I ended up at Texas Tech in Lubbock. Life is strange like that. You circle back to places you never planned to. Every time I drove between Lubbock and DFW, I passed the place where they died. I didn't know the exact spot back then, but I knew it was somewhere along that road. Sometimes I would drive in silence, staring out at the dry land, trying to imagine them there on the side of the road. I tried to imagine my father standing there, his arm leaning on the roof of the car, waiting for my stepmother to finish strapping my brother back in. I tried to imagine them laughing or tired or fighting quietly. I wondered if they were happy then, or if it was just another day. One evening, after classes, I was in the library working on a research project. My mind wandered, like it often did when the sun started setting and the orange light filtered through the high windows, making everything look like it was coated in dust. I started searching online about the accident. I don't know what I was hoping to find. Maybe details, maybe a police report, maybe their names printed officially somewhere as proof that they existed and weren't just half-formed shadows in my head. I found an article. It was about the accident, from a local paper archived online. It mentioned the crash, the fire, the driver surviving. It also mentioned something else. A local person who saw the accident, someone who lived nearby, and called for help. They said that even years later, they sometimes saw a young family walking along the side of the highway. A man, a woman, and a baby. Always walking, always looking like they were on their way somewhere, but never getting closer to their destination. When I read that, my chest felt tight. I didn't believe in ghosts, I still don't. But something about that story hit me deeper than anything else ever had. They weren't going anywhere. Their lives ended there. They were on their way to me, but they never arrived. And even in the minds of strangers, they were still on that journey that would never end. I closed my laptop and just sat there for a long time, staring at the carpeted floor of the library, the patterns of triangles and squares that I had never really noticed before. I felt tears roll down my cheeks. It was strange because I didn't even know them. My father was just a name and a blurred face in one photograph. My stepmother was someone I never even met properly. My baby brother was a stranger, but they were my blood. They were people who were supposed to be part of my life. That emptiness sat heavy in me for days after that. After a few weeks, I drove out to the highway. I stopped at a gas station to ask some locals about the accident. They were older people, lined faces, sunburnt skin from working outside. I was surprised at how many of them remembered it. One man said he was working construction nearby that summer. Another woman said her husband drove past the scene just after it happened. They told me roughly where it was. I thanked them and left, my hands trembling on the steering wheel. I drove until I thought I was near. There was no sign, no marker, nothing to show that lives ended there. Just a long empty shoulder with bits of trash scattered around, plastic bags, cups, cigarette butts, shredded tires. I pulled over and sat there with the engine off. It was so quiet that I could hear the ticking of my cooling engine. The air smelled like hot asphalt dirt and the faint sharp smell of metal from my car. I got out and stood there. The wind blew my hair across my face. I looked around. There was nothing to see, just the road, the dry grass, a fence running along the far side of the shoulder, some cattle grazing far in the distance. But I imagined them there. My father holding my baby brother, my stepmother brushing her hair out of her eyes, the car door open, the hot wind rushing in. I imagined them turning and seeing the truck coming down the hill. I wondered if they had a moment to realize, or if it was just nothingness after the sound of screeching tires. I stood there for a long time. Cars drove past me, shaking my car slightly with each gust of air. I wondered if any of them noticed me standing there, and what they thought. Probably nothing. Just another person stretching their legs on a long drive. I stayed there until the sun began to set, the sky turning pink and orange, shadows stretching long across the highway. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. I tried to send them something. Respect. Grief. A recognition of their lives. I felt my chest tighten again, that deep, empty feeling. They were coming to pick me up. They were coming to take me for the summer. Maybe my baby brother would have sat next to me in the back seat. Maybe my father would have shown me how to skip rocks across a pond. Maybe my stepmother would have taught me how to braid hair. But none of that happened. They were just gone. Eventually, I got back into my car. I started the engine and pulled back onto the highway. As I drove away, I kept looking at the side mirror until the spot disappeared behind me. I drove in silence for a long time, my eyes blurry from tears. The land rolled by, flat and empty, the fence poles flicking past rhythmically like the ticking of a clock. I still drive past that stretch of highway sometimes. Each time I feel that same tightness in my chest. I think about exhausted drivers, about the decisions that take a life in a split second. I think about how people keep moving forward after loss, how we carry the dead with us without realizing it. They become shadows in our minds, reminders of roads not taken, words never spoken, hugs never given. Years later, I still don't have memories of them, just their absence. Just the knowledge that my father had a favorite song I never heard him sing, that my baby brother never learned to walk, that my stepmother probably had dreams that no one remembers now. The only thing left is the empty space they should have filled in my life. Sometimes when I'm driving late at night, my headlights cutting through the darkness, I think about them. I think about how fragile life is, how the road stretches on endlessly in front of you until suddenly it doesn't. I think about how they never made it to their destination, how they died trying to come see me. I think about the people who saw the crash, the people who said they sometimes see them still walking along the highway, always trying to reach somewhere they never will. And in those moments, I grip the steering wheel tighter. I keep my eyes open. I stay awake, because I know that each second, each mile, is a gift that can disappear without warning. And I drive on, with the shadows of people I never knew riding silently with me down the long, dark road. I was sitting in my room, hunched over my computer desk, staring at the bright screen in front of me. It was late at night, probably close to 2 a.m. The rest of the house was quiet, completely silent except for the soft hum of my computer fan and the occasional creak of the wooden floorboards shifting in the cool night air. I had my headphones off because I liked listening to the silence sometimes when I worked. The only light in the room came from my screen, casting a cold glow across my desk, my arms, and the bit of floor I could see near my feet. Everything else was drowned in shadows. I was staying with family for a few weeks. It was the same house I had been visiting every summer since I was born. I knew every inch of it, every squeaky floorboard, every creaky door hinge, every window latch that stuck when it rained. Even with that, I still tried to be as quiet as possible at night, especially when getting up for the bathroom. I didn't want to wake up my cousins or uncle or aunt. I felt like a guest even though I was treated like family. Being quiet was my way of showing respect for their space. I sat there working, feeling my eyes get heavier with every minute. Eventually, I felt that uncomfortable pressure in my lower stomach telling me I had to pee. I ignored it for a while, trying to finish one last paragraph of what I was writing, but the feeling only got stronger. I didn't want to get up. I was comfortable in my chair, wrapped up in my blanket with the cold air of the room brushing across my face and hands. But eventually, I couldn't hold it anymore, so I stood up, stretched a little, and quietly opened my bedroom door. The hallway outside was pitch dark. No night lights, no open windows letting moonlight in, nothing. Just pure darkness like thick black velvet pressed up against my eyes. But I wasn't worried about it. I knew the way to the bathroom without needing to see. I had walked this exact route hundreds of times over the years, especially at night when I didn't want to disturb anyone. I stepped out into the darkness, letting the door close softly behind me with a click that sounded way too loud. I paused, listening to see if anyone had woken up. There was nothing, just silence. So I took a few steps forward, feeling the carpet under my feet. My toes brushed against the edge where the carpet met the hallway tiles, so I turned left, feeling my way with one hand against the wall. I took a few steps forward, then turned left again, into the short hallway that led to the bathroom. My fingers slid along the smooth paint of the walls, feeling for the doorframe. When I felt the wooden edge of the bathroom door, I pushed it open and reached in to turn on the light. The sudden brightness hurt my eyes, making me squint until everything stopped looking like blobs of white and yellow. The bathroom looked exactly the same as always. Small sink with a toothbrush holder, mirror cabinet above it, toilet facing the door, blue and white tiles on the floor. It smelled faintly of soap and leftover moisture from showers earlier in the evening. I closed the door softly behind me and did my business, feeling relieved as the pressure in my stomach faded away. I washed my hands, staring at my tired reflection in the mirror for a second. My eyes looked puffy and red from staring at the screen for so long. My hair was a mess. I splashed a bit of cold water on my face to wake myself up, then dried it on the small hand towel hanging next to the sink. Turning off the bathroom light, I opened the door into the darkness again. The sudden blackness felt even deeper now after being in the light for a minute. I stood there, blinking into the dark, waiting for my eyes to adjust. They didn't really adjust. It was too dark to see anything at all. I knew I had to get back to my room without turning on any lights, so I felt my way along the walls like I always did. I took a few careful steps forward, feeling the tiles cold under my feet, then turned right. My hands skimmed along the edge of the wall as I walked a few more steps, feeling confident about where I was. I reached what I thought was the end of the short hallway, so I turned right again, expecting to be in the small area just before my bedroom door. But then, as I stepped forward into that last stretch towards my door, I felt my heart freeze. Out of the corner of my eye, even though I could barely see anything at all, I thought I saw something move. Just a dark, shifting shadow against the deeper black around it. It didn't make any sense. I stopped dead where I was, straining my ears to listen for any sounds. Nothing. The house was completely silent. I couldn't hear anything except my own breathing, which suddenly felt way too loud in the quiet darkness. I stood there, not moving, my hand still pressed lightly against the wall. I told myself it was just my imagination, just a trick of my eyes, used to the light and now blind in the dark. I took another slow, careful step forward, feeling the carpet brush against my toes again. I reached out my free hand, trying to find my doorknob, but then I saw it again, that shadowy figure, darker than the rest of the darkness, moving towards me from the area where my door was. It didn't make any sound, it just moved silently, coming closer, and I felt an icy chill go down my spine. I froze again, my whole body stiff with fear. My heart was beating so hard I could feel it thumping against my ribs. I felt panic bubbling up inside me, filling up my chest and throat like I was about to choke on it. I had no idea what I was seeing, but it was the creepiest thing I had ever felt since I was a kid having nightmares about my dad trying to hurt me. I felt like a little kid again in that moment, like I was trapped in a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. I stood there, unable to move, feeling like my legs were made of stone. I thought about turning on my phone flashlight, but it was in my room charging. I thought about calling out for someone to come help me, but my throat felt tight, and I didn't want to wake anyone up if this was just me being stupid in the dark. I took another tiny step forward, my hand reaching out blindly, and the shadow moved again, towards me, growing bigger and darker, right in front of my face. It was so close I could feel my body reacting, goosebumps rising all over my arms and neck. My fingers brushed against something cold and hard and smooth. My heart felt like it stopped for a second. I flinched back, my mind screaming at me to run, but then I paused. I moved my hand slowly across the surface in front of me, and suddenly, it all made sense. My fingertips slid across cold glass. I leaned forward just a little, and my nose bumped lightly against it too. That's when I realized I wasn't in front of my door at all. I had completely missed my second right turn in the dark. I was standing right in front of the large mirror that hangs on the hallway wall next to my door at a 90-degree angle. The shadowy figure moving towards me was just my own reflection, barely visible in the pitch black, only moving because I was moving. Every time I took a step, the darkness seemed to shift, and in my fear-soaked brain, it had turned into some terrifying shadow creature coming to get me. I stood there for a minute, letting my heart calm down, feeling stupid and relieved at the same time. My legs felt weak, like they might give out under me, but I managed to turn and find the correct way back to my room. My hand shook as I reached out and finally felt the familiar doorknob. I opened the door, stepped inside, and closed it softly behind me. I stood there in the dim glow of my computer screen, breathing hard, feeling my whole body trembling slightly from the adrenaline. I sat back down in my chair, wrapped my blanket tight around my shoulders, and just sat there for a while, staring at the screen, letting the fear fade away. The room felt warm and safe again, and I couldn't believe how scared I had been of my own reflection. After a few minutes, I shook my head, feeling embarrassed even though no one would ever know what happened. I took a few deep breaths, clicked back into my document, and started typing again, trying to push the fear out of my mind. But every time I looked up at the dark corners of my room, I still felt a small shiver crawl up my spine, thinking about how real that shadow had felt, and how for a few minutes, I truly believed something in the dark was coming for me. It made me realize how easy it is to scare yourself, and how powerful your own mind can be in the dark. When I was about 8 years old, I used to think of school as a safe place. I thought nothing really bad could ever happen there. My school was small, just a long single-story building with brown bricks, and it always smelled like old paper and pencil shavings. I remember that day so clearly, as if it was stamped into my head forever. It was a cold day, even though the sun was out. I remember that because my fingers felt numb when I held onto the metal bars of the playground set earlier that morning. Recess was always the best part of school. The teachers would line us up, lead us out the back doors, and we would all burst free like animals that had been locked up too long, running to the swings, slides, or just the grass to play tag. But that day was different. I was just walking near the fence, dragging the tip of my shoe across the dirt, and watching a few kids play foursquare, when I heard a bunch of kids shouting behind me. Their voices were shaky and serious, not like the normal yelling and laughing that we always heard during recess. I turned around and saw a group of kids gathered near the old storage room door. That storage room was at the very edge of the playground, attached to the main building, right under the roof's edge where black mold stains streaked down the bricks. I never really paid attention to that door before. It was gray with chipped paint and had an old brass handle and a rusty keyhole right under it. When I walked closer, I saw kids whispering to each other, pointing at the door, and some were looking pale like they had seen something terrible. A couple kids were telling others not to look. One boy was holding his hands up in front of another kid's face, telling him to stay away from the keyhole. His hands were shaking. I didn't understand what they were so scared about. I heard them saying something about an eyeball in there. I thought maybe they were playing a game or trying to scare the little kids. But when I saw their faces, I knew they weren't joking. One girl's lips were trembling, and her skin looked almost gray in the winter light. She wasn't even blinking as she stared at the door. I felt this nervous excitement in my chest. I wanted to see what they were seeing. I wanted to know what could make them so scared like that. I asked one kid what they saw, but he just shook his head and backed away from the door, eyes wide and scared. My curiosity was stronger than my fear. I walked right up to the door and stood in front of the keyhole. My heart was beating hard in my chest. I could hear my own blood rushing in my ears. I bent down slowly, feeling the cold metal of the doorknob brush against my cheek as I moved my eye closer to the keyhole. At first, I didn't see anything, just darkness with a small patch of light. Then suddenly, right in the middle of that tiny circle of vision, there it was. An eyeball. Big, round, white with little red veins, and the pupil staring straight back at me. It wasn't blinking. It wasn't moving. It was just there, staring into my eye like it was seeing everything inside of me. My whole body froze. My chest felt tight, and I couldn't breathe for a second. Then this wave of cold fear swept over me, starting from my stomach and crawling all the way to my shoulders and neck. My knees felt weak. I couldn't think. I couldn't move. All I knew was that there was an eyeball on the other side of that door, and it was staring at me like it knew I was there before I even bent down. My bladder let go at that moment. Warm pee soaked through my underwear and down my legs, spreading into my socks and pooling in my shoes. I felt so ashamed. Tears started coming out of my eyes, but I couldn't stop staring. I finally jerked back, hitting my head on the metal doorknob, and stumbled backwards onto the hard ground. I felt small pieces of gravel dig into my palms as I caught myself. The kids around me backed away, covering their mouths, staring at the wet stain spreading down my blue jeans. Some of them looked at me with pity, but most of them just looked more scared because they saw how badly it scared me. A teacher's aide came running over, looking panicked, asking what was going on, but I couldn't even speak. I just sat there, shaking and staring at the ground, feeling the warmth of the pee fade into coldness against my skin. They took me to the nurse's office after that. I remember walking through the halls with my head down, trying not to see anyone's eyes. I could hear some kids whispering and giggling as I passed, and each laugh felt like a sharp little knife in my chest. The nurse was kind. She gave me a pair of old gray sweatpants from the lost and found and told me to change in the little bathroom attached to her office. I took off my wet clothes, feeling the cold air bite at my damp skin, and changed into those sweatpants. They smelled like dust and old wood chips from the playground. She gave me a cup of water and told me to lie down on the cot for a while. I closed my eyes, but all I could see was that eyeball staring at me. It felt like it had burned itself into my mind forever. After a while, I heard voices outside the nurse's office. I heard the principal's low voice and then the janitor's voice, deeper and rougher, like he smoked a lot. They were talking about the kids making a scene outside the storage room. I stayed on the cot, staring up at the ceiling tiles that had little brown water stains on them, listening to their muffled words. Then I heard footsteps going down the hall, slow and heavy. The janitor was walking to the storage room. Later, when I was sent back to class after lunch, everything felt quiet and strange. Kids looked at me, but didn't say anything. My own friends were avoiding my eyes. When recess came again that day, I didn't even want to go outside, but the teacher made everyone go. I stood near the fence again, kicking at the dirt, trying to ignore the whispers. Then I heard a group of kids talking louder near the storage room. I looked over and saw the janitor coming out of the storage room holding something in his hands. It was a big square mirror with brown edges. The teachers were asking him questions. He just shook his head and said something I couldn't hear, but the kids around him were starting to laugh. Some were looking embarrassed. I walked closer to listen. One girl was explaining to another that the eyeball we all saw wasn't real. It was just our own eyes reflecting back at us. The janitor found the mirror leaning up against the inside of the door, facing the keyhole perfectly. Anyone who looked through the hole would see their own eye looking back at them. It felt like something heavy dropped in my stomach. I felt stupid. My face burned hot with embarrassment. All that fear, all that panic, the wet stain on my pants, it was just my own eye. For the rest of the day, I kept thinking about how real it felt in that moment. How my body had frozen up with terror seeing that eyeball staring back. It didn't matter that it was just my own reflection. My fear had been real. It showed me how easily my mind could believe something scary, how my body could react without even thinking. I felt small and weak, sitting in my classroom seat with the gray sweatpants bunching up around my ankles, staring at my textbook, but not reading the words. When the final bell rang, I walked home alone. The sky was turning a soft orange color, and the air smelled like grass and warm concrete. I kept my head down the whole way home. I didn't want anyone to see my face or ask me what happened at school. I walked past neighbors mowing their lawns, past a house where a dog barked at me from behind a chain-link fence, past kids riding their bikes down the street. Everything felt normal outside, but inside, I still felt that cold, tight fear in my chest. When I got home, I took off the sweatpants right away and shoved them into the bottom of my laundry basket so no one would ask me why I had them on. I put on my favorite pajama pants and sat on the edge of my bed, staring at the floor. I thought about how sometimes the things we see aren't real, but our fear is always real. Even if it's a mirror, even if it's just ourselves, our bodies don't know the difference in that moment. That day taught me something I would never forget. Sometimes the scariest thing staring back at you is yourself. And that is the realest thing of all. When I was a kid, I lived in this small apartment with my mom. It wasn't anything fancy. Just a 2-bedroom place on the 3rd floor of a long, rectangular building that smelled like old paint, cigarettes, and dust in the hallways. Our door was the chipped beige color with the number 307 nailed crooked on the front. The carpets in the halls were brown with weird red floral designs that never looked clean, no matter how many times the janitor vacuumed them. I remember it always felt colder near the stairwells, like the walls were thin there or something, and the lights flickered with that buzzing hum you get in cheap buildings. My mom worked a lot. She had 2 jobs back then, one at a bakery and another cleaning offices after they closed. I spent most afternoons alone after school until she came home around 6. She was always tired, her hair smelling like flour or chemicals depending on which job she was coming from. But she always tried to be nice to people, even if she barely had energy left for herself. That's probably why she became friends with the woman who lived downstairs. Her name was Melissa. At least that's what everyone called her. She was probably in her late 30s or early 40s, with curly dark hair that was going gray at the roots. She was short and always wore big sweaters, even in summer, like she was trying to hide herself inside them. I didn't know much about her except that she lived alone and hardly ever went out. Sometimes I saw her sitting on the steps outside, smoking, staring at the parking lot like she was watching a movie no one else could see. One morning my mom ran into her in the hallway when we were coming back from grocery shopping. I remember I was holding a bag of potatoes and the handle was cutting into my fingers. My mom stopped to say hi to her, asking how she was doing, and she started crying right there in front of us. Just quiet tears sliding down her face. My mom put the groceries down and hugged her. I remember standing there with the bag digging into my hands, looking at the stains on the hallway carpet while they talked in soft voices. After that, Melissa started coming up to our apartment. My mom would invite her for coffee or tea, sometimes even dinner if she made extra. She always told me to say hi and be polite, but I didn't know what to say to her. She never really looked at me when she was there. She just sat at our small kitchen table, holding the mug in both hands, staring down into it like she was reading something at the bottom. Some days I would sit in the living room doing my homework while they talked. My mom would ask her questions about her day or her work, but Melissa didn't work. She used to work at a store but quit when her girlfriend moved in with her. Then her girlfriend left, and she just stopped leaving the apartment. My mom tried to tell her to go for walks, get fresh air, but Melissa only nodded and said she was fine. I remember how small her voice was, almost like a whisper, even when she was talking normally. Weeks went by like that. Sometimes she would come up every other day, sometimes not for a few days. Then one week she didn't come up at all. I didn't think much of it, but my mom seemed worried. She kept saying she should check on her, but she was working extra shifts and didn't have time. Finally, on her day off, she told me we were going downstairs to see if Melissa was okay. It was late morning, I remember, because the sun was shining through the hallway windows in those bright beams that showed all the dust floating in the air. My mom knocked on her door, holding a little container of leftover pasta she had made the night before. There was no answer. She knocked again, harder this time, and called her name. Still nothing. She tried the doorknob, probably just to see if it was locked, but when she touched it, the door moved. It creaked open so slow, the hinges squealing. It felt like we were in a movie. I was standing behind my mom, looking past her into the dark apartment. The curtains were closed, and it smelled like old garbage mixed with something I couldn't place at first. Something sharp and rotten that made my stomach twist. My mom called her name again, softly this time, like she was scared of what would answer. When nothing did, she stepped inside. I didn't want to go in, but I didn't want to stand alone in the hallway either. So I followed her. The apartment was messy. Plates with dried food on the coffee table, empty bottles of soda, clothes on the floor. I remember seeing a pack of cigarettes on the armrest of her couch with ash spilling onto the cushion. The smell got worse as we moved further in. I could hear the buzzing of flies somewhere, a constant humming that made the hairs on my arms stand up. My mom walked towards the bathroom. The door was open just a crack, and the light was off. She pushed it open slowly. The smell hit me so hard I gagged. My mom gasped and covered her mouth. I couldn't see much at first because my eyes were watering, but when I blinked the tears away, I saw Melissa in the bathtub. She was lying in the tub with her head tilted back against the edge. Her skin was pale, almost gray, and there was dried blood all over her arms and the sides of the tub. The water was dark and thick-looking. I didn't know water could look like that. There were razors on the edge of the tub. The flies were everywhere, landing on her face, crawling on the tile walls, buzzing around the room. The smell was so strong I felt like I was going to throw up right there on the bathroom floor. My mom started crying quietly. She backed out of the bathroom and grabbed my hand, pulling me away. We walked out of that apartment so fast I barely remember it. The hallway felt too bright when we stepped back into it. My mom called the police from our apartment. I sat on the couch while she talked to them, staring at the floor, my ears ringing with the sound of those flies. When the police came, they asked some questions, then told us to stay upstairs. Later I saw them wheeling out a black bag on a stretcher. Her apartment door stayed open for hours while they worked inside. I kept thinking about how she was always so quiet, how she never really looked at me, how she stared into her coffee like she was lost in it. That night I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed listening to the sounds of cars outside, the hum of our old fridge in the kitchen, my mom crying softly in her room. She came to check on me at some point. I remember she sat on the edge of my bed and stroked my hair. She told me not to be scared, that Melissa was our friend, so she wouldn't haunt us. I didn't say anything. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, thinking about how cold her skin looked in that tub, thinking about the flies crawling on her face, thinking about how lonely she must have felt, sitting there for days while no one knew. After that, things felt different in the building. People whispered in the hallways. They cleaned out her apartment, and new people moved in after a while, but I never forgot what we saw that day. I couldn't walk past her door without feeling that smell crawl back up into my nose. Couldn't look at bathtubs the same way again. I started checking on people more after that. Even as a kid, I'd knock on my friends' doors if I hadn't seen them for a few days. I didn't want to find anyone like that ever again. I didn't want to feel that smell in my throat or see that emptiness in their eyes. Years later, when we moved out of that apartment, I remember looking back at the building as we packed the last boxes into the truck. The windows all looked the same, blank and silent, but I remembered exactly which one was hers. For a moment I thought I saw her sitting by the window, looking out at us with that sad, quiet face. But I blinked and there was nothing there. Just dusty glass reflecting the gray sky. We drove away and I didn't look back again. But even now, sometimes when I'm sitting in a bathtub and close my eyes, I see her there. Not as a ghost, not floating or whispering in the dark, just lying there in that water, alone and silent, the smell of blood and rot filling the air. And I think about how loneliness can kill a person just as surely as anything else, how silence can be the heaviest thing in a room, how you can live right above someone and never really know them until it's too late. My wife and I decided to take a short spring holiday this year, just to get away from work, routine, and everything else that was draining us. We booked a small rental property in Bath, UK. It was a quaint little place, nothing fancy, just a stone cottage with a single bedroom on the ground floor, a small kitchen, a bathroom, and a living area with an old wooden floor that creaked when you walked on it barefoot. Outside, there was a tiny gravel walkway leading to a black iron gate that opened onto the narrow street. The cottage sat attached to a row of similar rentals, and at the end of the row was a small park. The street itself was quiet, lined with parked cars and old street lamps that cast yellow light at night. During the day, Bath was alive with tourists and students, but at night it felt like everyone went home and the streets emptied out. I liked that. I liked the quiet. I liked the feeling of being away from everything familiar. But looking back now, I realize that silence can be its own kind of horror. We arrived there on a Wednesday afternoon. I still remember the smell of damp stone as we opened the old wooden door. The place was cold when we first stepped inside, the kind of cold that clings to stone walls. My wife dropped her bag by the couch, and immediately went to open the small kitchen window to let in fresh air. I carried our 2 suitcases to the bedroom, which was just off the living room down a tiny hallway with an uneven floor that dipped in the middle. The bedroom was small, just wide enough to fit a double bed, 2 small nightstands, and a narrow wardrobe against the far wall. The window was only a foot above ground level, looking straight out at the gravel walkway and the gate. The first time I saw how close it was to the walkway, I thought to myself that if someone walked by at night, they could probably hear us breathing inside. We spent the rest of that day walking around Bath. We went to a small cafe near Pulteney Bridge and had cappuccinos and shortbread biscuits. We wandered through old bookshops and stopped by the grocery store to get food for dinner. As the sun set, the temperature dropped even further, and we hurried back to the cottage, carrying a bag of groceries, a bottle of wine, and a loaf of fresh sourdough bread wrapped in brown paper. I cooked pasta while she set up her laptop on the table to watch a show later. We ate dinner quietly, the sound of our cutlery against the ceramic plates filling the room. After dinner, we sat on the couch and watched 2 episodes of the show before deciding to go to bed. We were both exhausted from walking all day. I brushed my teeth, washed my face, and crawled under the thick duvet, feeling its heavy weight pressed down on me. The room was so cold I could see my breath when I exhaled. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. It was dark in the room, except for a sliver of yellow light coming in through the edge of the curtain from the street lamp outside. My wife was asleep, her breathing slow and calm. I was lying on my left side facing the window, half awake and half drifting back to sleep, when I heard it. First it was the sound of metal scraping lightly. It was so faint I thought it might be part of a dream. But then I heard it again, clearer this time. The sound of the gate latch lifting, and then the gate itself opening slowly with a quiet squeak, as if someone was trying to make it move without any noise. My eyes snapped open. My heart began to beat so hard I could feel it pulsing in my neck. I lay there completely still, listening. The gate closed softly. Not slammed, not even pushed shut. Just softly, like someone easing it closed to avoid making any noise. Every single hair on my arms and neck stood on end. The room felt even colder than before. I strained my ears, listening for anything. I heard nothing for a few seconds, and then came the unmistakable sound of footsteps crunching on the gravel. Slow, careful footsteps, like someone was trying to move without being heard. But gravel betrays every step. I felt a sick feeling in my stomach. It was right outside our window. I held my breath, listening for each step. The motion sensor light clicked on with a faint electrical buzz. It lit up the walkway, casting a bright white glow through the thin curtain. I saw a shadow move across the curtain, fast and sudden, like whoever it was had darted out of the light beam. I didn't even think. My body moved before my mind could catch up. I threw the duvet off me and swung my feet onto the cold wooden floor. I could hear my wife stirring behind me, half asleep and mumbling something, but I didn't focus on her. I walked out of the bedroom and into the dark kitchen. My eyes adjusted fast. The moonlight coming through the small kitchen window lit up the countertops enough for me to see the knife block by the sink. I grabbed the largest knife, gripping it so hard my knuckles went white. My heart was pounding so loud I felt dizzy for a moment. But I held onto the counter, closed my eyes, and took a deep, silent breath. I walked to the front door and stood with my back against the wall next to it. The cottage was silent. I could hear the old clock ticking in the living room. I could hear my own breathing, ragged and fast. I waited there for what felt like 10 minutes, but it was probably just 1 or 2. The motion light outside clicked off, and darkness returned. I listened for footsteps, for any sound at all. But there was nothing, just silence. Deep, suffocating silence. Then suddenly, the silence broke with the loud sound of someone running fast on the gravel. The footsteps were frantic, crunching louder and louder as they reached the gate. I heard the gate being thrown open so hard it hit the stone wall beside it with a metallic bang. Then it slammed shut again. I could hear the footsteps fading down the street. They ran and ran until I couldn't hear them anymore. I stood there frozen, the knife still clutched in my hand. My breathing was ragged, my chest heaving with each breath. I felt a drop of sweat run down my back. The cold air felt even colder against my wet skin. My wife came out of the bedroom then. She was pale, her hair messy from sleep. She told me that she had seen the shadow outside our window too, right when the motion light turned on. She said the person had just stood there for a second before ducking away from the light. And when the light turned off again, she heard them running away. We stayed awake the rest of the night. I sat in the living room, staring at the front door with the knife resting on my lap, while my wife made us cups of tea with shaking hands. Neither of us spoke. We didn't need to. The silence said everything. The realization that someone had walked right up to our window in the middle of the night while we slept left a sour taste in my mouth. I kept thinking about what could have happened if the light hadn't turned on, if the person had decided to break the window, if they had tried the front door, if I hadn't woken up at the exact moment I did. The rest of the trip felt uneasy. Every night after that, I propped a chair against the front door and kept the knife by my side of the bed. Every sound outside made me flinch awake. I kept picturing the shadow against the window curtain, the quick movement, the silence afterwards. It stayed in my mind like a stain I couldn't scrub out. On the morning we left, I walked outside to put our bags in the car. I stood for a moment by the gate, looking at the gravel walkway, at the street beyond it, at the neighboring cottages. Everything looked so normal in daylight. Birds were singing. A woman across the street was watering her flower boxes. A man walked his dog past me, nodding good morning. But all I could think about was the person who came in the dark. The way they moved so silently, the way they tried to hide, the way they ran when they realized they'd been seen. I kept thinking about their intentions, what they wanted, why they came to our window, what they would have done if I hadn't gotten up. That day we drove back home in silence for the first half of the journey. My wife dozed off against the passenger window while I drove down the winding roads out of Bath. I kept replaying everything in my head. I still do sometimes. Even now, sitting at my desk, thinking about that night makes my arms prickle with goosebumps. I never saw their face. I never heard their voice. I don't know what they were planning to do, but I do know that I almost stabbed someone that night. I was ready to, completely ready. And that thought sits in my chest like a stone, heavy and cold. Because whoever that person was, they weren't supposed to be there. And I wasn't supposed to be standing in a dark kitchen with a knife in my hand, waiting for a stranger to come through my door. But that's what happened. That's exactly what happened. And no matter how far away I am from that cottage now, no matter how many months go by, I still feel that cold night air on my skin. I still see that shadow move against the curtain. I still hear the gravel crunching under silent footsteps. And I still grip the knife in my mind, ready to protect the woman I love, knowing that sometimes the real monsters in this world walk on 2 feet, just like you and me. I was outside playing with my friends one afternoon. The air was warm but not too hot, just that perfect quiet day feeling when you don't have any worries and you're just out with your friends running around. We were all about 9 or 10 years old. My friends lived in a small neighborhood with a few houses spread out down the road, not like a busy town street. There were open yards, some trees, and the road ran straight with small dips and rises. Their front yard was pretty big, with short grass and a wide driveway that curved up from the road to the garage. We had been playing tag at first, running back and forth across the yard, breathing hard, laughing, feeling that burn in your chest that actually feels good when you're a kid. Then we sat down on the edge of the driveway, sweating, catching our breath, pulling out grass to throw at each other. That's when I noticed the sound of a truck driving by. It was an old truck, not too loud but still had that deep engine hum. I didn't think anything about it at first. Trucks came down that road sometimes. It was normal, but then it came by again a few minutes later. The same truck, moving a little slower this time. I didn't really pay attention to the driver the first time, but now as it rolled past, I could see a man behind the wheel. He had a big dark hat on, like a baseball cap pulled down low over his forehead. I couldn't really see his face clearly, but I felt him looking at us as he passed. His truck rolled by almost in slow motion, tires crunching on the little bits of gravel that lined the edge of the road. As soon as he was past, we just went back to talking and flicking grass at each other. Then he came by again. This time it felt weird. I felt it in my stomach before I really noticed anything. The truck moved even slower. The man's window was down. He had his arm out holding something. At first I thought maybe it was a phone, but it was bigger and shaped different. I squinted at it. It was one of those old handheld recorders, the kind with the little flip-out screens. My heart felt like it stopped. I saw it clearly. He was pointing it at us, moving it slightly, as if filming each of us sitting there. He drove past and disappeared around the bend in the road. We all just sat there for a few seconds, not really talking. My chest felt tight, and I felt a sick feeling in my stomach. Then one of my friends whispered that he was recording us. Another said we should go inside. None of us wanted to keep playing outside after that. We scrambled up, ran up the driveway, opened the door, and went inside their house. My friend's mom was in the kitchen. We tried to explain what happened. My heart was beating so hard I felt like it was shaking my whole chest. She looked at us and told my friends they had to stay inside for the rest of the afternoon. Then she looked at me and said I should go home. I remember feeling so confused and scared at that moment. My mom wasn't home. She worked at a small store in town and wasn't going to be home for another hour or two. I told my friend's mom that my mom wasn't home right now, that I couldn't go back alone, but she didn't really care. She told me I needed to go home. Maybe she didn't want the responsibility, or maybe she just didn't think it was that serious. But to me, it felt so serious. It felt terrifying. So I walked outside, down their steps, out into the warm afternoon air again. The sunlight felt like it was burning my skin now, not warm and comforting like before. I kept looking down the road to see if the truck was coming back. Their house was almost halfway between my house and the small grocery store where my mom worked. The road had no sidewalks, just grass and dirt on the sides. My house was almost 2 miles down, with a few small dips and bends. It felt like the longest road in the world right then. I started walking fast, then I just started running. I ran with my backpack bouncing against my back, my shoes slamming into the ground. I kept looking behind me over and over. Every few steps I'd glance back. I could almost feel that truck coming up behind me, rolling up slowly, that man pointing his camera out at me, then grabbing me and pulling me inside. I felt tears stinging my eyes, but I forced myself not to cry. I just ran faster. The road felt so long. My legs were already tired from playing outside, but I pushed them to keep going. My breath came out ragged. My throat burned. The air felt hotter and heavier with every step. Sweat was dripping down my back. I could hear nothing but my own breathing and the pounding of my heart in my ears. My chest hurt, but I didn't stop. Every time I thought about slowing down, I pictured that truck coming around the bend behind me, and it made my feet move faster. I ran past empty driveways, past mailboxes, past yards with silent houses, past trash cans lined up at the edge of driveways. It felt like the whole world was empty except for me, and that man somewhere on the road behind me. I could almost hear the crunch of his tires, even though there was nothing there. My legs were burning and shaking by the time I got to my house. I could see the mailbox with our family name on it. I sprinted up the driveway, almost falling when I hit the step to the porch. My hands were shaking as I pulled the spare key from under the flower pot. I unlocked the door and slammed it behind me. I locked it, then locked the top bolt too. I was breathing so hard I thought I was going to throw up. The house was silent. The curtains were closed. The kitchen was dark except for the little clock glowing on the stove. I walked through each room and peeked out every window to make sure the truck wasn't outside. I kept the lights off and went to sit in the corner of the living room, curling my knees up to my chest. My heart was still pounding so fast it felt like it would burst out of me. I stayed there for what felt like forever, listening to every tiny noise the house made. The sound of the fridge humming, the wood creaking, the clock ticking. Every noise made me jump. Eventually my breathing calmed down. My chest still hurt from running so far, but my legs felt like jelly. I kept thinking about that man. Why was he recording us? What was he doing? Did he live nearby, or was he just driving through? Was he planning to come back for me after seeing me leave alone? All those questions made my stomach twist. I felt so alone in that house, like the walls weren't strong enough to keep someone out if they really wanted to get in. When my mom finally came home, the sun was lower in the sky, shining through the front window with that orange glow that happens in the late afternoon. I didn't even wait for her to take off her shoes. I told her everything in a shaky voice. I watched her face change from confusion to anger as I spoke. She was so mad that my friend's mom hadn't let me stay there. She kept saying she should have called her. She should have let me stay until she could come pick me up. I could hear the anger in her voice, but I could see the fear too, the same fear I had felt running down that road alone. That evening she called the sheriff's office and told them what happened. An officer came by to talk to us, and he said they would send a patrol down that road to keep an eye out. I remember watching his car drive away down the same road I had run earlier, the red taillights glowing as he disappeared around the bend. For the first time that day, I felt a little bit safe again, just knowing someone was out there looking for that man. For days after that, I kept thinking I saw the truck parked somewhere, in a driveway or along the edge of the road waiting. Every time I saw a similar truck, my stomach would clench and my legs would feel weak. Even weeks later, I would dream about running down that road with the sun burning hot against my back, hearing the engine behind me, my legs not moving fast enough, feeling like I was going to get pulled off the road at any second. I started refusing to walk home from anywhere alone. I would wait for my mom or dad or older brother to come get me. Even now, years later, whenever I see an old truck driving slowly past a yard with kids playing, my chest gets tight and I remember that day, running with everything I had to get home before he could catch me. That day changed how I saw the world. Before that, the road was just a road. The trees were just trees. The trucks were just trucks. But after that, I realized there are people out there who watch and follow and plan, and you never really know when they're going to show up. It was the first time I felt true fear, the kind that burns into your memory forever. Even though nothing happened physically to me that day, it felt like something was taken from me. The comfort of walking home in the sun, the simple fun of playing in the front yard with friends without wondering who might be watching. That innocence was gone after that. I never really got it back. And I think about that every time I see kids playing near the road, hoping they never feel the need to run home with their hearts pounding and tears burning their eyes like I did that day. I woke up that morning feeling tired, even though I had slept for almost 8 hours. The sun was already rising, and light came through the thin curtains of my bedroom. I sat up on my mattress, rubbed my eyes, and listened to the quietness of my small apartment. My head felt heavy because I had stayed up late scrolling on my phone, reading about outdoor survival stories and people getting lost in the wild. I didn't have work that day, so I planned to hike to clear my head. I lived close to a large forest reserve. It was only about a 20-minute drive away, and it always felt good to go there, away from the noise of the town and cars and people. I made coffee in the small kitchen, drank it while staring at the fridge covered in old magnets and 1 or 2 unpaid bills stuck under them. I ignored the bills for now and grabbed my small hiking bag. I packed 2 bottles of water, a chocolate bar, a small first aid kit, and my old folding knife. I didn't plan to stay long, just a few hours of walking, maybe sit on a rock and look at the trees. I put on my gray hoodie because the morning air was chilly, my worn-out jeans, and my thick hiking boots. I locked my door and went downstairs. The building was quiet because most people had already left for work. I started my car, an old white Corolla that smelled of dust and stale perfume. I drove with the windows open because the air felt fresh and cold. On the way to the forest, I passed a row of small shops opening up, and a dog ran across the road, making me slow down. After 20 minutes, I turned off the main road onto the narrow gravel path that led to the forest reserve parking area. There was no gate, just an old wooden sign with the name of the forest and a list of safety instructions. I parked on the side under a big oak tree. No other cars were there. I felt glad because I liked being alone when I hiked. I got out, stretched my arms, adjusted my bag, and started walking down the trail. The trail was muddy from rain a few days ago, so my boots made sucking sounds as I walked. Birds chirped from high up in the trees, and I saw squirrels darting across the path to hide in bushes. The forest felt alive with insects buzzing and the smell of damp leaves and soil. I kept walking for about an hour, taking turns randomly because I knew these trails well. They were not complicated, and the paths connected in loops, leading back to the parking area. After a while, I started feeling hungry, so I stopped by a large fallen tree. It was covered in green moss, and the wood under the bark was dark and damp. I sat on it, took out my chocolate bar, and ate half of it while looking around at the thick trees. Sunlight came through in scattered beams, lighting up small patches on the ground. I finished eating, drank some water, and kept walking further away from the main trail. I wanted to explore a part one hadn't seen for a while. There was an old hunting cabin deep in the forest. I had only seen it once, about a year ago, when a friend showed it to me. The cabin wasn't used anymore, just a small wooden structure with broken windows and rotting steps. I kept walking towards where I remembered the cabin to be. The ground became uneven, with tree roots sticking out like veins. I had to watch where I stepped because I didn't want to twist my ankle. I walked for another 30 minutes, checking my phone's GPS map, but the signal was weak here. I didn't care because I felt confident I knew my way back. The trees became denser, and there was less undergrowth. The smell of damp wood grew stronger. Soon, I saw the cabin ahead, hidden among tall pines. Its roof was caved in on one side, and the wooden walls were dark and damp from years of rain. I stood a few feet away, staring at it. I decided to walk around it before going inside. On the back side of the cabin, I saw something strange. There was a deep hole in the ground, about 2 feet wide. It looked freshly dug. The dirt was piled next to it, and the edges were sharp and clean. I crouched down to look at it closely. It was at least 4 feet deep. I felt my chest tighten a bit. Who would dig a hole here, in the middle of nowhere? I stood up and looked around. The forest was silent now, except for the distant caw of a crow. A feeling of unease started creeping up my spine. I walked to the cabin steps. The wood cracked under my boots. The door was half broken, hanging off one hinge. I pushed it open gently and stepped inside. The air smelled of wet wood and mold. There was an old chair lying on its side, and a small metal stove rusted almost completely through. On the far wall, there was graffiti sprayed in red paint, but I couldn't read what it said because the wood was peeling off. The floor felt soft in places. I didn't want to stand there long, so I stepped back out and stood on the grass. I looked at the hole again. Something about it felt wrong. It wasn't old, and the dirt was moist and freshly dug up. My mind started thinking of all sorts of things. Maybe a hunter buried something here. Maybe it was for trash, or maybe something worse. I felt cold even though the sun was out. I turned away and decided to head back to the main trail. I didn't want to be near that cabin anymore. As I started walking back, I felt like I heard movement behind me. I stopped and listened, but there was only silence. I shook my head and kept walking faster now. My boots crunched on the fallen leaves and sticks, and I could hear my own breathing getting heavier. After about 10 minutes, I felt calmer and slowed down. I took out my water bottle and drank while standing under a big oak tree with thick, twisted branches. I kept walking for another hour, following the small orange markers nailed to trees. They were old and faded, but I could still see them. My legs started to feel tired. I thought about getting home, taking a long shower, and cooking rice with chicken for lunch. I felt my stomach rumble at the thought. Soon, I reached the wide part of the trail that I knew led back to the parking area. I felt relief wash over me. I walked down it, and after 20 minutes, I saw my white Corolla parked alone under the oak tree. The sun was higher now, and the day felt warmer. I reached my car, put my bag in the back seat, and sat down in the driver's seat. I took a moment to just sit there, looking at the trees swaying slightly in the breeze. I felt my heartbeat slowly returning to normal. I started the car and drove out of the forest reserve, turning back onto the main road. On the drive home, my mind kept thinking about that hole behind the cabin. I felt uneasy. Something about it gnawed at my thoughts. When I reached my apartment, I parked, went upstairs, and sat on my bed for a long time. I felt tense and restless, like I had left something unfinished. After a while, I opened my laptop and searched news for the area around the forest. I didn't find anything at first. But then, after clicking on a small local news site, I saw a headline that made my chest feel cold. Police searching forest reserve after local woman goes missing. It said a woman in her 20s had been reported missing 2 days ago. Her car was found parked near the forest trail. She had gone for a walk and never returned. The search teams had been looking near the main trails, but hadn't found anything yet. I sat there staring at the screen. My stomach felt like a stone. The article showed her picture. She looked happy, wearing a blue beanie and a wide smile. I leaned back in my chair, feeling sick. My mind went back to the freshly dug hole behind the cabin. I knew I should call the police. I picked up my phone, my hands shaking slightly, and called the local police station. They answered, and I told them about the hole I saw. They asked for the exact location. I told them how to reach the cabin from the main trail and described the area as clearly as I could. They said thank you and ended the call. I sat there for a long time, staring at my phone screen. My window was open and warm summer air came into the room, but I felt cold. The image of that hole burned into my mind, the clean edges, the dark, damp dirt, and the way it was hidden behind the cabin. I thought about what would have happened if I had decided to dig a bit to see what was inside. I felt sick again. The next day, I checked the news again. There was an update. The missing woman's body had been found buried in a shallow grave near an old hunting cabin in the forest reserve. The police were treating it as a homicide and were asking for anyone with information to come forward. I felt my throat go dry as I read those words. My chest felt heavy, and I felt like crying even though I didn't know her. I thought about how close I was to that grave, standing just a few feet away, looking down into that dark hole without knowing she was there. That whole day, I felt sick to my stomach. I kept thinking, what if the person who did it had still been there while I was walking around? What if they saw me? What if they were watching from the trees when I stepped into the cabin or crouched to look at the hole? I felt cold all day thinking about that. I didn't go hiking for many weeks after that. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that cabin, the hole, and the silent dark forest around me. Slowly, life went back to normal. I still think about her sometimes. I think about how her family must feel and how they will never get over losing her like that. I still go hiking sometimes, but I stay on the main trails. I never wander off to explore hidden places anymore. That day taught me that you never really know what you might find out there, deep in the silent woods, where no one can hear you scream and no one knows you're there. It made me realize that the world is darker than we think, and even on bright sunny mornings, danger can hide in the quietest corners, waiting without a sound. I woke up before my alarm went off. It was still dark outside. I could hear the quiet hum of my small apartment building. I lay there staring at the ceiling, thinking about how tired I felt. I hadn't been sleeping well for weeks now. I had a job interview later that day, so I forced myself out of bed and walked into the kitchen. The cold tiles under my feet woke me up a bit more. I poured water into the kettle and turned it on. As I waited for it to boil, I leaned against the counter, feeling a heaviness in my chest that I couldn't shake. After my coffee, I took a quick shower and put on clean clothes. I checked my bag to make sure I had printed my resume. I looked at the clock. I still had an hour before I needed to leave, so I sat on the old brown couch in my living room. It sagged in the middle and smelled like old dust. I sat there staring at the blank TV screen for a while. The apartment was silent, except for the sound of the fridge humming and sometimes clicking. Eventually, I grabbed my keys and walked out into the hallway. It smelled like stale carpet. My neighbor's door was open a crack. I didn't see anyone inside, but their kitchen light was on. I walked down the stairs. The building was built in the 70s and hadn't been updated since then. The walls were yellowed and the wooden railings felt sticky. Outside, the air was already warm, even though the sun was barely up. I walked down the cracked sidewalk, past the small grocery store that always smelled like rotting vegetables. A stray dog walked across the street with its ribs showing. I crossed at the lights and kept walking towards the bus stop. The streets were mostly empty. A man slept under a broken billboard, his blanket covered in dirt. When I got to the bus stop, I sat on the metal bench. My back felt cold against it. The bus arrived after a few minutes, wheezing to a stop in front of me. I stepped on and sat near the middle. The seats were torn in places, showing yellow foam inside. The smell of old sweat and engine oil made my stomach turn. I sat staring out the window as we passed rows of dull buildings, small shops with metal bars over their windows and broken fences. The sun was rising slowly, turning the sky pale orange. After about 40 minutes, I got off near the industrial part of town. This place always felt empty, even though there were big factories and storage buildings everywhere. I walked past long metal fences and huge trucks parked along the road. The interview was in a warehouse office building that rented out workspaces to small companies. I reached the door and went inside. The hallway smelled like old mop water. I found the office and sat down in the waiting area. The interview lasted only 15 minutes. They asked about my last job and told me they'd call me next week. I knew they wouldn't. I could tell from the way they looked at me. I walked out feeling even more tired. I decided to take a longer walk back to the main road to clear my head. I walked behind the warehouses, along a narrow street lined with broken concrete and weeds growing through cracks. There were no other people around, only the distant sound of trucks reversing somewhere far away. As I walked, I noticed a narrow path between two fences. It looked like it led to a field behind the industrial area. I felt like walking somewhere quiet, so I squeezed through the gap. The fence was rusty and cold against my arms. I stepped onto a rough dirt trail that led into the field. There was trash everywhere, broken bottles, old plastic bags, rusted cans half buried in dirt. The field stretched far back towards a thin line of trees. Beyond that, I could see train tracks. I walked slowly, kicking at pebbles. The ground was dry and cracked under my shoes. As I got closer to the trees, I heard the faint sound of a train horn far in the distance. The air felt still and heavy. The trees looked thin and sickly, their leaves covered in a layer of dust. I stepped into the shade of the trees and felt some relief from the sun. The ground here was littered with fallen branches and more trash. There were old mattresses, broken chairs, and pieces of rotting wood scattered around. I kept walking deeper into the trees, following a thin path of flattened grass. I felt an odd sense of calm. The trees blocked out most of the sound from the roads and warehouses. All I could hear was the rustling of dry leaves and my own footsteps. After a while, I came across a small clearing. In the middle of it was an old, burned-out van. Its windows were shattered, and the tires were long gone. The inside was filled with old blankets, plastic bottles, and scraps of metal. It smelled like burned rubber and rot. I walked around it slowly, feeling the dry grass scratch against my ankles. As I stood there, I suddenly felt like I was being watched. The feeling came so fast it made my heart jump. I looked around but saw nothing except the thin trees and the field beyond. I told myself it was just my imagination, but the feeling wouldn't go away. I started to walk back towards the path, but I heard a faint crack behind me. I froze. The air felt like it thickened around me. I turned my head slowly, trying not to make noise. Behind the van, in the shadows, I saw a shape. It was a man. He stood very still, almost hidden by the van. His clothes were dirty and torn. His face was covered in dirt, and his hair was greasy and stuck to his forehead. He was staring at me. My stomach tightened so hard I felt like I was going to be sick. He didn't move, just kept staring. I took a slow step back. He stepped forward, coming out from behind the van. His hands were black with dirt. He had no shoes on, and his feet were caked in mud and dried blood. I turned and started walking quickly back down the path. I didn't run because I didn't want to make it obvious that I was scared. But my heart was hammering so hard I felt like it was shaking my chest. I could hear him walking behind me. His footsteps were heavy and slow, crushing dry leaves under him. I walked faster, almost tripping on a root sticking out of the dirt. The trees seemed to close in tighter around me. I could hear my own breathing getting faster and more shallow. After a minute, I glanced back. He was still there, only a few feet behind me. His eyes were wide open, unblinking, and his mouth was slightly open too. His teeth were dark and stained. I felt dizzy with fear. I forced myself to keep walking. I could see the edge of the trees ahead. I just had to get back to the field, then the warehouses, then the road. I kept telling myself that over and over. The footsteps behind me got louder. He was walking faster now, almost matching my speed. When I finally reached the edge of the trees, I broke into a run. The dry grass whipped against my legs as I sprinted across the field. I didn't look back. I could hear him running too, his feet slapping against the ground behind me. I ran as hard as I could, feeling like my lungs were going to burst. I reached the fence and scrambled through the gap, scraping my arms. I fell onto the cracked road on the other side, my palms burning from the rough concrete. I turned around. He was standing on the other side of the fence, staring at me through the gap. His chest was heaving up and down. I could hear his breathing even from where I was. It was ragged and wet sounding. He didn't try to come through the gap. He just stood there, staring at me with those wide, empty eyes. I got up and ran down the road towards the warehouses. My legs felt like they were going to give out, but I kept running until I reached the main road. When I reached the bus stop again, I sat down on the bench, shaking all over. My throat felt tight, and I couldn't catch my breath properly. I looked back down the road, but there was no sign of him. The bus came and I got on. The driver glanced at me, but didn't say anything. I sat at the back, holding my bag tight against my chest. I felt like I was floating, like none of it was real. But my scraped arms and burning palms reminded me it was. When I got home, I locked the door behind me and closed all the curtains. I sat on the floor in my living room, listening to the silence. My ears were ringing from how hard my heart had been beating. I sat there for a long time, staring at the stains on the old carpet. Eventually, my breathing calmed down. The sun moved across the sky and the light changed from pale yellow to orange, then faded into dark blue. I didn't sleep that night. I kept thinking about his eyes, wide and unblinking, and how he hadn't said a single word, just watching me, waiting. I realized later that he must have been living out there in the van or somewhere in those trees, surviving off whatever he could find. Maybe he thought I was trespassing on his space. Or maybe he was just waiting for someone to wander back there alone. The next morning, I packed up my things. I didn't have much. Just clothes, my small TV, and a few dishes. I called my cousin in another city and asked if I could stay with him for a while. He said yes. I left that afternoon and never looked back. I still think about that man sometimes, wondering if he's still out there, waiting behind that old burned-out van, watching the field for anyone else who dares to step into his quiet, hidden world. I think about how close he was to me, how easy it would have been for him to reach out and grab me before I could run. Every time I walk alone now, no matter where I am, I feel that same heaviness in my chest. That same feeling that someone is standing just behind me, staring, waiting for me to notice them. And I always walk a little faster, just in case. I woke up early that morning because my back was hurting from the hard bed in the small motel room I had rented for the night. I was driving across the state for work, and it was cheaper to stop at those old roadside motels than spend money on something fancy. I never cared about comfort anyway. I just needed a place to sleep and a shower before heading out again. I rubbed my eyes and stretched my legs, feeling the stiffness in my knees. I was getting old, or maybe it was just too many days of driving long distances. I washed my face, packed up my bag, and left the room. Outside, the air was cold and damp, and there was still dew on the grass near the parking lot. My car was covered in a thin layer of moisture, and I wiped the windshield with a towel before getting in. I sat in the car for a minute, checking my phone for directions. I had to deliver equipment to a construction site that was deep in the hills, and I knew there wouldn't be any signals there, so I memorized the route carefully before driving off. The sun was coming up slowly behind the hills, making the sky a dull gray instead of black. It was quiet, just the sound of my tires on the empty highway and the occasional bird swooping across the road. I drove for about an hour, passing small farms, empty fields, and thick patches of trees. Eventually, the paved road turned into a dirt path. I slowed down, feeling every bump and rock under my tires. Dust rose behind me as I moved deeper into the hills. The trees grew thicker on both sides, almost like a tunnel, and the road twisted sharply around rocks and dips in the ground. After some time, I came to a place where the trees cleared a little, and there was an old rusted gate that had fallen to one side. The map said to go through there. I looked around, noticing how silent it was. No wind, no birds, no insects buzzing. It felt strange. I drove past the broken gate and continued down the path. Branches scratched against the side of my car, making high screeching noises that set my teeth on edge. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, trying not to flinch every time it happened. The path went on for what felt like forever. I checked the clock and realized it was almost noon, but the thick trees kept the light dim. I saw no houses or workers, just the road, rocks, fallen logs, and shadows everywhere. The map showed I was close. The site was supposed to be in a clearing near the river. I kept driving, following the turns, feeling the car dip down steep hills and climb back up. I drove slowly because the dirt was soft in places, and I didn't want to get stuck. Finally, the trees thinned out, and I saw the clearing ahead. I stopped the car and turned off the engine. For a moment, it was so silent that I could hear my heart beating in my ears. I stepped out and looked around. There was no construction site. No trucks, no workers, no equipment. Just an empty, wide clearing with tall grass, old tree stumps, and an uneven patch of ground near the river. I frowned, feeling confused. Maybe I took a wrong turn. I took out my phone, but there was no signal. I walked around, scanning the ground for tire tracks or footprints. There was nothing. I felt a cold breeze coming from the river and heard water rushing over rocks. I walked toward it, hoping to see signs of human activity. As I reached the edge, I looked down and saw the water was shallow, moving fast over large, smooth stones. I stood there for a while, feeling uneasy. I had a bad feeling in my stomach, like when you forget something important and only realize it too late. I turned back to my car, planning to drive back to the last junction and see if I missed a turn. As I approached, I stopped. My chest felt tight. There were fresh footprints near my car. They were not mine. They came from the woods on the right side and circled the back of my car, then disappeared into the trees on the left side. They looked like work boots. The dirt was still damp, and the edges of the footprints were sharp, which meant they were fresh, maybe made just minutes ago. I looked around quickly, scanning the tree line, but saw no one. The hairs on my arms stood up. I felt exposed, standing in the open like that. I moved quickly to my car and got in, locking the doors out of habit. I started the engine and turned the car around, pointing back the way I came. As I was about to drive off, I thought I saw movement between the trees ahead, like someone stepping behind a trunk to hide. I pressed my foot down and the car jerked forward, bouncing over the uneven ground as I drove back towards the path. The road seemed narrower on the way back, with branches reaching out like hands to scrape against the car. Dust filled the air behind me, and I could smell the dry dirt mixing with the smell of engine oil and old air freshener. I kept glancing in the mirrors, half expecting to see someone running after me, but there was nothing except the trees whipping past. I finally reached the broken gate and drove out onto the main dirt road. I felt a little better, but kept driving fast until I reached a wider road with gravel. I stopped there, my hands trembling slightly on the wheel. I took a few deep breaths and looked at the map again. I still had no signal. I decided to keep driving until I found some houses or another town. I drove for another hour, feeling tense the whole time. Eventually, I saw a small petrol station by the side of the road. It was old, with faded signs and a cracked concrete lot. But there was a car parked near the pump, and I felt relief wash over me. I pulled in and turned off the engine. I went inside and bought a drink, acting normal even though my heart was still pounding. After a few minutes, I asked the old man behind the counter if there was a construction site near the river up in the hills. He looked at me for a moment, then shook his head. He said there hadn't been any construction there for years. The company had pulled out after the ground kept shifting and causing landslides. They had left it abandoned for almost a decade. I felt something cold crawl up my back. I thanked him and walked back to my car. I sat there for a while, staring out at the empty road. I thought about those fresh footprints, circling my car in that quiet clearing. I thought about the way the trees were silent, how no birds or insects made a sound. I felt like I had been watched the entire time. Maybe someone lived out there, away from everyone, hiding in the woods. Maybe they saw my car and came to check who I was. Maybe they didn't want anyone finding them there. I never found out who it was. I never went back to that area. Later that week, my boss told me it was his mistake. He had sent me an old job site location by accident. But every time I think about that day, I see those fresh boot prints circling my car, and I feel the same cold fear in my chest. I think about what would have happened if my car had broken down there, or if I had walked deeper into the woods to find whoever left those prints. I feel grateful that I left when I did. Now, every time I drive through quiet forest roads, I keep my doors locked and my eyes on the trees, just in case someone is watching from the shadows again. I woke up that morning feeling annoyed at myself for sleeping in. I had planned to leave early to hike up the ridge before the heat settled in. It was mid-July, and summers here meant dry wind, loose rocks, and no shade for miles. I lived alone in a small rented trailer on the edge of town, and the hills behind it rose into these long, dusty ridges with animal tracks cutting through the sagebrush. I grabbed my old boots from under the table, tied them tight, filled my water bottle, and left. I didn't bother locking the door. Nobody came out this way. I walked down the dirt driveway, passing the scrubby little tree I always parked under, and crossed the barbed wire fence into the foothills. The first few hundred feet were easy, just dry grass and small rocks, but soon I had to climb over loose shale. Every step made a crunching echo. My legs burned as I went up. I stopped to catch my breath and drank some water, looking back at the valley behind me. My trailer looked small and lonely, sitting in that yellow field under the hard blue sky. I kept going until I reached the ridge line. From there, you could see the next valley, empty except for power lines cutting across it like giant metal insects. The highway was a thin gray line far off, with tiny cars sliding along it. I sat down on a flat rock, pulled off my boots for a second, and rubbed my feet. I remember thinking it was too quiet. Even the grasshoppers weren't making noise. After 10 minutes I stood up, deciding to follow the ridge north for a while before heading down a different path back home. As I walked, I noticed shoe prints in the dust. They were faint but clearly human, heading in the same direction I was going. That was odd. I never saw people up here. It wasn't a hiking area. It was just private ranch land and undeveloped hills. I guessed maybe a ranch hand had come through to check fences. I kept following them, matching my pace with the stride. After about half a mile, the tracks turned downhill toward a shallow draw lined with thicker bushes. I wasn't planning to go down there, but curiosity got me. The slope was steep, and I slipped a few times, sending rocks tumbling. When I reached the bottom, I saw the prints lead straight into the brush. I pushed through, my arms getting scratched by dry twigs, and came out in a small flat clearing hidden from the ridge above. That's when I saw the old tent. It was sun-bleached and ripped on one side, leaning over like it had collapsed long ago. Next to it was a pile of broken camping chairs, an old cooler, and a rusted metal pot. There were cigarette butts scattered around, half buried in dust. It looked abandoned for years. I walked around the site. There was no smell, no sign of animals, just dead silence and a hot wind brushing through the bushes. I pulled back the torn flap of the tent. Inside it was empty except for a rolled-up sleeping bag, torn open at the seams, and some empty beer cans. I stood there for a while, feeling something tight in my chest. This place felt wrong. I didn't know why. Maybe it was how hidden it was. Or maybe the thought of someone camping here without anyone knowing. I stepped back out and looked around again. That's when I noticed the footprints continued past the tent, deeper into the draw. I hesitated. Part of me wanted to leave right then, but my legs moved on their own, following the tracks. The bushes closed in tighter. Some had long thorns that scraped my arms. The path dropped into a small gully. The earth was dark and cracked, and old roots snaked across the ground. I kept following, feeling sweat drip down my back. After maybe 50 feet, I saw something lying under a tree ahead. At first, I thought it was trash, just a pile of clothes someone dumped. But as I got closer, I realized it was a sleeping bag, dark green and zipped up tight, lying in the dust under the shade of a stunted pine. It looked newer than the one in the tent. I stopped a few feet away, staring at it. It was shaped wrong. It didn't lie flat like an empty bag would. My mouth went dry. I listened for any sound, but heard nothing. I took a shaky breath and forced myself to step forward. The bag didn't move. I could see now it was zipped all the way up, with the drawstring pulled tight around the hood. It was covered in dust and little twigs. I felt like I was going to throw up. I squatted down beside it, staring at the zipper. My hands shook. I reached out and tugged it open a few inches. The smell hit me like a fist. Rot, sweat, stale urine. I gagged and stood up, backing away, wiping my mouth. I didn't open it further. I didn't need to. I knew what was inside. I turned and walked away fast, almost running, not caring about the thorns scratching my legs. I scrambled up the slope, using my hands to pull myself up the loose dirt. My breathing was ragged, my chest tight. When I reached the ridge, I didn't stop. I kept going back the way I came, boots crunching hard on the rocks. My mind was spinning. Who was that? How long had they been there? Why was there a second-old camp down there, completely hidden? When I finally saw my trailer again, my legs felt numb. I climbed over the fence and went inside. I locked the door behind me for the first time since I moved in. I sat down at the table, staring at my hands. They were scratched and shaking. I thought about calling the police right away, but for some reason I couldn't move. I sat there for an hour, just thinking about that smell, that shape in the bag, the old abandoned tent. Finally, I stood up and called them. They asked questions I barely heard. I gave them directions as best I could. Within an hour, 2 sheriff SUVs pulled up outside my place. I watched them from the window as they stepped out, putting on gloves and adjusting their belts. I walked out and showed them the ridge and where I had gone down into the draw. I stayed behind as they hiked up. The sun was starting to drop behind the hills, sending long shadows across the valley. It felt like years before I saw them coming back down. One deputy walked ahead, looking pale. The other was on the radio, speaking in short, clipped words. They didn't say anything to me except that I'd need to stay for questions. Within another hour, there were more cars, men in plain clothes, and a coroner's van. The flashing lights made the dusty road look like a crime show. I sat on my trailer steps as they worked. The sheriff came over and asked me to describe everything I saw. I told him. I left nothing out. He wrote it down in a small notebook, nodding slowly. He didn't look surprised. He told me they would handle it from here. They would contact the landowner. They would run missing persons reports. He thanked me for reporting it. After they left, the hills were quiet again. But it wasn't the peaceful quiet I used to feel. It was heavy, like the land itself was hiding secrets under every bush and rock. That night, I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, thinking about those footprints, how fresh they looked. I kept wondering if they were old, or if someone else had been there just before me. I didn't sleep until the sun rose. A few days later, a deputy came by to follow up. He said the person in the bag had been dead for months, maybe longer. They found no ID. The landowner didn't know anything. There were no missing people matching what little they could tell about the remains. They guessed he was a drifter, someone who set up camp and never woke up. But I keep thinking about those footprints leading away from the tent and past the sleeping bag. They were newer than months old. I know what fresh prints look like in this dust. Someone else was there, maybe before me, maybe watching from somewhere up the ridge as I found the body. That thought has stayed with me every day since. I moved away 2 weeks later, packed up everything I owned in my small hatchback and drove east. I didn't tell the landlord why I was leaving early. I didn't tell my friends the truth either. They wouldn't understand how a quiet place you once loved could turn so fast, how the hills you thought were empty could hold things you never wanted to find. Even now, every time I hike alone, I find myself checking the ground for prints. I keep glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone standing there, silent, watching. The world isn't as empty as it looks from the ridge tops. Sometimes it hides things better left hidden, and sometimes it shows them to you whether you want to see them or not. That was the day I learned it's not the dark you need to fear most. It's what's lying silent in the daylight, just out of sight, waiting for someone to come close enough to find it. I woke up before the sun came up. My room was quiet except for the soft hum of the ceiling fan above me. I lay there for a few minutes, staring at the dark ceiling, feeling that heaviness in my chest that only comes early in the morning before your mind has fully turned on. My phone screen was bright when I checked it. It said 4:39 a.m. I didn't want to get up yet, but I had promised myself I would go for a long walk today before work. I needed to clear my mind. I'd been feeling restless lately, like there was some trapped energy under my skin that I needed to sweat out. So I swung my legs out of bed, sat there for a moment, rubbing my eyes, and finally forced myself to stand up. I put on my old gray sweatpants and a thin black hoodie. I slipped my feet into my walking shoes that were already by the door from yesterday's walk. I didn't bother brushing my hair or even looking at myself in the mirror. I grabbed my keys and left the apartment, locking the door behind me quietly so I wouldn't wake my neighbors. The air outside was heavy and still. It was mid-July, and the nights weren't exactly cool anymore, just humid and quiet. The street was dark except for the few yellow streetlights that flickered every now and then, casting long shadows across the parked cars. I walked down the block towards the small path that cut behind the rows of houses and led into a wooded area near the old factory grounds. I had discovered that path a few months ago when I was walking home from work late at night. It was hidden between two large fences, barely noticeable unless you knew exactly where to look. Most people avoided it because it led into what used to be a factory complex back in the 70s, then a warehouse, and now it was just a bunch of abandoned buildings with broken windows and cracked walls covered in graffiti. The path itself continued through a narrow strip of woods behind the buildings. It was mostly quiet in there, though sometimes you could hear animals scurrying around in the undergrowth. That morning, I walked with my hood up, hands in my pockets, feeling the warm air on my face. There were no cars on the road, no people walking their dogs yet. Just me and the faint rustle of leaves in the darkness. I reached the start of the path and slipped between the two fences. The concrete gave way to dirt and roots, and soon the streetlights disappeared behind me. The trees closed in from both sides, tall and unmoving, their trunks black against the even darker sky. I walked with my head down, staring at the ground so I wouldn't trip over any roots or rocks hidden in the dirt. After about 10 minutes of walking, the path curved to the left and widened a little, and up ahead I could see the first of the factory buildings looming out of the darkness. The structure was massive, 4 stories tall, its roof partly caved in on one side. The walls were covered in faded graffiti and old peeling paint. The windows on the ground floor were all broken, the glass long gone, leaving just empty dark holes like open mouths staring out at the path. I kept walking, following the path as it curved behind the buildings. The sun was starting to rise somewhere behind the thick tree cover, casting a faint blue light across the world. Birds were beginning to chirp faintly in the distance. I pulled my hood down and kept walking. That's when I saw something up ahead. At first, I thought it was a pile of trash. But as I got closer, I saw it was actually a small green tent, half collapsed, pitched awkwardly under a leaning tree right at the edge of the path. It looked old and dirty, with dark stains across the thin material. The flap was closed, and I couldn't see if anyone was inside. I slowed down as I approached it. I could smell something foul in the air, like rotting food mixed with stale sweat. I held my breath as I walked past it, trying not to look directly at it. I didn't want to know who might be sleeping there at this hour. I kept walking, picking up my pace. The path turned to the right, leading deeper into the trees before emerging near the river on the other side of the factory grounds. As I walked, I kept thinking about that tent. Who would sleep out here in the woods behind an abandoned factory? It was dangerous. People dumped garbage out here, old tires, broken chairs, even rusted shopping carts. There were raccoons and stray dogs. Once, I even saw a coyote late at night when I was coming back this way. The thought of someone sleeping in that tent made my skin crawl for some reason I couldn't explain. I kept walking until I reached the river. The sun was starting to come up now, casting streaks of orange and pink across the water. I stood there for a moment, listening to the sound of it flowing past the rocks. It was peaceful. I could hear birds singing louder now. I wanted to stand there forever and let the breeze wash over me, but I knew I had to head back soon to get ready for work. I turned around and started walking back the way I came. When I reached the section of the path where the tent had been, I slowed down again. But as I approached, I realized something that made my stomach tighten. The tent was gone. The spot where it had been was empty, just flattened grass and dirt, like it had never been there. I stood there for a moment, staring at the empty space. I looked around but saw no one. The trees were still. There was no wind, no sound except for the birds in the distance. I felt my heart start to beat faster in my chest. I turned around in a full circle, scanning the woods, looking for any movement. But there was nothing, just trees and shadows. I kept walking, trying to shake off the unease I felt. Maybe the person packed up and left in the last 20 minutes while I was at the river. It wasn't impossible, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. The hair on my arms was standing up, and my stomach felt cold and tight. I walked faster, keeping my eyes straight ahead, trying not to look into the dark spaces between the trees. Then I heard it. Footsteps behind me. Soft, careful footsteps on the dirt path. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, or maybe an animal. But the steps were too steady, too even, like someone trying to match my pace without being heard. I kept walking, trying to act like I didn't hear it. My breathing got shallower, and I could feel my palms sweating inside my hoodie pocket. The steps continued behind me, never speeding up, never slowing down, just staying exactly the same distance away. I wanted to turn around and look, but I was too scared. I felt like if I turned around, something bad would happen. So I just kept walking, focusing on my breathing, one step after another. My shoes crunched the dirt and small rocks underfoot. The footsteps behind me continued. My mind was racing, thinking about who it could be. A homeless person from the tent, some early morning jogger, but I couldn't hear any breathing or rustling of clothes, just the footsteps. After what felt like forever, I saw the end of the path up ahead where it squeezed between the two fences and opened back onto the street. I forced myself to walk normally, even though my legs felt like jelly. The footsteps continued behind me until I reached the fence. I stepped out onto the concrete sidewalk, and the sound stopped. I turned around quickly, my heart pounding in my throat. There was no one there. The path was empty, just a long tunnel of dirt lined with silent trees. I stood there, breathing hard, waiting for something to appear. But nothing did. I turned around and walked quickly back to my apartment. I kept glancing over my shoulder the entire way. I felt exposed out in the open. When I reached my building, I unlocked the front door and rushed up the stairs, taking them two at a time. I reached my apartment, unlocked the door with shaking hands, and locked it behind me. I leaned against the door for a long time, trying to slow my breathing. I went into the bathroom and splashed cold water on my face. When I looked up into the mirror, I was pale and sweaty, my eyes wide. I stood there staring at myself for a while, listening to the quiet hum of my apartment. My heart finally started to calm down. I changed out of my walking clothes and sat on the couch, staring at the blank TV screen, thinking about what had just happened. I kept thinking about the tent that disappeared and those footsteps behind me. Who is it? Where did they go? Why didn't I see them? I got up and went to make some breakfast. As I stood there at the stove, stirring eggs in a pan, I kept glancing at the window that looked out over the street. My apartment was on the 3rd floor, but I still felt uneasy. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me even now. The hairs on the back of my neck kept standing up, and my stomach felt heavy and tight. When I finished eating, I sat there at the table, staring at my empty plate. I decided I wasn't going to take that path anymore. It wasn't worth the peacefulness of the river if it meant feeling like this afterwards. I would just walk around the neighborhood from now on, where there were street lights and houses and people. I didn't want to see that tent again or hear those footsteps behind me ever again. I got ready for work and left my apartment, locking the door behind me. As I walked down the stairs, I felt a little better. The sun was fully up now, casting light across the street and buildings. People were out walking their dogs, cars were driving by, kids were riding their bikes down the block. Life felt normal again. But even now, days later, I still think about that morning. I think about the footsteps behind me on that dark dirt path, how they matched my pace exactly, how they stopped the second I stepped onto the sidewalk. I think about the tent that vanished in less than 20 minutes, leaving only flattened grass behind. I think about how I never saw who was following me, and I realize that it's better I didn't, because whoever it was, they wanted to stay hidden, and maybe it's better I never saw their face. But sometimes, late at night when I lie awake staring at the ceiling fan, I wonder if they saw mine. I wonder if they remember me. I wonder if they're out there, waiting for the next early morning when I slip out before sunrise to walk alone in the dark. And I know for sure I will never take that path again. I don't think about 3rd grade too often these days, but sometimes when I'm lying awake at night, staring at the ceiling in the dark, I start to remember random moments from childhood. Things that felt normal back then, but feel heavy and confusing now. Like memories I buried deep because I didn't understand them, and only as an adult do they return with new meaning. When I was in 3rd grade, I had this teacher named Mrs. Todd. She was a short woman, shorter than my mom, with curly brown hair that was always tied up in a little bun on top of her head. She wore big glasses with brown frames and bright lipstick every day. I remember her smile the most. It was always there. It made me feel safe at the time. She'd stand in front of the class and smile so wide her eyes would squint a little, and she had these tiny wrinkles at the sides of her eyes that moved when she smiled. I thought she was so nice. To me, she was almost like another mom, except a bit quieter and calmer than my own mom, who was always rushing around with work and chores. She seemed to really like me. Whenever there was an art activity, she'd call on me to come get the supplies first. When we had to read stories aloud, she'd let me pick which page I wanted to read. She'd tell me I was smart, and when I solved math problems on the board, she'd say good job, and tell everyone else to clap for me. I remember feeling proud. I used to come home after school and tell my mom all about Mrs. Todd. I'd say how much I loved her, and how nice she was, and how I wished she was my teacher forever. My mom would smile and say, "I'm glad you like your teacher," while she was cooking dinner or folding laundry, not really listening, but I didn't care. I was just so happy to have someone like Mrs. Todd in my life. It felt like everything was normal. School was easy, life was simple, and my biggest worry was what cartoon would come on TV after I got home. Then there was that one morning that changed everything, even if I didn't realize it at the time. It was a Monday, I think. The sun wasn't even up when I woke up, and I remember feeling so tired as I got dressed in my jeans and blue t-shirt. My mom gave me toast and a banana for breakfast, and I sat half asleep on the couch, eating while I watched the news playing in the background. Then I grabbed my backpack, and she drove me to school. I remember the way the cold air felt on my face when I got out of the car and walked into the building. Everything felt normal. When I got to class, I went straight to my desk to put away my folder and pencils. Our desks had this pull-out drawer underneath where we kept our notebooks and stuff. I remember opening mine without thinking, expecting to see my spelling book and my half-finished drawing from last Friday. But there was something else sitting on top of everything. It was a glossy magazine. I didn't really understand what it was at first. I just saw shiny pages with people on them. But then I noticed the cover said Victoria's Secret in big letters, and there was a lady in underwear posing on the front. My heart started racing. I was only 8 years old. I didn't know much about that stuff, but I knew it wasn't something kids were supposed to look at. I felt scared immediately, like I had done something wrong, even though I hadn't. I pulled it out and just stared at it, my hands feeling sweaty. I looked around the room to see if anyone else saw me with it. The kid sitting next to me, his name was Brian, noticed me staring at the magazine. He leaned over to look at it. I remember his eyes getting wide, and then he whispered, "Whoa, where did you get that?" I just shook my head and said I didn't know. We both sat there staring at it like it was some forbidden treasure. I felt like I was going to get in so much trouble. I didn't want anyone to think it was mine. That's when Mrs. Todd walked over. I didn't even hear her coming. She was just suddenly there, standing by my desk. I remember the smell of her perfume, a sweet flowery smell that always filled the classroom wherever she stood. She looked down at us and asked what I had there. I was so scared. I didn't know what to say. I just told her that it was sitting in my desk when I got here that morning. She reached down and took the magazine from my hands, flipping through a few pages with a calm face. Then she looked at Brian and me, and she told me that Brian must have put it there. She said it in this soft voice, the way she always spoke, but it felt different this time. She kept saying it over and over. Brian must have put it there. Brian, did you put this in his desk? Brian must have put it there. Over and over, like she wanted me to believe it. I remember staring at my desk, feeling confused. After a while, I just said, "Yeah, I guess he could have put it there," even though I didn't believe it. Brian looked shocked, but neither of us said anything else. She just walked away with the magazine in her hands, humming softly as she went back to her desk. The rest of the day felt strange. I couldn't focus on my work. I felt heavy inside my chest, like something bad was happening, but I didn't know what it was. Mrs. Todd still smiled at me, still called on me to answer questions, but I felt a little scared of her for the first time. A few days later, she asked me to stay after class. All the other kids grabbed their backpacks and ran out, laughing and talking about cartoons and snacks and after-school games. I sat there at my desk, my legs swinging because they didn't reach the ground yet. Mrs. Todd came and sat in the chair next to me. She was smiling as usual. She told me that I was doing so well in class, that I was one of her best students, and that she was proud of me. I remember my chest feeling warm with happiness again, forgetting the strange magazine incident for a moment. Then she told me about this special field trip I could go on if I kept doing good in class. She said it would be just me and her, going to the Gulf of Mexico for the weekend. She said we could collect seashells and go swimming, and that I could even eat ice cream for breakfast if I wanted. I felt excited. I'd never been on a trip like that before, especially not without my parents. I remember thinking it would be so fun to spend a weekend with my favorite teacher, away from school, just enjoying the ocean and eating ice cream. I nodded and told her I wanted to go. She smiled and patted my head, telling me to keep working hard. For the rest of that week, I was extra good in class. I finished my worksheets first. I helped pass out papers. I erased the board after class without being asked. I remember every time she'd smile at me, I'd feel proud, like I was her favorite student in the whole school. I went home and told my mom about the trip. She didn't really respond. She just told me to wash my hands before dinner. I don't think she really listened or thought anything of it. Then one day, I came to school and Mrs. Todd wasn't there. There was a substitute teacher that day, a young woman with blonde hair who seemed nervous and kept dropping chalk on the floor. At first I thought maybe Mrs. Todd was sick, but the next day, she still wasn't there. Instead, the principal came in and told us we were getting a new teacher. The new teacher was a tall man with glasses and a deep voice who never smiled. I remember feeling so disappointed. I didn't know what happened to Mrs. Todd. I asked the new teacher once if she was coming back, but he just told me to focus on my reading. The rest of third grade felt dull. The new teacher didn't call on me first. He didn't tell me I was smart. He didn't smile at me the way Mrs. Todd did. I remember feeling sad about it for a long time. At recess, I used to sit under the big oak tree by the fence and think about Mrs. Todd and wonder if she missed me. Sometimes I even thought about the trip we never went on, imagining myself picking seashells with her and eating ice cream cones on the sand. But then I grew up. Third grade turned into fourth, then fifth, and before I knew it, I was in high school, worrying about tests and crushes in college. I didn't think about Mrs. Todd much during those years. I guess I buried the memory somewhere deep. It wasn't until years later, when I was maybe 19 or 20, that it all came back to me one night. I was lying in bed, scrolling through my phone, reading random stories online. I came across a story about a teacher who got arrested for taking a student on a trip. I read the details, feeling a chill go through my whole body. My chest felt tight. I put down my phone and just stared at the ceiling, and suddenly the memories came flooding back. Mrs. Todd, the magazine in my desk, her soft voice telling me Brian put it there, her asking me to go on a trip with her alone, the way she always smiled at me. All of it came back, piece by piece, like putting together a puzzle that had been scattered for years. I remember feeling sick. My stomach hurt. My heart was beating so fast I thought it might break through my chest. I sat up in bed, staring at the dark room around me. I thought about how young I was back then, how I didn't understand anything, how I thought she was my favorite person in the world. But looking back, I felt this deep fear I can't even describe. It was like realizing a wolf had been petting me gently while I thought it was a dog. I didn't sleep that night. I just sat there thinking about how close I came to something that could have ruined me forever. I wondered what would have happened if she didn't suddenly leave, if we really went on that trip, if I came back, or if something happened that changed everything I knew about life and trust and safety. Sometimes, even now, I think about her. I think about her short, curly hair and her soft flower perfume. I think about the way she smiled at me and told me I was smart. And I wonder where she is today, if she ever thinks about me, if she remembers the little boy who trusted her completely. I never told my mom about it. I never told anyone. It's just this memory I carry inside me, a memory that feels warm and comforting at first, until I remember the truth. Then it turns cold and heavy in my chest, like a stone sinking deeper and deeper. Every time I remember, it makes me feel small and scared again, like I'm 8 years old sitting at that little desk, staring at a magazine I didn't understand, while my favorite person in the world stood over me, smiling. I was about 11 years old when I learned that your own bed, the place you think is safest, can become the worst place to be. That night had started like any other. I remember my mom tucking me in, telling me good night. The hallway light left on because I was still too young to sleep in full darkness. I could hear the soft hum of the TV in the living room. I always liked that sound. It made me feel like someone was awake, like I wasn't alone. I fell asleep facing the wall. I had posters of spaceships and a glow-in-the-dark star stuck above my headboard. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. I didn't have a clock in my room, and the hallway light was off. It must have been real late. I remember feeling confused because my nose felt blocked and my chest felt tight, like I was having a dream where I couldn't breathe. But when I opened my eyes, the dream didn't go away. I was lying on my back, which I never did back then. My mind tried to catch up. There was weight on me, heavy weight pressing down on my chest and stomach, and something over my face. It wasn't a pillow. It was a hand. A man's hand, rough and wide, covering my mouth and pinching my nose shut at the same time. My eyes went wide, and for a second I just stared at him. My body felt frozen, but my heart was beating so hard I thought it might explode. I could see him because the moonlight came through my window, just enough to show the outline of his head and shoulders. He was leaning over me, knees on either side of my hips. He wasn't saying anything at first, just breathing. I could feel his breath on my forehead, hot and fast. I remember thinking that he smelled like sweat and dirt, like he'd been outside for a long time. Then his other hand came up and pressed my chest down harder. He didn't hit me. He didn't tie me up. He just leaned down closer until I could feel his chin brush my cheek. He hissed words into my ear. I couldn't really understand at first because my ears were pounding with my own heartbeat. He told me to roll over. He told me not to scream. I didn't know what to do. My chest burned and my throat wanted to scream, but it's like the sound wouldn't come out. I turned my head and his hand moved just enough for air to get in. I sucked in a deep breath, and then I did what he said. I rolled to my side, but I didn't stop there. I rolled again, right off the side of the bed. I hit the floor hard enough to bruise my hip. The sound was louder than I expected. It startled him, I think. I tried to scream then, but my voice cracked, like I'd lost it somewhere deep inside me. I remember the carpet under my fingers. I remember scrambling backward, kicking my dresser, my heels smashing into the bottom drawer. My lungs burned, but still no sound. He came off the bed fast. I could hear the old spring squeal. He was reaching for me when it finally came out, a scream, raw and ripping from my throat. It wasn't a word at first, just a sound, high and ugly. I heard my mom's door open down the hall. She must have woken up before I even realized. Maybe she heard the bed springs. Maybe she heard the dull thud of my body hitting the floor. She came so fast I don't even remember her footsteps. Just a blur in the doorframe, the shape of her robe, her bare feet on the carpet. The man turned toward her, his shoulders squared like he was ready to fight or run. I saw the moonlight hit his face, and I'll never forget it. He wasn't old, maybe late 20s or 30s, but his eyes were wide like he was just as scared as we were. My mom didn't stop. She didn't freeze. She didn't scream. She lunged at him, small but fierce. She grabbed his arm, nails digging in. He tried to push her off, but she clung on, scratching, clawing at his face, his neck. I could hear her breathing, like a wild animal, all gasps and growls. He tried to shove her back, but she bit his arm. I saw her teeth sink in, saw his elbow swing. She took a hit to the side of her head, but she didn't let go. The sound of her fighting him was louder than my own crying. My scream turned into sobs, and I crawled backward until my head hit the wall. I didn't know what to do with my hands. I just pressed them to my ears, but it didn't block it out. They stumbled against my bed. The covers ripped off, the lamp by my bed rattled and fell. The bulb smashed but didn't shatter fully. He tried to twist away from her, half dragging her across the floor. She screamed then, words I couldn't even make out, just raw and desperate. He shoved her hard enough she hit the side of my dresser. She went down to her knees, but she didn't stay there. She grabbed the edge, pulled herself up, and went for him again. She was small, just barely over 5 feet, but she was all fury. He backed up then, finally. His eyes flicked to the window. I saw it was open, the curtain fluttering. That's how he got in. The screen was popped out, hanging crooked. He turned and dove for the window. She grabbed the back of his shirt and almost pulled him back in, but he slipped through her hands. She lunged, reached out, and I thought she'd follow him right out. But she stopped at the sill, breathing hard, staring out into the dark. For a moment there was silence. No TV, no hum of late-night safety, no wind, no night birds. Just my mom panting and my own sobs echoing in my room. She turned then, came to me, pulled me up and held me so tight I thought I'd break. She smelled like soap and sweat and the faint scent of her perfume. Her hands were shaking so bad I could feel them even through my shirt. After that, everything blurred together. She locked the window, slammed it down so hard the glass rattled. She pulled me down the hall to her room. She called the police. I remember her voice then, shaking but trying so hard to sound strong. She gave our address, told them a man had broken in, that he tried to smother me. I sat on her bed, knees pulled to my chest, eyes fixed on the dark window at the far side of her room. The police came fast. Flashing lights turned our living room into a circus of red and blue. I remember the smell of wet grass from the officers' boots. They asked questions. I couldn't answer much. I just kept staring at the front door, half expecting him to walk back in. My mom answered everything. She told them how she'd found him, how he'd gotten in, how he'd escaped. She pointed out the window in my room, the footprints in the flower bed below it. They didn't catch him that night. They didn't catch him later either. They searched the yard with flashlights, dogs sniffing around the back fence, neighbors peeking out their doors in robes and slippers. The cops told my mom they'd do extra patrols. They'd keep an eye out. But deep down I think we both knew he was gone, vanished into the dark. After they left, my mom didn't let me sleep alone for weeks. She dragged my mattress into her room. We slept side by side on the floor. Every creak in the house made me flinch. I kept seeing his face every time I closed my eyes. I thought I heard the window creak open, the curtain flutter. I jolt awake and checked, but it was always shut, locked tight. My mom added a new lock the next day, one of those bars you wedge into the sill. She nailed the screen down too. I didn't open that window for years after. During the day, I'd replay it all in my head. The weight on my chest, the rough hand over my mouth, the smell of him, the look in his eyes when my mom attacked. I didn't feel safe in my own room. I'd stand in the doorway and stare at my bed, at the dent in the carpet where I'd fallen. I asked my mom to move the bed to the other side of the room, away from the window. She did it that night, dragging it across the floor so it squeaked against the walls. I started sleeping with a baseball bat next to my mattress. It was too heavy for me, but I didn't care. I thought if he ever came back, I'd swing it at his head. My mom bought a new lock for the front door too. She got motion lights for the backyard and a little alarm that would beep if a window opened. The first night the light caught a raccoon, and we both jumped out of bed. She laughed after, but I could hear the fear in her voice when she told me it was nothing. I don't think I ever really slept the same after that. Even now, grown up, I double-check windows. I check the locks twice before bed. I get up to check noises that other people would ignore. I see shadows where there aren't any. But the part that sticks with me the most isn't him. It's her, my mom, small and barefoot, fighting a man twice her size because her kid needed her. She didn't think twice. She didn't freeze. She fought him off with her nails and her teeth and her fists. The police never caught him. They took fingerprints from the windowsill, but said there wasn't much to go on. No name, no face in a lineup. Just a vague description from me. Brown hair, wide eyes, scruffy beard, medium build. That could be half the men in town. Maybe he left town the next day. Maybe he stayed and watched us, blending back into his normal life like nothing happened. That's the part that used to make my skin crawl at night, wondering if I'd pass him in the grocery store, if he'd be at the gas station, just another face pretending nothing happened. But he never came back. We got stronger locks. We got a dog a few months later, a mutt from the shelter that barked at every knock and growl he heard. My mom started leaving a light on in the hallway again. And every night, for a long time, I'd hear her walk past my door before bed, stopping just long enough to listen, to make sure I was okay. I got older. We moved a few years later. A better neighborhood, a better lock on my window, but I still slept with something heavy by my bed. Even now, years later, when I wake up in the middle of the night, I find myself listening to the silence, waiting for that sound, that weight, that breath on my face. But it's not there. It's never there. Just the soft hum of my own house, the creak of old walls settling. I keep my windows locked, my doors locked, my phone close by. What he did taught me fear. What my mom did taught me that fear can't always win. She never let me see how scared she was until later, long after we'd moved and the nightmares got fewer. One night, when I was a teenager, she told me her hands shook for days after. I don't really know where to start, because every memory I have feels heavy in my chest. Some people tell scary stories about ghosts, creatures in the woods, people stalking them at night. For me, it was just my own life. My house wasn't haunted, but it felt like prison walls. Every wall was solid and smooth, the paint never peeling because my mother made sure of it. She liked things clean, pure, perfect, untouched. That included me. I wasn't allowed to go outside when I was little. I remember watching the neighbor kids run down the street in summer, barefoot and loud, shouting into the sun. The smell of fresh cut grass and tar melting on the street mixed with the sound of cicadas. But I was behind a locked window. My grandmother would close the curtains after noon because she said the sun could fade the carpet, and then she would scold me for leaving a nose print on the glass if I leaned forward too much to watch the kids. The windows always smelled like ammonia and old curtains. When I was 7, I asked if I could play on the front porch. My grandmother slapped her newspaper down on the table, so hard her coffee mug rattled. She said bad men drive by and take children who sit outside, and did I want to be taken and chopped up? I didn't ask again for years. I stayed inside. I read books sometimes, but only the Bible or old prayer books because everything else was thrown away. My mother said they twisted your mind and made you disobedient. I wasn't allowed to cook either. She said the stove was dangerous and I would burn the house down, so she made every meal, and if I didn't like it, I didn't eat. When I turned 10, I thought maybe I was old enough to go with her to the store. She told me I was too slow, too clumsy, too easily distracted. I watched her leave through the little side window, the screen rusted at the corners, watched the car back down the driveway. I always felt a knot in my chest when she was gone, like I was holding my breath, because sometimes I thought she wouldn't come back. Part of me hoped she wouldn't. But then I thought about what my grandmother would do if I was alone with her, and I stopped hoping. By 13, I knew something was deeply wrong, but I didn't have words for it. I heard other kids at church talking about friends, school trips, staying the night at someone's house. I didn't have friends. I wasn't allowed to talk to other kids, and if they tried to talk to me, my mother would stand between us with a smile so sharp it made them shrink away. She told people I was shy and didn't like talking. That became my identity to everyone else. Silent, weird, shy. The truth was I had too many words trapped inside and no place to put them. I spent hours alone in my room, staring at the ceiling fan spinning in slow circles, watching dust collect on the edges. I wasn't allowed to decorate my room. No posters, no photos, no colors. Just a single bed, an old dresser that smelled of mothballs, a thin carpet with a dark stain under the window where rain leaked once before I was born. My mother said the room was peaceful that way, uncluttered, pure. I felt like I was sleeping in an empty shell. As I grew, so did her grip. I wasn't allowed to walk to the mailbox. I wasn't allowed to take out the trash. She said people watched the street and would know I was alone, and someone would snatch me up and rape me. She said it so often that the word itself became a shadow in my mind, lurking behind every curtain. I wasn't allowed to lock the bathroom door. She said people who locked doors had things to hide. So I learned to bathe and use the toilet quickly, quietly, always listening for footsteps. I turned 16 and realized I couldn't drive. Other kids were getting their learner's permits, taking photos with big smiles and posting them on Facebook. I didn't have Facebook. I didn't have a phone. I didn't even have an ID card. My mother said she would drive me anywhere I needed to go, and if I didn't need to go anywhere, why would I need to drive? She said the roads were dangerous. Cars flipped over in the ditches every day. She told me about drunk drivers, murderers who followed teenage girls. She always ended the stories with, "You're lucky I keep you safe." I started to hate her. That hate felt like acid in my veins, burning every time I had to smile and nod. I thought about running away every single day, but I didn't have any money. She controlled it all. If I found coins in the couch cushions, I would hide them in an empty vitamin bottle under my bed. I would tuck folded dollar bills into old library books she had forgotten we owned, pushing them between pages about early colonial missionaries or the lives of saints. Each dollar felt like a little flicker of hope. When I turned 18, she told me I didn't need to apply for college. She said I wasn't smart enough to live on my own, that I would end up raped, pregnant, or dead. I believed her at first. She sat beside me on my bed that night, stroking my hair while I cried into my pillow, telling me she was the only person who loved me enough to keep me from throwing my life away. The next day, she told me she had prayed for me all night. I felt trapped in her love like an insect sealed in amber. At 19, something broke. Maybe it was seeing my reflection in the bathroom mirror, my eyes sunken, skin pale, hair greasy because I wasn't allowed to shower every day. She said it wasted water. Or maybe it was watching the clock tick from morning to night with nothing to do but clean, sit, read the same passages in the Bible, listen to her talk about demons and sin. I realized I would die there if I didn't leave. My body would just grow older, weaker, until I died in that room with the stained carpet and silent walls. So I started to plan. Every day, I would sweep the house, clean the kitchen, wipe down the bathroom, fold her clothes. When I did laundry, I would check every pocket for coins, for a stray bill left behind. She noticed once and snatched the dollar out of my hand, shouting that it was hers. After that, I learned to be quieter, to pocket the change when she wasn't looking. I kept it all hidden. My grandmother watched me like a hawk, her eyes sharp even behind thick glasses, so I kept my movements slow and careful. I saved for months. It was only 20 here, 10 there, a few 5s and 1s. I packed my bag in secret at night, folding each shirt quietly, hiding them under my bed so the suitcase looked empty if she opened it. I wrote down the bus schedule on the back of an old church bulletin I found in my Bible, memorizing the times and the cost. I practiced how I would walk down the street, how I would look back only once, how I would not run unless someone grabbed me. The day I tried to leave, my hands were shaking so badly I thought I would collapse before I reached the door. I wore my oldest sneakers and my hair in a braid so it wouldn't tangle. My backpack was heavy, but felt light with hope. I slipped down the hall at dawn, when I knew my mother slept deeply after her late-night prayers. I reached for the doorknob and felt tears fill my eyes because the morning air was right there, freedom was right there. But she was awake. She came from behind me like a shadow breaking loose from the floor, grabbed my braid and yanked me backwards so hard my neck snapped sideways. My backpack fell to the floor with a heavy thud. I remember staring at it as she dragged me down the hall, my socks catching on the carpet, the sun coming in bright and cold through the front window. My grandmother was waiting in the living room, standing with her cane like a guard. She said nothing, just watched as my mother pulled me into my room. I didn't fight. There was no use. My mother took my phone and said she was reporting it stolen, so I wouldn't call the police. She locked it away with her things. That night, she slept on the floor beside my bed. I woke up to the sound of her breathing in the dark. Slow, even calm. I lay there awake all night, staring at the cracked ceiling, listening to her. I realized she wasn't just my mother. She was my prison guard. A week later, she took me to a church meeting. The Holiness Church was small, plain brick with dusty red carpet. They laid hands on me, pushed my head back, shouted into my face for demons to come out. My ears rang for hours after. I stood there swaying while they screamed prayers, my legs trembling, my chest so tight I thought I would pass out. I wanted to pass out. I wanted to disappear. When it was over, they told me I was healed, that I would stop wanting to leave now. My mother smiled with tears in her eyes. Weeks passed. I pretended to be better. I pretended to pray harder, to smile more, to nod when my grandmother told me about women who ran away and ended up murdered. But inside, I kept planning. I couldn't stop. Every time I swept the floor, I imagined sweeping it for the last time. Every time I scrubbed the toilet, I imagined never having to smell that bleach again. I saved money again, but this time I hid it better. I unstitched the lining of an old purse in my closet and tucked the bills inside, sewing it back up in tiny stitches. When I finally had enough for a bus ticket, I waited for the right day. She was taking me to another church meeting. My cousin came to visit that morning. She was a quiet woman, hair always pulled back tight, smile always forced. She told me she wanted to talk, to help me. My chest felt like it would explode with hope. I got in her car. The door closed. I reached for the handle, but it wouldn't open. Child safety lock. My heart dropped into my stomach like a stone. She drove me back home. She told me it was for my own good, that my mother was worried sick. I saw my mother waiting on the porch, tears streaming down her face, hands clasped in prayer like she had saved me from the edge of hell itself. They kept me isolated after that. I wasn't allowed outside at all. My mother slept in my bed for weeks. My grandmother sat in the hall during the day. My cousins visited often, their cars parked in the driveway to block me in. I spent every day reading the same passages over and over, my brain turning to fog. Sometimes I would stare at the wall for hours, tracing tiny cracks with my eyes. The only colors I saw were gray, beige, and shadows moving across. I woke up early that morning, before the sun even came up. My phone alarm buzzed quietly beside me, vibrating against the wooden table it was resting on, and I reached out from under my blanket to turn it off. The small cabin felt colder than usual. I could see my breath when I exhaled. The window in front of my bed showed only darkness outside, but I knew dawn would come soon. I pushed the blanket off and sat up. The air hit my skin and I shivered. My feet touched the cold wooden floor. I rubbed my eyes and let out a slow sigh before standing up to stretch my back. My old bones cracked like usual, even though I wasn't that old. Just felt that way sometimes. I walked across the room to the tiny kitchenette. The floorboards creaked under my feet. I put water in the electric kettle and turned it on. While it heated, I grabbed my faded blue jacket hanging on the chair and pulled it on. The cabin wasn't insulated very well, so mornings were always like this. I opened the cupboard, pulled out instant coffee, and tore the packet open. The smell was strong and bitter, but I needed it. Once the water was done boiling, I poured it into my mug, mixed it with the coffee, and took a sip. It burned my tongue a little, but I didn't care. I leaned against the counter and looked out the small window beside the sink. It was still dark, but I could make out the faint outline of the pine trees surrounding my cabin. They looked black against the slightly lighter sky. The forest here was dense. I lived about 2 hours from the nearest small town. I moved here a year ago to get away from everything. I was tired of the city, tired of people, tired of noise and lights and traffic. I bought this small piece of land with the cabin already on it. It had no proper heating system, just a small wood stove, and no running water except what came from a storage tank I filled every week. But it was peaceful. That's all I wanted. After finishing my coffee, I put on my boots and stepped outside. The ground was hard and frosty. The grass crunched under my feet as I walked around to the back of the cabin to check the generator. I always checked it first thing in the morning to make sure it still had fuel. Without it, I wouldn't have electricity at all. The metal surface was icy cold when I touched the fuel cap, but it was still mostly full. I screwed the cap back on and stood up, stretching my arms over my head. The cold air burned my lungs a little with each breath. I turned around to look at the forest. It felt like it was watching me back. The trees stood so close together, it was almost like a wall. There was a narrow path I had cut with my machete last year that went about 200 meters into the trees to a small stream where I collected water sometimes. I didn't like going deep into the forest, not because I was scared of animals. I had a rifle for bears if needed, but because it always felt off in there, like I didn't belong. That morning, I decided to walk to the stream to fill 2 jugs of water. I grabbed them from beside the cabin door, slung my rifle over my shoulder just in case, and started down the path. The frost covered everything in white. My boots slipped a few times on hidden roots, but I caught myself each time. As I walked, I could hear the quiet sounds of the forest waking up. Small birds chirping weakly, branches creaking overhead as the cold wind shifted, and the rustling of leaves somewhere deeper in. I reached the stream after about 10 minutes of walking. The water was clear and cold, moving lazily between smooth, dark rocks. I set my rifle against a tree, knelt down on the bank, and dipped one of the jugs in. The stream filled it slowly. As I waited, I looked around me. The trees were thinner here, letting a little more light through as the sun finally began rising. The water in the jug was icy to the touch. I set it aside and filled the second one. As I stood up to leave, I felt a strange feeling in my chest, like something heavy had been placed there. I looked around again, more carefully this time. I couldn't see anything, but the hairs on the back of my neck were standing up. I grabbed my rifle and held it tight against my chest. I stayed still for a moment, listening. There was nothing. No movement, no sounds except the gentle stream and faint birds far away. I shook my head to clear the feeling, picked up the jugs, and started walking back to the cabin. Every step felt heavier than normal. My boots sank slightly into the frozen dirt. My breathing was loud in my ears. Halfway back, I thought I heard footsteps behind me. I stopped and turned around quickly, but there was nothing there. Just the empty narrow path I had come down. I looked between the trees but saw no movement, no shapes, nothing. I kept walking, faster this time. The jugs banged against my legs as they swung. When I reached the clearing around my cabin, I felt like I could finally breathe again. I set the jugs down on the porch, wiped my face with my sleeve, and went back inside. My hands were trembling a little. I put more wood in the stove, lit it, and sat down on the floor in front of it to warm up. I didn't understand why I felt so scared. I lived out here alone for a year and had never felt that way before. After warming up and eating a small breakfast of canned beans and bread, I spent the day doing small chores. I chopped some firewood, cleaned out the ashes from the stove, and checked the small shed behind the cabin to make sure no animals had gotten in overnight. The shed was where I kept extra fuel for the generator and my small tools. The door was still locked. Nothing was disturbed inside. I closed it again and walked around to the front of the cabin. The sun was fully up now, shining through the trees in pale yellow light. I decided to take a walk to the old logging road that ran about half a kilometer west of my cabin. It wasn't used anymore, but I liked walking there sometimes just to clear my head. I grabbed my rifle again, slung it over my shoulder, and started walking. The ground here was flatter, and I moved quickly. My boots kicked up dead leaves as I went. The logging road was covered in fallen branches and weeds now, but the wide flat space was still visible under the mess. I walked along it slowly, listening to the wind move through the treetops. About a kilometer down, I saw tire tracks in the dirt. They were old, mostly washed away by rain and covered by new leaves, but they were definitely tire tracks. I knelt down and touched them. They were faint, but I could tell they were from a big vehicle, maybe a truck. I looked around but saw no other signs of people. No wrappers, no broken branches, no cigarette butts. Just the old tracks in the dirt. I stood up and kept walking for a while before turning around to head home. I didn't want to be too far from the cabin before dark. When I got back, the sun was low in the sky. The light was orange and warm, but the air was getting colder again. I went inside, set my rifle against the door, and built up the fire. I made dinner, more beans, some crackers, and the last of my dried meat. I needed to go into town soon to buy more food. I wrote a small list on a piece of paper and set it on the table. As I ate, I kept thinking about the feeling I had earlier at the stream, the heaviness in my chest, the footsteps I thought I heard. I tried to tell myself it was just paranoia from being alone so long. The mind played tricks when there was no one around to keep it grounded. That night, I went to bed early. I locked the door, pulled the curtains closed, and climbed under my heavy blanket. The fire crackled softly in the stove. The cabin was dark except for the faint glow from the embers. I closed my eyes, listening to the sounds of the forest outside. Owls calling to each other, branches scratching against the roof, the wind moaning quietly through cracks in the wood walls. I drifted off to sleep with those sounds around me. I woke up in the middle of the night to a noise. At first I thought it was a dream, but then I heard it again, a soft metallic clinking. I opened my eyes and stared into the darkness of my cabin. The fire was almost out. The room was pitch black. I reached over to grab my flashlight from the table beside my bed and turned it on. The bright white beam cut through the darkness. I swept it across the room, heart beating fast. There was nothing. Everything was where it was supposed to be. Then I heard it again. The clinking sound. It was coming from outside. I got out of bed, still wrapped in my blanket, and walked quietly to the window. I pulled the curtain back just a little and looked out into the darkness. At first, I saw nothing. Then, as my eyes adjusted to the flashlight's reflection and the faint moonlight, I saw movement near the shed. I froze. There was someone standing there. They were bent over, doing something to the door of the shed. I could see the outline of their body, bulky and hunched over. My heart started pounding so hard I felt it in my throat. I turned off my flashlight so they wouldn't see me. I stood there in the dark, staring at them. They were wearing dark clothes, but I couldn't see any details. The clinking sound was them trying to break the lock on my shed. I didn't move for what felt like a full minute. My mind raced with what to do. I wanted to grab my rifle, but it was leaning against the front door on the other side of the cabin. To get it, I would have to walk past the window, and if they looked up they would see me for sure. I stood still watching. The person kept working on the lock. I could see their breath in the cold air. Finally, I took a slow step back from the window, keeping the curtain mostly closed. I moved as quietly as I could across the room to the door. My bare feet were freezing on the wood floor. I reached for my rifle, lifted it slowly so it didn't bang against the doorframe, and stepped back toward the window. I peeked out again. They were still there. The lock finally gave way with a louder metallic snap that echoed across the clearing. They opened the shed door and went inside. I couldn't see them anymore. My whole body was shaking now. I wanted to run outside and scream at them to leave, but my instincts told me that was stupid. I didn't know if they were armed. I didn't know if there were more of them nearby. I had been working night shifts at the warehouse for a few months. The place was about 20 minutes from town, hidden down an old cracked road with no streetlights for most of the way. Every night after work, I drove home half asleep with the radio off, windows down just enough to let the cold air keep me awake. My shift ended at 2 a.m. Most nights I was too tired to care about anything, but that one night felt different the moment I stepped out of the building. It was mid-January, and the air felt sharp in my nose when I breathed in. I walked across the parking lot, gravel crunching under my boots. My car was the only one left under the flickering yellow light. Everything was silent. Not even the highway in the distance made a sound. I unlocked the car, tossed my lunchbox into the passenger seat, and started the engine. The rumble echoed across the empty lot and made me feel exposed. I sat there for a minute with my foot on the brake, staring at the warehouse in the rearview mirror. The building was just a giant dark block against the night sky. I didn't know why I felt nervous. Maybe it was just how quiet everything was. I pulled out of the lot and started driving down the narrow road that led to the highway. My headlights lit up the twisted trees lining both sides. Most of the trees here were leafless in winter, their thin branches sticking out like claws. The road dipped and curved so many times that even at 40 kilometers per hour, I had to grip the wheel tight. I knew this drive by memory, but still felt tense every night. That night, I noticed something up ahead as I drove around the first sharp bend. There was a car parked half on the road and half in the bushes. Its hazard lights weren't on. As I got closer, I saw the front bumper was bent and hanging low, like it had hit something. The driver's door was wide open. I slowed down and drove around it carefully. My headlights lit up the inside for a second, but I didn't see anyone in there. It crossed my mind that maybe someone crashed and was hurt nearby, but I felt this cold hesitation in my chest. Something told me not to stop. I kept going, my car crawling forward until the crashed vehicle disappeared behind me. The rest of the road was empty. I kept looking in my mirrors, half expecting someone to appear behind me running down the middle of the road. My heart was beating hard for no real reason. and I tried to calm myself down by thinking about home, about crawling into bed under my heavy blankets. I reached the highway, turned right, and pressed down on the gas pedal. The road was empty in both directions. The orange glow from the highway lights reflected off the concrete barriers. I drove another 15 minutes before turning off onto the exit that led to my neighborhood. That's when I noticed headlights behind me. Two bright white lights reflecting in my mirror. I didn't see them coming up from behind. It was like they appeared out of nowhere. At first I thought maybe it was just someone heading home late like me, but the lights stayed perfectly in line with my car. I slowed down to turn into my street, and they slowed down too. I felt the hair stand up on my neck. I turned into my street, and the car followed me. I could see the shape of the vehicle in my side mirror, an old dark SUV with no front license plate. I drove slowly past my house. I didn't want whoever this was to know where I lived. I turned right at the next corner, then right again, and drove in a square around the block. The SUV followed each turn perfectly, not speeding up or backing off, just following at the exact same distance. I could feel my chest tightening. I was fully awake now, hands gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles felt sore. I turned again and decided to drive back towards the highway. I thought maybe I could lose them there. I turned left out of the neighborhood and accelerated. The SUV stayed right behind me. As I reached the on-ramp, I floored the gas pedal and merged onto the highway. The SUV kept up without any trouble. We drove like that for several minutes. I moved into the far left lane. They moved into the left lane. I switched to the middle lane. They did the same. Every lane change I made, they copied exactly. My mouth felt dry. My mind was racing through possibilities. Maybe it was just someone driving home, and it looked suspicious because of my paranoia. Or maybe they were actually following me. I decided to test it. I turned on my right signal and took the next exit. The SUV followed. I turned right at the bottom of the ramp, then right again onto a smaller road that looped back to the highway. They stayed behind me the whole time, headlights bright in my mirrors. My stomach felt heavy. I felt like I was going to be sick. I pressed down on the gas pedal again and merged back onto the highway. We drove like that for another 10 minutes. I didn't want to drive home now. I didn't want them to know where I lived. I didn't know what they wanted or why they were following me. I took another exit and pulled into a gas station that was lit up and open 24 hours. The SUV kept driving down the road and disappeared around the corner. I sat there under the bright lights, engine still running, heart racing. I waited 5 minutes, 10 minutes. No sign of them. I started to calm down a bit. Maybe it really was just someone driving home the same way as me. I got out to stretch my legs and buy a bottle of water from inside. The guy behind the counter was watching something on his phone. The store was silent except for the hum of the fridge units. I paid for the water and walked back to my car. As I opened the door, I looked across the street. There, parked under a dark patch where the street light was out, was the SUV. I could see the shape clearly now. It was an older model Toyota with tinted windows. The engine was off. No lights were on. It was just sitting there in the dark. My chest felt tight again. I got in my car, locked the doors, and sat there for a few minutes trying to decide what to do. I didn't want to drive home. I didn't want to stay here either. I started the engine and drove out of the gas station, turning away from where the SUV was parked. I could see in my mirror that it didn't move. I kept driving down the empty road, passing dark buildings and closed stores. My phone buzzed with a low battery warning. I didn't want to stop to plug it in. I just wanted to keep moving. After a while, I turned down a long industrial road lined with warehouses and empty parking lots. The road curved and dipped under an overpass where it was completely dark. I slowed down because the pavement here was always rough with potholes. As I drove under the overpass, I saw something that made my blood feel cold. The SUV was parked under the bridge, engine running, headlights off. As I drove past, its headlights flicked on, and it pulled out onto the road behind me. I pressed my foot down on the gas pedal hard. My small car shook and rattled as it sped up. I could hear the engine whine. The SUV accelerated too. Its headlights were so close now that they lit up the inside of my car. I sped down the road, swerving around potholes. The SUV stayed right on me, matching my speed exactly. I was breathing so fast I felt dizzy. I turned down another road without signaling, tires squealing against the concrete. The SUV turned just as fast, barely slowing down. I could see it clearly in my mirror now. The driver's window was rolled down, but I couldn't see who was inside. The window was just a square of darkness. I kept driving, turning at random, trying to lose them. I felt my body shaking with fear. Every turn I took, they followed. I drove back towards the main road and finally saw lights ahead. A small police station sat on the corner, its front entrance lit up by bright white floodlights. Without thinking, I pulled into the parking lot and stopped right in front of the glass doors. I turned off the engine, grabbed my phone, and sat there breathing hard. The SUV drove past slowly, its headlights illuminating the interior of my car. I saw the shape of the driver, a man with short hair wearing a dark hooded jacket. His face was turned straight ahead, eyes hidden in the shadow of his hood. The SUV continued down the road and disappeared around the corner. I sat there in the car for almost an hour. My hands were trembling so badly, I couldn't even open the water bottle I bought. After a long time, I finally felt my breathing slow down. I went inside the station and told the officer at the front what happened. He asked if I got a license plate number. I shook my head. He told me to wait until I felt calm enough to drive home. When I finally did drive home, the streets were empty. Every turn I took, I checked my mirrors a dozen times. When I got to my street, I turned the headlights off before I reached my house and coasted into the driveway in silence. I sat there in the dark, listening, watching the street for any sign of movement. Finally, I got out and went inside. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak in the house made my heart race. I kept thinking about the SUV, about the man in the hood, about how he knew where I worked, how he knew the roads I took. The next day, I called off work. I couldn't go back there. I didn't leave the house for days, only staring out the windows at every car that drove past. A week later, I got a call from my boss saying they were letting me go for missing so many shifts. I didn't even care. I was too afraid to leave the house. I ordered groceries online and had them delivered to my door. Every night, I lay awake in bed listening for the sound of tires on gravel, headlights sweeping across my window blinds. Months passed and nothing happened. I finally started going out again during the day. I found a new job closer to home. I never worked night shifts again. Even now, years later, I can't drive at night without checking my mirrors every few seconds. Every time I see headlights behind me, my chest tightens and I feel that same cold fear spread through my body. I keep thinking about how whoever it was, they knew where I worked. They could have followed me home if they wanted. Maybe they just enjoyed the chase. Maybe they didn't need to follow me home that. I woke up around 5 that morning because I couldn't sleep. I had been sleeping on a thin mattress on the living room floor, half wrapped in a blanket that smelled like old detergent. My back hurt. It was late September, and the apartment was cold because the landlord hadn't turned on the heat yet. I checked my phone, but the screen didn't light up. Dead again. I left it charging in the corner and got up to make coffee in the small kitchen. The walls felt damp when I brushed my arm against them walking past. The apartment was on the 3rd floor of a worn-down building at the edge of town. There were 4 apartments on each floor, and the hallway always smelled like stale cigarettes and whatever someone had cooked the night before. Outside my window was the streetlight, buzzing softly against the dark sky. I poured some cheap instant coffee into a chipped mug and waited for the kettle to boil. The kitchen window faced the alleyway between my building and the next one. It was narrow, just wide enough for a trash bin and a rusted old bike that had been chained to the fence for years. I often saw stray cats digging through the bags back there. After finishing my coffee, I put on jeans and a faded hoodie. I needed a walk to wake myself up fully. The sun wasn't out yet. The sky was dark gray, with a hint of morning blue at the horizon. The air smelled like rain from the night before. I left my apartment quietly, locking the door behind me. The hallway light flickered a few times. When I stepped outside, the street was silent. Only a couple of parked cars lined the curb. There were puddles on the cracked pavement, reflecting the streetlights. I walked slowly, feeling the cold air on my face. It felt peaceful for a while, walking alone before the town woke up. I decided to head towards the small public park about half a mile away. I crossed 2 empty streets, stepping over wet leaves that had fallen from the big trees lining the sidewalks. The park entrance had a metal arch with peeling green paint. Inside, it was silent. The swings creaked a little in the breeze. I walked to a bench near the edge of the park and sat down. I could see the rooftops of houses past the park fence. Some of their windows were lit. people waking up to get ready for work. I sat there for maybe 20 minutes, just breathing and listening to the wind rustle through the trees. Then I noticed something that felt off. Across the park, near the old public restroom building, I saw a person standing. At first I thought it was a homeless man because there were often people sleeping on the benches or under the slides. But this person was standing completely still, facing the restroom wall. They were wearing dark clothes. I couldn't tell much from the distance, but their posture was stiff. I tried to look away, but I felt uneasy, so I kept glancing back every few seconds. They didn't move. They just stood there, staring at the bricks. I told myself they were probably just high or tired, leaning on the wall. I stood up and started walking down the path towards the other exit. As I walked, I kept checking behind me. They didn't turn or follow. But when I was about halfway down the path, I turned around one more time. The person had turned their head slightly. I could see their face from the side, pale against the dark clothes. Their eyes looked wide open, staring in my direction. I felt my chest tighten. I walked faster, trying not to look again, but curiosity forced me. When I turned my head again, they were no longer facing me. They had turned back to the wall. I walked out of the park and into the street, feeling my heart beat in my neck. I walked home quickly. When I reached my building, I looked back towards the park, but there was nothing visible from that distance. I went upstairs and unlocked my door. The smell of cold coffee and damp walls felt comforting after that walk. I sat down on my mattress and tried to calm myself down. I told myself it was just a junkie or someone drunk from last night. I tried to read some news on my phone, which had charged a bit by then, but I kept thinking about the way they had stood there, perfectly still, staring at the wall for so long. Around 7, I got ready for work. I worked part-time stocking shelves at a grocery store 2 streets away. My shift was from 8 to 12. I put on my store uniform, grabbed a protein bar from the cupboard, and left the apartment again. The morning air had warmed a little. People were out walking their dogs. Cars moved along the main road. Everything looked normal. When I reached the store, I clocked in and went to the back room to get my cart of boxes. My coworker Liam was there, yawning and rubbing his eyes. I nodded to him, and he nodded back, but we didn't talk. We usually didn't. I spent the next few hours cutting open boxes and placing jars and cans onto the shelves. My hands smelled like cardboard and dust. Customers started coming in around 9, mostly old women with baskets and tired eyes. The store radio played the same 4 songs on repeat. I tried to keep my mind busy with the work, but the image of that person in the park kept coming back. The way they turned their head, the wide eyes, the stiff posture. It felt unnatural somehow. I told myself again that I was just overthinking it. At noon I clocked out. I decided to take a different route home to avoid passing by the park again. I walked down a street lined with old brick houses. Most of them had small front yards with rusty fences. Some had broken windows boarded up with plywood. As I walked past one of the houses, I noticed the front door was slightly open. There was a thick chain lock hanging from the handle, but it wasn't hooked. The door just hung open an inch or two. I felt a chill run down my arms. I kept walking, feeling my breathing get heavier. I didn't want to know who was inside. When I got back to my apartment building, the mailman was putting letters into the boxes. I checked mine, but it was empty. I climbed the stairs, my legs feeling heavy. As I was putting my key in the lock, I felt like someone was watching me. I turned my head quickly, but the hallway was empty. The light flickered again, buzzing softly. I went inside and locked the door behind me, sliding the chain lock across. I took off my uniform shirt and threw it on the mattress. My stomach growled, so I went to the kitchen and boiled instant noodles. I sat on the floor with the steaming bowl in my lap, staring at the dark screen of the TV. Later in the afternoon, around 3, I lay down and closed my eyes for a while. When I woke up, it was getting dark again. The sunset cast orange light on the walls. My phone buzzed. It was a message from my manager reminding me to come in early the next morning for inventory count. I felt a headache growing behind my eyes. I stood up, stretched, and decided to take out the trash. The bag was heavy and dripping slightly from the bottom. I tied it tightly and carried it down 3 flights of stairs, breathing through my mouth so I didn't smell the old food. Outside near the dumpsters, the alley felt darker than usual. The light bulb above the door had burned out. I could hear the sound of rats scurrying in the trash. As I lifted the dumpster lid, I smelled rotting vegetables and sour milk. I dropped the bag in and closed the lid quickly. When I turned around to go back inside, I saw a person standing at the end of the alley near the street. They were just standing there, facing me. I couldn't see their face clearly because it was dark, but I felt the same cold feeling spread through my chest. I walked towards the door quickly. The person didn't move. They just stood there, watching. I unlocked the door and stepped inside, locking it behind me. My breathing felt sharp and shallow. I climbed the stairs as fast as I could. When I reached my floor, I turned back to check through the window at the end of the hall. The alley was empty now. My hands were shaking slightly as I unlocked my apartment door. Inside, everything felt silent and heavy. I closed all the curtains and turned on the small lamp next to my mattress. The light flickered a little but stayed on. I sat there with my back against the cold wall, listening for any sounds outside. I heard nothing but my own breathing. That night I couldn't sleep. I lay awake staring at the ceiling, tracing the cracks in the plaster with my eyes. My mind kept going back to the person in the park and the one in the alley. Were they the same person? Why were they just standing there, staring without moving? Around 2 in the morning, I finally dozed off. I woke up again at dawn. My neck was stiff from sleeping against the wall. The light coming in from the edges of the curtains was pale and gray. I felt empty inside, like I hadn't really rested at all. I got up, washed my face in the small bathroom sink, and put on my work uniform again. My eyes looked tired and hollow in the mirror. I grabbed a banana and left the apartment. The hallway felt colder that morning. Outside, the street was silent except for the distant sound of a truck backing up somewhere. I walked to the store quickly, keeping my eyes forward. The town felt empty, even though I saw cars passing by. I reached the store, clocked in, and started stocking boxes again. The same music played on the radio. At lunch break, I sat on the milk crates in the back room, eating a stale sandwich I had packed. The manager walked past, giving me a nod. I finished quickly and got back to work. The day felt long and heavy. When my shift ended, I almost felt scared to leave. I didn't want to walk home alone again, but I had no choice. I stepped out into the afternoon sun, keeping my eyes on the ground as I walked. When I reached the park road, I felt my heart tighten. I forced myself not to look towards the park, but curiosity made me turn my head for a second. There was no one there. The swings moved slightly in the breeze. That night, when I was lying on my mattress, I heard something outside my window. A soft scraping sound. I sat up slowly, listening. The sound came again, like someone dragging their nails lightly across the window screen. I stood up and walked to the window, holding my breath. I pulled the curtain back quickly, but saw nothing. I woke up that morning feeling restless. My back was aching from sleeping on the old mattress I had brought into the small cabin I rented for the month. It was in the middle of nowhere, just off a narrow dirt road that curved around tall pine trees and disappeared into a thick forest. The cabin was old, probably built in the 70s, with wooden walls that smelled like dust and dampness, and a tin roof that clicked and popped in the heat of the day. I was staying there to get away from everything for a while, just to think and write and live quietly. I liked waking up to the sound of birds instead of honking cars, and seeing trees instead of brick walls outside my window. I pushed the thin blanket aside and swung my legs over the edge of the mattress. The floor was cold under my bare feet. I sat there for a few seconds, staring at the wooden floorboards, listening to the silence around me. There was no phone signal there, so I couldn't scroll for updates or messages like I usually did when I woke up. I just sat there, feeling my breathing slow down and my shoulders relax. After a while, I got up, put on a faded black t-shirt and gray sweatpants, and went to the small kitchen area to make some coffee. The cabin didn't have much. Just a small table with 2 old chairs, a sink with a metal tap that squeaked, a gas stove with 2 burners, and a tiny fridge that buzzed loudly at night. The windows were dirty and streaked from rain that had come and gone over the months. I poured water into my kettle, lit the stove with a lighter, and waited for the water to boil. As it hissed and steamed, I looked out through the window and saw the morning light filtering through the trees. The sun wasn't fully up yet. Everything looked gray and pale blue outside, like the world was holding its breath before the heat of the day took over. When the kettle screamed, I poured the water into my mug with instant coffee and stirred it slowly. The smell woke me up more than the taste ever did. I took my mug and stepped outside onto the small porch. The wooden planks creaked under my feet. I sat on the steps, feeling the cold air on my face. It felt good. I sipped the coffee, feeling its heat spread into my chest. I could hear birds calling to each other, and the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze. There was always a sense of quiet tension in those woods, like something was always moving out there, just out of sight. I stayed there for a long time, sipping the coffee slowly. After I finished, I went back in, washed the mug, and put on my shoes. They were old running shoes with frayed laces, but they were comfortable. I decided to go for a walk down the dirt road. It was something I did every morning since I came here. The dirt road curved past the cabin, went down a gentle slope, and disappeared into the forest. It wasn't a maintained road. There were potholes and rocks and overgrown grass on the edges. Sometimes fallen branches blocked parts of it. I walked slowly, hands in my pockets, looking down at the road. There were small stones and crushed pine needles everywhere. The air smelled fresh, mixed with the earthy scent of wet soil. As I walked, I saw animal tracks here and there. Mostly deer, sometimes raccoon, and once I saw what looked like coyote tracks near a puddle that had dried up. I never saw a coyote though. They stayed hidden during the day. I walked for about half an hour until I reached a fork in the road. To the right was a narrow path that led deeper into the forest. I had never taken that path before. I always felt uneasy about it. The trees on that side grew thicker, and the shadows between them always looked darker, even during midday. I stood there, looking down the path. The sun was higher now, golden light slipping through the canopy, making long lines on the ground. The air felt cooler near that path, like the trees were holding in the night's chill. I don't know what made me do it that morning, but I turned right and started walking down the narrow path. The branches hung low, brushing against my arms. I could hear twigs snapping under my shoes. There were spider webs stretched between the branches, and small black flies buzzing around the damp ground. As I walked, the light grew dimmer, filtered through the thick branches overhead. The air smelled of moss and rotting wood. I could hear something dripping in the distance, like water falling onto rocks. I kept walking, feeling my chest tighten with every step. There was a feeling in the air, like I was walking into a place I shouldn't be. The path curved to the left after a while, and I found myself standing in a small clearing. The ground was uneven, with old tree stumps covered in green moss and patches of dark, wet soil. In the middle of the clearing, there was an old wooden shed. I hadn't expected to see a shed there. Its roof was slanted and covered in dead leaves. The walls were gray and peeling, with green streaks of mildew running down from the roof. The door was slightly open. There was a rusty lock hanging on the handle, broken. I stood there, staring at it for a long time. My stomach felt tight, and my hands felt cold even though the air was warm. I didn't know why I felt so uneasy, but I did. I walked slowly towards the shed, feeling every step on the soft ground. I reached out and pushed the door open. It creaked loudly, echoing into the quiet woods. Inside, the shed was dark and smelled like wet dirt and rotting wood. The roof leaked in places, and small ferns were growing from cracks in the walls. There was an old workbench against the back wall, covered in rusted tools and broken jars. There were empty shelves with peeling paint, and a metal bucket lying on its side. The floor was littered with dead leaves and dirt. I stepped inside, looking around. My eyes adjusted to the dim light filtering through the gaps in the wooden walls. I saw something in the far left corner. At first I thought it was just a pile of old tarps and sacks. But as I walked closer, I saw that it was a sleeping bag. It was unzipped and flattened, stained dark in places. Next to it was a plastic water bottle, half full, and a crumpled brown paper bag. There were empty cans stacked against the wall behind it. Beans, corn, tuna. All cheap canned food. There was also a small rusted pot with black burnt marks on the bottom. I felt my throat tighten. Someone had been living there, and recently. The water bottle still had clean water in it. I looked around quickly, feeling like someone was watching me from the shadows. I listened hard, but I only heard the sound of dripping water from somewhere outside. My chest was beating fast now. I turned and walked out of the shed quickly, my feet crunching on the dead leaves. Outside, the clearing felt too quiet. I looked around, feeling the hairs on my arms stand up. I didn't like how it felt there. I didn't like that someone was living so close to my cabin without me knowing. I started walking back down the path, faster this time. My feet stumbled over roots and rocks, but I kept going. The shadows felt thicker around me, and the smell of rotting leaves was strong in my nose. When I reached the dirt road again, I stopped to catch my breath. My heart was still beating hard. I looked back down the path, but all I saw was darkness between the trees. I started walking back towards my cabin. My mind was racing with thoughts. Who was living there? Were they dangerous? Did they know I was staying nearby? Did they watch me walk past every day? The rest of that day, I stayed inside. I locked the cabin door and pulled the curtain closed. I sat at the small table, staring at the wood grain, feeling my chest tighten every time I heard a sound outside. The wind rustling the trees sounded like footsteps. The creak of the roof sounded like someone walking above me. I didn't make dinner that night. I just ate crackers and drank water, sitting in the dim light of my single lamp. When it got dark outside, I turned off the lamp and sat in the darkness. I didn't want whoever was out there to see the light from my window. I sat there for hours, listening. The forest was alive with sounds at night. Crickets chirping, branches creaking, owls calling from somewhere far away. Every now and then I heard a rustle in the bushes near the cabin. My body tensed each time, and I held my breath until it went silent again. Eventually, I went to the mattress and lay down. I didn't take off my clothes. I pulled the thin blanket over myself and stared at the dark ceiling. My ears strained for every sound outside. I don't know when I fell asleep, but I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. The air felt heavy and cold. I heard something outside the window. It was soft at first, like a foot scuffing against the dirt. Then I heard it again, closer to the window. My chest tightened so hard it hurt. I couldn't move. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, my heart thudding in my ears. I heard the sound of breathing, slow and quiet, but heavy. It was coming from just outside the window. I squeezed my eyes shut, feeling my hands go numb. The breathing stayed there for what felt like forever. Then I heard footsteps slowly moving away from the window, crunching on the leaves and twigs outside. I lay there until the sky outside started to lighten with dawn. When morning came, I sat up slowly. My whole body was trembling. I felt cold sweat on my back. I got up, walked to the door, and slowly opened it. The morning air was cold and damp. I stepped outside and looked around. There were footprints in the dirt near the window. They were from boots, worn-out ones. They circled the cabin, then disappeared into the woods towards the dirt road. I felt sick to my stomach. I packed my bags that morning. I put everything into my car, locked the cabin door behind me, and drove away down the dirt road without looking back. I didn't tell anyone about what happened. I didn't tell the owner of the cabin when I dropped the keys off in town. I just wanted to leave that place and forget about it. But even now, back in the city, sleeping in my own bed with locked doors and windows, I still think about those footsteps outside my window. I think about the heavy breathing in the dark. I think about the shed in the forest, the sleeping bag, the cans of food. I didn't plan on staying at the rest stop that long. I only meant to pull in, stretch my legs, splash some water on my face, and get back on the road before sunset. I'd been driving for hours through the flat open land between states, chasing work and cheap motels. The old sedan I drove was getting too hot, and so was my head. I had my window down for hours, but the warm air was no help. So when I saw the sign for the rest area, I took the exit without thinking much about it. It was one of those small stops, just 2 picnic tables under a metal roof, a single bathroom made of cinder blocks, and a cracked parking lot. There was one other car there when I pulled in, a faded red pickup with rust along the fenders. I parked a few spots away. The sun was dropping low, but still threw hard light at the dry ground, making everything look washed out. I shut the door and stretched, feeling my spine crack. I glanced over at the pickup, but didn't see anyone inside or around. The engine was cold, windows rolled down, a couple empty fast food cups in the bed. I didn't think much of it. I headed for the bathroom first. The inside was what you'd expect. One flickering light overhead, smell of bleach barely covering up the mildew. I splashed water on my face and stared at myself in the cloudy mirror. My eyes looked bloodshot, skin splotchy from the heat. I pressed my hands against the cold sink and just stood there a while, trying to cool down. Back outside, the sun was lower now. The long shadows made the picnic area look less inviting, but I sat at one of the tables anyway. My back was stiff, and my hands were shaking a little from the long drive. I pulled my small cooler from the car, got out a bottle of water, and some old gas station sandwiches. I sat there and ate slowly, chewing while staring at the pickup. Still no sign of anyone. The wind picked up, carrying grit, and dry leaves across the lot. It rattled the roof above me. I finished one sandwich and drank half the water before deciding I needed to lie down for a minute. I opened the back door of my car, pushed some clothes aside, and stretched out across the back seat. I left the door cracked open so air could move. I figured I'd just rest my eyes for a few minutes. When I woke up, the sky was turning dark blue. My neck hurt from the angle I'd been lying in. I sat up, blinking hard. The air was cooler now but smelled dusty. I looked around, trying to shake off the sleep. The red pickup was still there, hadn't moved an inch. I rubbed my eyes and climbed out of the car. I needed to pee again before hitting the road. As I walked toward the bathroom, I heard something behind me, just a quick crunch of gravel. I turned fast but didn't see anything. Maybe an animal, or just the wind knocking something loose. Inside the bathroom, the single bulb over the mirror had stopped flickering and now just hummed. I did my business, washed my hands again, and splashed more water on my face. I felt strange, restless, like my skin didn't fit right. I leaned forward, staring at myself again, and noticed a small smear of dirt on my cheek. I wiped it off with the back of my hand and noticed my hands were trembling again. I told myself it was just the long drive, the nap, the bad food. When I stepped outside, the sun was gone. The sky was almost fully dark. There were no lights in the lot except for a single lamp above the bathroom door. My car sat under it, dull silver in the half-light. The red pickup was just a darker shape now. I felt uneasy seeing it still there with no one around. I got back to my car and started loading my things in the trunk. I checked my tires by habit, kicked each one lightly. Then I heard that crunch again, gravel shifting, a small scrape. I looked up fast and caught something move at the edge of the trees that circled the rest stop. A dark shape, low to the ground, slipping behind a thin trunk. My breath hitched. I told myself it was a deer, maybe a raccoon. I slammed the trunk and climbed into the driver's seat, locking the doors out of habit. I stuck the key in the ignition and turned it. The engine sputtered once, then went silent. I turned the key again. Nothing, not even a click. I sat there, key halfway turned, staring at the dashboard like it might change its mind. I tried again. Just a dull thud somewhere under the hood. My stomach turned cold. I turned off the key, sat back, and rubbed my face. I didn't have roadside assistance, and my phone was nearly dead. I had an old flip phone with barely 2 bars of signal in this empty stretch. I popped the hood and got out. The warm air of the day was gone. It felt heavy now, damp. I lifted the hood and propped it open. I stared at the engine like I'd know what to do. I checked the battery cables. They were tight. Nothing obvious. I tapped the battery casing and felt a soft vibration through my fingertips. I looked over at the pickup again. Still there. Still no sign of life. Something about that truck bugged me. I kept glancing at it while fiddling with the battery. I thought about walking over, but the longer I stood there, the less I wanted to get close. There was something about how dead it looked. Doors unlocked, windows down, a stale smell drifting from it when the breeze shifted. I closed the hood quietly and walked back to the driver's seat. I shut the door and locked it again. I sat there in the dark, my eyes bouncing from my dead dashboard to the pickup. I pulled my phone from the cup holder. 2 bars. I dialed the roadside number printed on my old insurance card. It rang once, then cut out. I looked at the screen. No bars now. I tried to call again, but the phone beeped once and went black. Battery dead. I dropped it on the passenger seat and rubbed my forehead. I told myself I could sleep here till morning, flag someone down when the sun came up. I tilted the seat back and tried to get comfortable. The air inside the car felt hot, even with the cracked window. I thought about getting out to walk around, maybe clear my head, but every time I looked at the dark shape of the pickup, I stayed put. I must have dozed off because when I opened my eyes, it was darker. The lamp above the bathroom flickered, throwing shadows across the cracked pavement. My mouth was dry. My neck hurt again. I sat up slowly and froze. The driver's door on the pickup was open now. I hadn't heard anything. The inside light was dead, so all I could see was the door hanging wide, black-shaped where it should be shut. I stared at it so long my eyes watered. I listened but heard nothing except the wind rattling the metal roof over the picnic tables. I reached for the flashlight I kept in the glove box. I clicked it on and aimed it at the pickup. The beam bounced off the faded paint, caught the edge of the open door. Nothing moved. I couldn't see inside, too dark. My hands were slick with sweat. I told myself to stay calm. Maybe someone came back. Maybe they'd been in the trees. Maybe they just stepped away to piss in the woods, and now they were back. That's what I told myself, but my gut said otherwise. I shut off the flashlight, not wanting to draw more attention to my car. I sat there, my ears straining for anything. The wind died down and the night pressed in close. I felt like I could hear my own blood. Then another sound, a soft, slow shuffle on the gravel. It came from behind the pickup. I leaned forward, squinting through my windshield. I couldn't see anything past the truck's shape. My mind started running. Maybe someone was trying to siphon gas. Maybe they were drunk and looking for trouble. Maybe they were waiting to see if I'd get out. I stayed frozen like that for what felt like forever. The shuffling stopped. No more noise. I leaned back slowly, trying to steady my breathing. My fingers brushed the door lock, checking it again. Still down. I don't know how long I sat like that. 10 minutes, maybe 20. My back ached, legs stiff from being braced to run if I had to. Then I heard another sound, not from the pickup this time. Closer, from behind my car. A light tap, like a shoe on metal. I flinched so hard I hit my elbow on the window. I forced myself to look in the rear view. I couldn't see anything in the mirror, too dark. I thought about turning the flashlight on again, but didn't want to give away that I knew something was there. I sat dead still, trying to keep my breath quiet. Then a shadow moved across the bathroom light. Just a sliver of shape, but enough. Someone was crouched low by the back bumper, moving around my car. I could hear a faint scrape, metal on metal. I didn't breathe. I didn't move. The shadow slipped out of sight toward the passenger side. I waited, every muscle locked. I could feel my pulse thudding in my throat. Then the handle on the back passenger door rattled. Just once, soft but clear. I nearly lost it right then, but I stayed still. The handle rattled again, harder this time. I don't know what they expected. Maybe they thought I was asleep. Maybe they thought they'd get in easy. I pictured my trunk keys, the old tire iron under the seat. I wanted to grab it, but didn't dare move. The handle stopped rattling. Silence again. I waited, counting my breaths, fighting the urge to run. Then another sound, footsteps, soft but steady, moving around to the other side. I looked over at the driver's door, picturing the shadow standing there, inches away. I couldn't see them, but I knew they were there. I felt it, like the air changed around me. I pressed my hand over my mouth to keep my breath quiet. The footsteps stopped right by my door. I stared straight ahead, vision swimming. Then a knock. Just one sharp tap on the window beside my head. I jerked back like I'd been shocked. I squeezed my eyes shut, hoping they'd think I hadn't heard it. Another tap, harder. I couldn't sit there anymore. I reached down slow, feeling for the tire iron. My fingers found the cold metal. I wrapped my hand around it, trying to stop my shaking. The tapping stopped. Silence. I cracked my eyes open, listening. I heard the soft scuff of shoes moving away from my door, back toward the pickup. I shifted. Hello everyone, I'm the Creep's Cabin. I know you use these videos to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. About 5 years ago, my life was in a place that felt settled but not calm. I was working a steady job, seeing my then girlfriend, who is now my wife, and we spent most weekends together either at my apartment or hers. Life felt routine in a way I had craved for years. Around that same time, my mom started dating again. She had been single for a while after her divorce, and even though I wanted her to be happy, part of me felt uneasy about her re-entering that world. I didn't like the idea of strangers being close to her, sitting in the chair I grew up seeing her in, sharing meals with her at the table that still had scratches from my childhood homework sessions. I knew that was selfish, but it was how I felt. She told me she met a man online. She said he was quiet and polite, someone who listened well and didn't push her to open up too quickly. She liked that about him. I didn't think too much of it when she told me. I just said I was happy she was happy. The first time I met him was when my wife and I went to visit her one Sunday. He was sitting on the couch with his eyes closed. He opened them briefly when we walked in, nodded a hello, then closed them again. I thought he was sleeping, but later he just got up and went to the bathroom with his eyes still half closed, like he was meditating or thinking deeply. My wife found it unsettling. She whispered to me later that night that there was something about him that felt off, like he wasn't fully there or wasn't fully human. I told her not to say things like that it was cruel, but secretly I agreed. Something about him felt not right. He wasn't mean. He never raised his voice. He never criticized anyone. But there were these little things, like how he ate chocolate. One time he offered my wife a piece of chocolate from a small plastic bag he kept in his pocket. She said no, politely, but he took a piece out anyway, unwrapped it, and put it in his mouth so slowly it felt deliberate. Then he closed his eyes completely and let out a long sighing moan, almost silent, but enough to hear if you were close. He stood there with his eyes closed, unmoving, while it melted. My wife turned away. She didn't say anything. I felt uncomfortable watching him and left the room to pretend to check something on my phone. Things like that happened a lot. He would eat grapes one by one with his eyes closed. He would stand in the backyard with his eyes closed for nearly an hour, facing the fence. My mom said he was meditating, that it helped him with his anxiety. I said nothing. One time we visited, and my mom got called into work unexpectedly. It was a Saturday. She worked at the small local library and sometimes had to fill in when staff called out. She told us to make ourselves at home, that she'd only be gone a few hours. Her boyfriend was there too. As soon as she left, he went into her bedroom and closed the door. My wife and I sat on the couch watching TV, but neither of us could focus. The house was silent. We heard him moving in the bedroom once or twice, the soft thud of footsteps on carpet, then nothing. For hours he stayed in there. He never came out. I thought about knocking to check on him, but I didn't want to. I didn't want him to come out. I felt safer with him in there, behind a closed door. When Christmas rolled around that year, things between them had gotten tense. My mom started telling us little things. He never wanted to go anywhere with her, only stayed at her house. He would stand outside in the cold for hours with his eyes closed. He would wake up in the middle of the night and just sit on the edge of the bed with his eyes closed until morning. She said she felt like he wasn't really with her, like his mind was always somewhere else. We told her she deserved better, that she didn't need to be with someone who made her feel alone. She agreed. She said she would break up with him soon. I didn't think she'd do it on Christmas Eve, but that's what she did. We were visiting her for Christmas, and she told us in the evening that she'd asked him to come over, and when he arrived she told him calmly that it wasn't working. She said he didn't say anything. He just sat there with his eyes closed for a long time, and then stood up and left. She felt relieved, she said. That night we stayed over at her place, so we could get up early and go visit my dad on Christmas morning. It was a plan we'd made weeks before. We packed our bags into the car and left just after sunrise. The roads were clear at first, but as we got closer to my dad's house, the snow began to fall. By mid-morning the storm was heavy. We didn't plan to stay overnight, but the snow didn't stop. It kept falling, hour after hour, until the roads were closed and we had no choice. My dad's house was warm and bright, filled with food and the smell of pine candles and leftover turkey. We slept in the guest room that night, listening to the wind battering the windows. By morning the snowplows had cleared enough for us to leave. My wife was quiet during breakfast, pushing her food around her plate. When we got into the car, she turned to me and said she wanted to check on my mom. She said she had a bad feeling about her ex-boyfriend. I didn't argue. I felt the same deep down, even though I didn't say it. The drive back was slow but manageable. As we turned onto my mom's street, I felt a tightness in my chest. Her car was in the driveway. That didn't mean much. She lived close enough to walk to work, and it hadn't snowed as badly in her town. I parked behind her car, and we sat there for a minute, staring at the house. The curtains were open, but we couldn't see inside from the angle of the car. My wife said we should go in. I told her okay. My mom never locked her door. It drove me crazy. I always told her to lock it. Anyone could just walk in. We pushed the door open and stepped inside. The house was silent. Too silent. I remember feeling a sudden drop in my stomach like I was falling. My wife grabbed my arm. Her fingernails dug into my skin. She was staring at something in the kitchen. I followed her gaze, and that's when I saw it. Blood. Deep red blood oozing out of the refrigerator's water dispenser. The spill tray was overflowing with it, dripping onto the linoleum floor, making a small puddle that was slowly spreading. For a split second my brain refused to believe what I was seeing. Then reality slammed into me all at once. I thought he'd come back. I thought he'd killed her. I thought her head was in the freezer. I couldn't move. My wife was shaking. I could feel her trembling through my arm. My knees felt weak. I took a step forward, feeling like I was underwater. I walked to the fridge and reached out with a hand that felt numb. I pulled open the freezer door, expecting the worst thing I could ever imagine. Inside the freezer was a bag of frozen cherries. The bag had split open along the side seam. Someone, probably my mom, had shoved it onto the ice maker shelf without sealing it properly. The cherries had partially thawed and were frozen into a dark red clump. Melted cherry juice had leaked down into the ice chute, staining everything crimson. The juice had dripped through the ice dispenser, collecting in the tray and overflowing onto the floor. I stood there staring at it, trying to catch my breath. My chest felt tight, my heart hammering against my ribs like it wanted to escape. I felt dizzy with relief and leftover fear. My wife let out a long, shaky breath behind me. We cleaned it up together. We pulled out the ice tray and threw away the ruined cherries. We wiped down the inside of the freezer and the ice chute and the dispenser. The stain was thick and sticky, clinging to everything it touched. We washed the spilled tray in the sink and mopped up the puddle on the floor. My hands were shaking so badly, I dropped the tray twice. The cherry juice smelled faintly sweet, almost sickening after the adrenaline of fear. When we finished, we sat down at the kitchen table. My mom wasn't home. She'd gone to work early that morning, leaving before we arrived. I called her and she picked up right away, cheerful, asking if we were coming by for lunch. My wife and I sat there, the smell of cherries still lingering in the air, the quiet house pressing in around us, and I realized just how close fear and relief sit beside each other. My mom came home an hour later, smiling and hugging us both, apologizing for the mess with the cherries, saying she was in a hurry that morning and forgot. She had no idea what we'd thought. I didn't tell her. Some things are better left unspoken. But that day stayed with me. The feeling of seeing blood when your brain is telling you it's blood, your eyes are telling you it's blood, your body is already grieving before you even know the truth. The feeling of expecting to find death behind a thin sheet of plastic and metal. The feeling of looking into a freezer and realizing your worst fear is only fruit. After that, my mom changed her locks. She never spoke to him again. My wife and I never mentioned it to anyone. It felt like a dream, like something that didn't belong in the daylight world. Even now, when I eat cherries, I think of that day. I think of how easily fear can live inside us, waiting for the right moment to bloom, and how quickly relief can come, washing it all away, leaving only a quiet house, a clean floor, and the sweet lingering smell of fruit. I never really paid much attention to the old house next to mine. It had been empty for as long as I could remember, even before my parents bought our place. Over the years, the grass grew up to my waist, trees leaned over its sagging roof, and ivy crept around the porch columns, pulling them apart a little more each year. My dad once told me the man who owned it moved out to California 25 years ago and just never sold it. I always thought that was strange. Why leave a whole house behind? Didn't he need the money? When I was a kid, I used to ride my bike down the street and avoid looking at that place, convinced there was something wrong with it. But as I got older, I stopped caring. It was just another empty, rotting house like you see in small towns all over. I'd walk past it every morning on my way to school, every evening coming home from work. Nothing about it caught my interest until last winter. It was a Saturday, about an hour before sunset. I was sitting in my living room, looking out the window at the yard, when I noticed how the light was hitting the house next door. All the windows were dark except one upstairs. The glass was streaked with dirt and fog from age, but I could see the faintest reflection of the sun, making it glow pale orange. For the first time, I wondered what was left inside. Did the man take everything with him? Did he leave furniture behind? Old photos? Money stuffed under the floorboards? My curiosity started chewing at me until I couldn't ignore it anymore. The next morning, I grabbed my flashlight and gloves and went around the side of the house. There was an old window leading to the basement, half buried under weeds and fallen leaves. I pulled away the dead plants, scraped off some dirt with my shoe, and pressed my hand against the glass. It rattled in the frame. I put my gloved fingers under the edge, pushed upwards, and after a few tries, it slid open with a screech that made me wince. The smell hit me right away: damp wood mold, dust, and something sour like rotting cardboard. I swung my legs over and dropped down into the darkness, landing on cold concrete. I stood still for a second, letting my eyes adjust. The basement was bigger than I thought it would be. My flashlight beam swept over the walls, all covered in peeling paint and cobwebs. Pipes snaked along the ceiling beams, dripping rust-stained water onto the ground. In the corner, half covered by an old canvas drop cloth, was a grand piano. My heart skipped a beat. Who the hell leaves a piano behind? I walked over to it, lifted the cover off the keys, and pressed one. The note came out warped and sad, vibrating through the basement like a dying animal. I pressed a few more, slow and careful, each one more out of tune than the last. I started looking around, sweeping my light over shelves stacked with dusty boxes. Some had old labels like Zmaz 1978 or Attic Junk. I saw a helmet sitting on top of one box. I picked it up and realized it was an old WW2 steel pot helmet, still with the chin strap attached, though the leather was cracking and stiff. Underneath it was a gas mask, lenses clouded with age, rubber stiff and curled inward. There were medals in a wooden case, little colored ribbons, and tarnished pins I didn't recognize. It felt wrong to touch them, like I was stealing from someone's memory. Next to the boxes, propped against the wall, was a poster in a thin wooden frame. I leaned closer, and my chest tightened. It was a poster of Elvis Presley, young and smiling in that way he did back then. In the bottom corner was a black marker signature. I couldn't tell if it was real, but it looked like it. My flashlight flickered, and I smacked it against my leg, sending a beam of yellow light across the basement again. Instruments were scattered everywhere. An old acoustic guitar with a broken neck, a trumpet with dents along its bell, a violin missing strings. Sheet music lay across the floor, warped by water damage. There was a broken picture frame on top of one box, the glass cracked into a spiderweb. Inside was a wedding photo. The woman's white dress was stained yellow with age. The man next to her in a black suit, smiling wide, hair slicked back. His arm was around her waist like he couldn't believe he was allowed to touch her. I felt a tight ache in my chest looking at them. I wondered where they were now. Did they stay married? Did she die before he left? The basement felt heavy with their stories. I spent almost an hour down there, looking through boxes of old letters and postcards, finding a record player with cracked vinyl records stacked nearby. Eventually, my knees started to hurt from crouching, so I decided to check out the rest of the house. I found the basement door and pushed it open, stepping into the kitchen. The air was cold and sharp with mildew. The fridge door was cracked open, and the smell coming from it was so strong I almost gagged. Inside were old Tupperware containers filled with black, molded sludge. There was a pot on the stove with something solidified and fuzzy inside. Half-empty beer bottles stood on the counter. The liquid inside turned cloudy and chunky. A pile of unopened mail sat by the sink, yellowed and curling at the edges. Above the sink was a window, covered in grime, looking out onto the side yard where weeds had swallowed an old lawn chair and rusted barbecue. I walked into the living room. The couch was covered in dust and stained with dark patches I didn't want to think about. An ashtray overflowing with cigarette, but sat on the coffee table. Magazines were scattered across the floor, their pages wrinkled and stuck together from water damage. In the corner, a lamp still burned, its yellow bulb dim but alive, as if someone had just left it on yesterday. I flipped the switch next to the door, and the overhead light flickered to life, buzzing softly. I don't know why, but that scared me more than anything so far. How was the power still on after all these years? I walked down the hallway and found a bedroom. The bed was unmade, blankets twisted and half on the floor. A dresser stood open, clothes still folded inside. There were boots next to the closet, dusty but lined up neatly like the owner was coming back for them any minute. On the nightstand was an alarm clock blinking 12 o'clock over and over. There was a half-empty glass of water next to it, the bottom layered with green algae. I turned and looked at the staircase leading upstairs. The wooden steps were covered in dust, footprints visible from whoever had last gone up. I hesitated for a moment, my skin crawling with unease, but my curiosity was stronger. I started walking up, each step creaking under my weight. The hallway upstairs was narrow and dark. I could see the door to the bathroom half open, the mirror cracked straight down the middle. The smell up here was different, stronger, like rotten wood mixed with something sour and metallic. I walked past the bathroom towards a room at the end of the hall. As I reached for the doorknob, I heard it, a soft crying coming from the room on my left. I froze, every hair on my body standing straight up. The crying was quiet, muffled, like someone trying not to be heard. It didn't sound like an animal. It didn't sound like an old pipe groaning in the cold. It sounded like a person, I turned my flashlight towards the door. The sound stopped. I stood there, not breathing, listening so hard my ears hurt. Then it started again, quieter this time. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it. No one lived here. The place had been empty for decades. Was there a homeless person hiding out? Some runaway kid? Someone dying up here without anyone knowing? My chest tightened at the thought. I pressed my hand against the door and slowly pushed it open. The room was empty. Completely empty. No furniture, no boxes, nothing. The carpet was covered in stains and rat droppings. The crying had stopped again. I stepped inside, shining my flashlight into every corner, checking behind the door, in the closet, under the window. There was no one there. Just as I started to turn around, I heard the crying again. This time it was right behind me. I spun around so fast I almost fell. My flashlight beam swung across the empty room, the peeling wallpaper, the cracked ceiling. I stood there, shaking, waiting for something to move, for someone to step out of the shadows. But nothing happened. The crying stopped. All I could hear was my own breathing, ragged and panicked. I backed out of the room, keeping my light facing forward, down the hallway, down the stairs, through the living room and kitchen. I didn't stop until I was back in the basement, climbing out the window into the cold afternoon air. I scrambled out, fell onto the grass, and laid there for a moment, staring up at the sky, my heart pounding so hard it felt like it was trying to escape my chest. I never went back inside that house. Over the next few days, I tried to convince myself it was just old pipes making noises, or a raccoon trapped somewhere in the walls. But deep down, I knew what I heard. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't pipes. It was a person crying, and they were standing right behind me in an empty room. A week later, I called the county to report the place as a safety hazard. They came out and boarded up the windows, posted bright orange condemnation notices on the front door. Now when I walk past it, I don't look at it anymore. I keep my eyes straight ahead and my pace quick. Sometimes late at night, I lie in bed and stare at the ceiling, thinking about everything I saw down there. The wedding photo, the instruments, the beer bottles still lined up on the counter. And I think about that crying sound in the empty room. I wonder who it belonged to, or what they were crying for. I wonder if they ever left, or if they're still there, standing behind that door, waiting for someone else to come in and listen. I don't think about it for long. I force myself to roll over, close my eyes, and tell myself it doesn't matter. Because I'm never going back inside that house again. And that's the end of it. Or at least, that's what I tell myself. When I was 10 years old, I moved to my dad's place after my parents separated. It was a quiet neighborhood, a small town really, and I didn't know anyone there. My dad worked long hours, leaving early in the morning and coming home when it was already dark outside. The only people I really knew back then were the family my dad was friends with. He talked about them a lot before I moved in. There was a single mom who worked 2 jobs, and she had 3 kids. At first I was nervous meeting them. I didn't really talk much to anyone those first months, but eventually I got to know the kids a bit. There was an older boy who mostly stayed in his room, a girl who was 2 years older than me, and a younger brother who was probably 8 or 9 back then. I remember the girl the most. Her name was Stephanie. She was 12 when I met her and 14 when everything happened. We weren't exactly close, not in a best friends type of way. She had her own friends and I had mine, though our friend groups often mixed because it was a small place. There weren't many kids around, so everyone just sort of grouped together. I always thought she was really confident, the type of person who laughed loud at things I didn't even find funny, who wore bright colors to school when everyone else was wearing gray or black hoodies. She walked everywhere. She'd take her brother to the store down the road, or walk to the small park in town to hang out with friends. I'd see her walking past my dad's place sometimes, waving, her little brother trailing behind with a plastic sword or a stick in his hand. The winter when it happened was cold, really cold. The type of cold that made the skin on your knuckles crack open until it bled. I remember that year because my dad's old truck wouldn't start some mornings, and he'd have to take the neighbor's van to work. The roads were always icy, the kind of icy that made you walk like a penguin down the driveway, so you didn't fall and crack your tailbone. That was also the winter I really started making friends in the neighborhood. One of those friends was Rob. He lived just down the road from Stephanie's house. He was a year older than me and spent most of his time playing outside or riding his bike. even when it was freezing. Rob knew Stephanie better than I did. They hung out more often, though I never thought much about it. She was older than both of us, so it was always cool when she'd let us hang around. It was a week before Christmas when it happened. I remember because my dad had finally put up the Christmas tree in the living room. We didn't have many ornaments, just a few red and gold plastic balls and some silver tinsel. There were only 2 presents under the tree, both from my mom, who mailed them from her place. I spent a lot of evenings sitting on the couch looking at that tree, feeling weird about how empty the house still felt even with all the twinkling lights. That night, my dad was working late again. I was sitting in the living room watching TV when my phone buzzed. It was Rob, telling me he was hanging out at Stephanie's house. I didn't go. I was too tired from school, and it was already dark out, the type of dark where the street lamps flickered orange and made everything look even creepier outside. I didn't know it at the time, but Stephanie and her little brother were home alone. Their mom worked the late shift at a care home just outside of town. I guess it was normal for them to be home alone. She was old enough to watch her brother, and it was never really an issue before. Their mom always came home around midnight, and the kids would already be in bed. That night, Rob went over just to hang out. I think they were just watching TV or listening to music in the living room. He didn't plan on staying long. That was what he told me later, when I finally saw him after everything happened. The part that makes this whole thing even worse is how normal it was right up until it wasn't. There was a knock on the door, and Stephanie thought it was her mom. I guess her mom always knocked a certain way before coming in, and whoever was at the door must have knocked just like that. Rob told me later he felt weird about it right away. He wasn't supposed to be there. Stephanie's mom didn't really like when she had friends over when she wasn't home, and definitely not boys. So when he heard the knock, he just panicked. He ran to the window, opened it, and climbed out. Their house was only a couple feet off the ground, so it wasn't hard. He ran straight home and didn't think about it again until later that night. It wasn't her mom. That's the part that makes my chest feel tight even now, all these years later. The woman at the door was someone Stephanie's mom had talked about before to her co-workers. Her mom worked at the care home, helping older people and people who couldn't live on their own. There was a lady there who had a sister in a mental institution. The sister had been let out recently. Somehow, through talking, she found out where Stephanie's family lived. She knew their mom's working schedule. She knew the kids would be home alone. I don't know exactly what happened after she got into the house. No one really does, except the little brother, and he never talked about it after. All I know is that she came in and did something so horrible that even thinking about it makes me feel like I'm going to throw up. Somehow, Stephanie's little brother got away. He ran to the neighbors barefoot in the snow to call the police. I don't know if he saw everything, or if he just saw enough to know he had to run. The police came. Ambulances came too, but there was nothing they could do. She was gone by the time anyone arrived. I heard later that the woman decapitated her. I didn't understand what that meant at first. I remember sitting on my bed with my dad standing in the doorway, telling me what had happened. I didn't cry right away because I didn't really get it. I didn't understand what decapitated meant. I asked him. He told me it meant she cut her head off. I still didn't cry, not then. It was like my body froze up and couldn't move. I just sat there staring at the floor, at a small stain on the carpet where I had spilled juice the week before. I remember thinking about how mad my dad was when I spilled it, and wondering if Stephanie's mom would be mad about blood on the carpet. My brain didn't know what to think. It was too big to understand. I heard later from other kids at school that when the police came in, they found Stephanie's body naked in the bathtub. Her head was missing. The woman hid it somewhere in the house. The cops had to search through everything, even the wrapped Christmas presents under the tree. That part stuck with me the most. The idea that her head might have been in a box meant for Christmas, that the people who found it had to see it like that. I don't know where they found it in the end, but they did. The woman was arrested, of course. She didn't even try to hide what she did. I think she was too far gone in her mind to understand what she had done. I wasn't allowed to go to Stephanie's funeral. My dad said it would be too much for me, that funerals were hard enough without something like that hanging over them. I didn't argue. I didn't want to go anyway. I didn't want to see everyone crying. I didn't want to sit there and picture what had happened to her, how scared she must have been, how painful it must have been. I spent the day of her funeral sitting on the couch staring at our little Christmas tree. The 2 presents from my mom still sat under it, wrapped in shiny red paper. I didn't touch them. I didn't feel like it was okay to open them. It felt wrong to celebrate anything after what happened. Afterwards, the house where it happened stayed empty for a long time. No one wanted to buy it. I'd walk past it on my way to the store sometimes. The blinds were always closed, and there were dead leaves piled up against the front steps. Sometimes I thought I saw someone looking out the window, but I knew it was just my mind playing tricks on me. Rob changed after that. He didn't hang out as much. He stayed home more, stopped talking to a lot of people. I think he blamed himself for leaving that night. I don't think it would have changed anything even if he had stayed, but I know that kind of logic doesn't really work when you're carrying guilt like that. That winter felt like it lasted forever. Even after the snow melted, everything felt cold. School felt different. No one talked about what happened directly, but everyone felt it. There was an empty desk in one of the classes that no one sat in. Teachers stopped mentioning her name. Kids who used to hang out with her stopped laughing as loud as they used to. Everyone moved a little slower, a little quieter. Even when Christmas finally came, it felt wrong to celebrate it. I opened my mom's presents on Christmas morning while my dad drank his coffee in silence. He didn't even bother making pancakes like he usually did. We just sat there in the living room with the TV playing Christmas movies in the background. I don't even remember what my mom got me that year. Years later, after I moved out of my dad's house and started working, I drove through that neighborhood again. The house was still there, but someone else was living in it. They painted it a different color, changed the curtains, put potted plants on the porch. But I still felt sick looking at it. I didn't stop. I just kept driving, thinking about Stephanie and how I never really got to know her. I always thought we'd have more time to become better friends. But that's the thing about time. You never really know how much you have until it's gone. I think about her every Christmas, about the snow that winter, and how the air felt sharp enough to cut your skin. I think about her brother, about Rob, about how something like that never really leaves you, no matter how many years pass. It's been so long now, but every winter when the sky turns that particular pale gray and the trees are bare, I think about her walking down the street in her bright jackets, her brother chasing her with a stick, and the way she'd wave at me when I watched from my window. It's not something I talk about. It's not something I tell people when they ask about scary things that have happened to me. Because it wasn't just scary. It was real. It was death and blood and grief, and it changed the way I saw the world forever. Some things are too heavy to share out loud. Some things are meant to stay quiet, buried deep, just like her memory buried itself in my chest, where it still lives, cold and sharp like that winter air. I remember that day so clearly, like it's burned into my mind. It started off like any normal workday. I woke up around 6, just before my alarm, and lay there listening to the sound of the ceiling fan turning in slow circles. My wife was asleep next to me. She worked nights at the hospital, so mornings were when she usually crashed into a deep sleep, her breathing slow and even. I slipped out of bed quietly, trying not to wake her. I remember I stood in the bathroom brushing my teeth, staring at my own tired face in the mirror, thinking about the long day ahead. I had back-to-back meetings at work and a report I needed to finish by lunch. I didn't think about anything else that morning, just work, bills, and the usual grind. I kissed her forehead before I left. She didn't even stir. The drive to work was quiet. The highway wasn't too crowded that early, and I remember how the sun was just coming up, turning everything a kind of dusty orange. I got to work, parked in my usual spot under the big oak tree, and went inside. The building always smelled like burnt coffee in the mornings, and the air conditioning was turned up too high. I remember shivering as I walked to my cubicle. I sat down, turned on my computer, and got lost in emails. It was around 10:30 when my phone rang. I looked at the screen and saw it was my wife. That was strange. She never called me during the day. I felt a little jolt in my chest. I picked up the phone and just heard her voice sounding groggy and unsettled. She told me to call my friend Danny. She didn't say why at first, just that I needed to call him and check in. I asked her what was going on, and she paused for a while before saying she'd had a dream, but she couldn't remember it. She just felt like I needed to call Danny. I felt confused, but also a little uneasy. She wasn't the type to say things like that for no reason. She sounded worried, even though dreams never meant anything to me. Her tone was enough to push me into action. I hung up and stared at the cubicle wall for a minute, thinking about it. Then I picked up my phone again and scrolled to Danny's number. I'd known Danny for years. We met in college, both young and stupid back then, drinking cheap beer in plastic cups and talking about the future like we had any clue. Now he lived a few towns over with his wife and 2 kids. We didn't talk every day, but we stayed in touch, checking in every couple of weeks. I called him. When he answered, his voice was cheerful. I told him about my wife's call, feeling awkward because it sounded silly to say out loud that she had a dream and wanted me to check on him. But he took it lightly, chuckled a bit, and told me everything was fine. I felt a bit embarrassed for calling him with no real reason, but he seemed to appreciate it in a way, like he knew it was coming from a place of care. He said his family was good, and he was just about to leave for work. I told him to take care, and we hung up. I called my wife back to tell her. She was quiet on the other end when I said Danny and his family were fine. I could tell she didn't believe it, but she didn't say much more. She just told me okay, and that was it. I went back to work, trying to focus on my report, but I kept thinking about her call. The feeling stuck with me all day like a stone in my shoe. I kept checking my phone every hour, half expecting another call from her, half expecting some news from Danny. It was later that evening when I found out. I had gotten home, changed out of my work clothes, and was sitting at the kitchen table with her while she ate her breakfast before leaving for her night shift. I was scrolling through social media absent-mindedly when my phone buzzed with a message from Danny. All it said was, "Call me when you can." I felt my stomach tighten. I called him right away, walking out onto the back porch so my wife couldn't hear. His voice was different this time. It was flat, hollow, like there was no life behind it. He told me that about half an hour after I called him, he got a call from his uncle in Florida. His son, who had been living down there for a year with his mother, had hanged himself. He was only 17. I remember standing there on the porch, staring out at the yard. The grass was long because I hadn't had time to cut it in weeks. The sun was setting, turning the sky pink and gray, and there were a few birds sitting on the fence. I just stood there listening to him breathe on the other end of the line, not knowing what to say. I didn't say anything. I just let him sit there in silence with me, because I didn't know what words could possibly help. After a while, he said he had to go. He sounded like he was about to cry, but he hung up before he did. I walked back inside, and my wife was sitting at the table sipping her coffee. She looked up at me, and I guess she could tell something was wrong. I told her what happened. She didn't say anything. She just stared down at the table, her eyes glazed over like she was somewhere else. I could see the goosebumps rising on her arms. Then she just got up, put her mug in the sink, and went to the bedroom to get dressed for work. I sat there for a while, staring at the empty chair where she had been sitting, listening to the quiet hum of the refrigerator and the ticking of the clock on the wall. After she left for work, I went and sat on the porch again. The sun had gone down completely by then, and the air was getting cooler. I sat there for a long time, thinking about Danny, thinking about his son, thinking about the dream my wife had. I thought about how she didn't even remember the dream itself, only that it made her think of Danny. I wondered what it felt like to wake up from a dream like that, with a weight on your chest so heavy it forced you to act. I wondered if I would have called Danny if she hadn't told me to. Probably not. He would have found out anyway, but I still think about it, about how thin the threads are that hold us to each other, how something as small as a dream can carry the feeling of death in it before it arrives. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing Danny's face in my mind, the way his voice sounded on the phone. I kept thinking about his son, about what it must feel like to get that call, to hear those words. I thought about the times Danny had told me about his boy, about his grades, about the football games he went to. I remembered one day years ago when we were all at the park for a barbecue, and his son was still a kid, running around with ketchup on his face and grass stains on his jeans. He had been laughing so hard that day, chasing after a red frisbee that kept landing in the dirt. I didn't tell anyone else about the dream, about the phone call, or about what happened after. It felt like something I had to keep to myself. My wife never brought it up again either. It was like it just vanished from her mind, like the dream itself. But I still think about it. Even now, all these years later, I think about it when I wake up in the middle of the night and the world feels silent and heavy. I think about Danny. I think about his son. I think about how my wife woke up that day with a dream she couldn't remember and a feeling she couldn't shake, and how the world kept turning anyway. Sometimes I wonder about all the other dreams we forget. The ones that vanish the second we open our eyes, slipping away before we even know they were there. I wonder what they carry. I wonder if they're just nonsense, broken fragments of our thoughts, or if they're warnings we just don't hear. I wonder if it would have changed anything if she had remembered it clearly, if I had called Danny sooner. Probably not. But I still wonder. That day taught me something I didn't want to learn. That sometimes there is no reason, no explanation, just a heavy feeling that sinks into your bones and stays there forever. I still see Danny every now and then. He's quieter than he used to be, but he smiles when he sees me. We don't talk about his son. We don't talk about that day. We just sit together, usually on his porch, drinking coffee or beer, looking out at his yard as the sun goes down. Sometimes, when the light fades and the sky turns that deep blue, I look over at him and wonder what dreams he has now, and if they wake him up at night, leaving him with a feeling he can't shake and no memory of why. Because some things stay with you forever, even if you don't talk about them. Some things sink so deep into you that no amount of time can pull them out. That day was one of those things for me. I don't think it'll ever leave. And every time my wife wakes up from a dream and sits there in the dark, staring at the wall, I feel my chest tighten. I wait for her to say something. Most times she doesn't. But when she does, I listen, and I believe her. Because even if I don't understand it, even if it never makes sense, I know better than to ignore it. Not after that day. Not after Danny. Not after his son. I got off work around 6 that evening. It was one of those days where your brain feels half melted by the time you clock out. My feet hurt from standing all day. My back ached from bending and lifting boxes, and my arms felt heavy even just carrying my keys and phone back inside. When I got home, I kicked off my shoes by the front door and walked upstairs to my room on the second floor, shutting the door behind me like always. My little brother was downstairs in the living room, glued to the TV with his usual pile of snacks around him. I could hear the TV echoing faintly through the house as I laid down on my bed. The ceiling fan was spinning slowly above me, creaking with every turn. The dog, Daisy, was curled up just outside my door in the hallway. She always stayed there when I was in my room, like my personal guard dog, even though she was just a brown and white mutt with a stubby tail and a slightly crooked ear. I could hear her breathing softly, little puffs of air as she drifted off. I laid there scrolling on my phone, barely moving. My uniform smelled like sweat and old cardboard. I planned on showering but didn't have the energy yet, so I just scrolled through memes, half reading them, eyes drooping every few minutes. Outside my window the sun was dipping down, the sky turning a dull pinkish gray. I could hear a car or two pass by in the street below. The house was warm but not too hot. Everything felt normal. Safe. Then Daisy started up. At first it was just a low whine, and I ignored it, thinking she was dreaming or wanted to come inside my room. But suddenly she exploded with noise. Barking, howling, claws skittering on the hardwood as she jumped around. The suddenness of it made me jolt upright. My heart thumped hard in my chest. She barked and barked like someone was at the door or she'd seen a squirrel, but it sounded different. More intense, almost frantic. I swung my legs off the bed to stand up, ready to open my door and tell her to chill out before she woke the whole street. As I reached for the doorknob, I heard a man's voice. Deep and calm, like someone talking to a puppy. It said, "Ah, that's a good girl." The words went through me like a cold breeze. I paused with my hand on the knob. It wasn't my brother's voice. It wasn't squeaky and teenage. It wasn't my dad's voice either, deeper but rougher from smoking. The only person it could have been was my dad's friend, our roommate. He sometimes got off work early and came home before my dad. I relaxed a bit then and called out, "Oh, you're home early," as I twisted the knob and opened the door. But when I stepped out into the hallway, there was no one. Just Daisy, tail wagging hard, her entire but swinging back and forth with the force of it. Her tongue lolled out the side of her mouth as she looked up at me, then turned her head back to stare down the hallway toward the staircase like she was waiting for someone to come back. The hair on the back of my neck lifted a little. I called out again, but didn't hear anything back. I walked to the top of the stairs and looked down. The TV was still playing loudly in the living room. My little brother was sitting cross-legged on the carpet, controller in hand, eyes locked on the screen. He heard me moving around and shouted up, "What the hell did you say to Daisy? She's freaking out down here." I called back, "What do you mean? I just came out because she was barking." He paused his game and came stomping up the stairs. He was wearing his usual black sweatpants and an old hoodie with holes in the sleeves. He looked annoyed, his hair all flat on one side from leaning on the couch cushion. I heard someone say "good girl" to her. I thought it was you or Dan. We both went quiet then, looking at each other. Daisy kept wagging her tail, eyes locked on the empty space at the end of the hallway. The skin on my arms prickled up. My brother grabbed his BB gun from his room, and I pulled out my butterfly knife from my nightstand drawer. We didn't really think someone was there, but the voice was so clear. It felt like we had to check. We searched every room upstairs first. My room, his room, the bathroom, our dad's room. The closets were empty except for old coats, spare sheets, dusty boxes. I checked under my bed, even though there wasn't enough space for a person to hide there. We went downstairs, flicking on every light. We checked behind the couch, under the kitchen table, in the laundry room. Nothing. The back door was locked. All the windows were locked too. Finally, we checked the garage. It smelled like oil and old tools in there. The car was gone. Dad was still at work, and Dan's motorcycle was gone too, which meant he wasn't home yet either. My brother walked around with his BB gun raised like a SWAT officer, clearing corners dramatically. I flicked on the light by the water heater and checked behind it. Nothing. The dog followed us around, wagging happily, sniffing corners like we were playing a fun game with her. After we finished checking the garage, we both stood there for a minute in the quiet. I could hear my own breathing loud in my ears. My brother lowered his BB gun and looked at me with wide eyes. Who the hell said that then? I didn't answer. We both walked back into the house. Daisy trotted in ahead of us and laid back down in the hallway like nothing had happened. I shut my bedroom door and locked it when I went back in. I sat down on my bed, staring at the floor for a while. The sun was fully down now, and the only light in my room came from my phone screen and the dim lamp in the corner. Later that night, when Dad and Dan got home, we told them what happened. They just shrugged it off. Dad said maybe we imagined it, or maybe someone's TV was playing loud outside. But our windows had been closed, and the voice sounded like it was inside the house, just a few feet from where I stood behind my door. I never really figured it out. We never heard it again, and Daisy never acted that way again either. But sometimes, when I'm home alone, and the dog perks her ears up at nothing, I feel that same prickle on the back of my neck. That cold feeling that makes your arms break out in goosebumps. Like someone is standing just behind me, breathing softly, waiting for me to turn around. But I don't turn around. I just keep my eyes forward and pretend I didn't hear anything at all. Because I don't want to hear that voice ever again. I don't really like thinking about that night because it makes my chest feel tight. But sometimes I lie in bed and my brain just goes back to it without me wanting it to. I was working at the warehouse back then, the one near the old railway yard. I did night shifts for extra pay, mostly just walking up and down checking doors, loading small pallets, sometimes wrapping packages. It was quiet work. Most nights nothing happened, just the sound of forklifts humming in the distance or metal carts rattling when someone moved them. That night started like any other. It was hot, hotter than usual for late September. I remember walking from the break room to the side dock just to get some air. The warehouse is huge, the ceiling's so high you feel small, with long rows of shelves stacked with brown boxes tied in clear wrap. It smells like cardboard, oil, and dust. Outside the loading dock, the air smelled like warm gravel and faint diesel from trucks parked for the morning. My shift started at 6 p.m. and would end at 4 a.m. By midnight, my legs already ached. I took my 15-minute break sitting on a crate, looking at my phone. At some point, the supervisor asked me to check pallets at the far end near the disused part of the building. It used to be a steel fabrication area decades ago before they turned it into storage, but half of it was still blocked off with old yellow chains and faded caution signs. They never cleaned that side properly. Pipes stuck out from the floor, walls had stains, and the concrete was cracked. I grabbed my scanner gun and walked down the middle aisle. The fluorescent lights flickered every now and then, making that buzzing noise that gets under your skin. The wheels of my work boots crunched bits of fallen cardboard corners and stray staples on the ground. The pallets I needed to scan were way in the back corner, almost where the lights ended. I hate that side of the building. You can hear water dripping somewhere even though no pipes are active back there, and it feels colder than the rest of the place. I started scanning boxes, checking numbers, ticking them off on the gun. I like the beeping sound it makes because it breaks up the silence. I finished the last pallet on my list and turned around to head back. As I walked past one of the blocked-off areas, I noticed the yellow chain was broken and lying on the floor. I stopped for a second and just looked at it. It wasn't snapped or cut, just unhooked from one of the rusty poles. I bent down and hooked it back in place. I felt uneasy, like I was trespassing even though it was part of the building. When I stood up, I heard a dragging sound behind me, like something heavy being pulled across concrete. My body went still. I held my breath without even thinking. The sound stopped. I turned slowly, looking back towards the dark part behind the chain. Nothing moved. I told myself maybe it was an old pallet shifting, or maybe a rat knocking something over. But it didn't sound like that. It sounded too long, too steady. I walked away faster than usual, feeling my knees weak, the scanner gun cold and slippery in my hand from sweat. As I moved back into the lit area, I felt stupid for feeling scared. I told myself it was nothing. I kept working for another hour, moving boxes closer to the front for morning pickup. But that feeling in my stomach wouldn't leave. It was like I could feel eyes on my back, but every time I turned around, there was nothing. Just metal racks stacked with boxes of gloves, hardware, car parts. Just shelves and concrete and shadows. At around 2 in the morning, I had to take trash to the dumpster out back. The dumpster is behind the building, down a narrow lane between the warehouse and the old rail fence. There's one light above the back door, but the rest of the lane is dark. I hate going out there alone, especially at night. I rolled the trash bin outside, the wheels squeaking over cracks in the concrete. The air smelled sharp, like rust and old oil from the dumpster. I opened the metal lid, holding it with one hand while I tipped the bag in with the other. The metal banged loud when I dropped the lid. When I turned around to pull the trash bin back inside, I froze. There was someone standing down near the fence, halfway hidden by shadows. My heart jumped so hard it felt like my ribs shook. I couldn't see their face, just a tall shape, maybe 6 feet, wearing dark clothes. They weren't moving. They just stood there, like they were waiting. I couldn't tell if they were looking at me. I couldn't even move at first. Then I forced myself to push the trash bin inside as quickly as I could without running. Once I got back inside, I locked the door. My hands were shaking so bad I had to sit down on an overturned bucket for a minute. I tried to think of reasons why someone would be out there. Maybe a homeless guy looking for cans, or a driver resting between routes. But why just stand there, hidden in the dark? Why not move or say something? My skin crawled thinking about it. I went back to work, but my head kept turning to look at the back door, waiting to see the handle turn or hear knocking. Nothing happened. At 3:30, I took my last break before shift end. I sat on a pile of flattened boxes near the side dock, drinking water. My mouth felt dry and my chest tight. I just wanted the night to end. Then I heard it again, the dragging sound. This time it was coming from the other side of the metal wall, like someone was dragging something along the exterior of the building. The sound moved slowly towards the dock door. I stood up and stepped back into the warehouse, listening. The dragging stopped. I waited, feeling sweat roll down my neck. Then I heard a loud metallic clang against the dock door. My legs almost gave out. It was like someone hit the metal from outside with something heavy. I ran to the main warehouse floor, finding the supervisor by the pallet stacker. He looked at me with tired eyes when I told him I heard noises outside. He sighed and said probably raccoons or stray dogs. He told me to finish my area before clocking out. I didn't go back to the dock. I stayed on the main floor, moving boxes around, cleaning up empty wrap rolls. My eyes kept flicking to the dock door, expecting to see it rattle or bulge inward. At 4, the shift ended. I clocked out and walked to my car parked near the dark side of the building. I walked fast, scanning the shadows. My car felt like safety. As soon as I got in and locked the doors, I exhaled, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles went white. I started the engine and pulled out. As I drove past the side of the building, my headlights swept over the fence line where I saw that person earlier. My stomach dropped. There was a man standing there again, same spot. This time he was facing me directly. His clothes were dark, and his hair was long and unkempt. He looked like he hadn't washed in weeks. His face was thin, and his eyes were wide open, staring right into my headlights. He didn't move. He just stood there watching as I drove past. I drove home with my heart pounding, checking my rearview mirror the whole way, half expecting to see him chasing my car down the empty streets. When I got home, the sun was just starting to come up. I sat in my car for a while before going inside, trying to calm down. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I didn't sleep well that day. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face, pale and wide-eyed, staring at me from the fence line. I called off work the next night. I told them I was sick. I couldn't face going back there so soon, not after that. When I did go back 2 days later, I told the supervisor again about the man outside. He just shrugged and said he'd ask security to do a drive around that week. But I knew they wouldn't find anything. That man wasn't there for the dumpster or the fence. He was there for people, watching them, waiting for them to be alone. After that, I never took trash out by myself again. I never worked past midnight alone on the far end of the building. If something fell or a chain was down, I left it for day shift. The feeling I had that night never really left me. Even now, when I park in dark places or walk near fences at night, my chest tightens. I keep thinking about that dragging sound, the clang against the metal door, and his eyes staring at me in the dark like he'd been there the whole time, waiting for the moment I was alone. I woke up at 5 that morning because I couldn't sleep. My body felt heavy, and my eyes burned from tossing and turning all night. The fan above me spun slowly, clicking with each rotation like a heartbeat echoing in the silent room. The sheets were twisted around my legs. I pulled them off and sat on the edge of the bed for a while, staring at the dark window. It was still too early for the sun to rise, but the birds were already starting to wake up. Their chirps came faint through the closed glass. I rubbed my face and sighed. I got up and walked into the kitchen. The tile floor was cold under my feet. I made myself a cup of coffee, holding the mug close to my face to feel the heat against my skin. I didn't turn on any lights. I just stood there in the dim glow of the streetlights outside. My phone was charging on the counter. I checked the time again. 5:12. Too early to do anything productive, but too late to go back to sleep. I finished my coffee and set the mug down in the sink. My stomach was tight and uncomfortable. I wasn't sure if I was hungry or sick. After standing there for a while, I decided to go out for a walk. Maybe it would help clear my head. I put on my shoes without socks, grabbed my keys, and stepped outside. The air was humid and heavy, with a faint smell of dirt and grass. It felt like it would be another hot day. The sky was still dark but turning that deep blue before sunrise. The street was silent, not even cars driving past. I walked down the driveway and turned onto the road. I walked with my hands in my pockets, kicking small stones off the asphalt as I went. The neighborhood was quiet, and every house I passed was dark except for a few porch lights left on overnight. My footsteps echoed on the road. As I walked, I noticed how still everything felt, like the world was paused, waiting for something to happen. Even the trees weren't moving. I walked past the small park near the entrance to the neighborhood. The swings moved slightly, probably from the breeze I couldn't feel. I kept going, heading towards the trail that ran along the creek behind the houses. It wasn't a proper trail, just a dirt path people used to cut through to the other side of the street or walk their dogs. I had walked it plenty of times in the day, but never this early in the morning when it was still dark. I reached the entrance to the trail. It was just 2 posts with a chain hanging low between them. I stepped over it and walked onto the dirt path. The trees around the trail were thick. Branches hung low, and I had to duck under a few. The dirt was damp from the sprinklers that ran at night. I could hear the creek running faintly in the distance, just a quiet trickling sound through the brush. As I walked deeper down the trail, it got darker. The tree canopy blocked out the faint blue sky above. I could barely see where I was stepping, but my feet knew the path well enough to follow it. The smell of damp earth and decaying leaves was strong. Every so often, I heard rustling in the bushes to the side, probably rabbits or possums. I tried not to think about it too much. I walked until I reached the small wooden bridge that crossed the creek. The bridge was old, and the wood creaked under my weight as I stepped onto it. I stopped in the middle and leaned against the railing, looking down at the water. I couldn't see much, just the dark surface reflecting tiny specks of the sky. I stood there for a long time, listening to the water and the occasional rustle in the bushes. I started feeling like someone was watching me. I turned and looked back down the path, but it was empty, just the dark trail and the trees standing silent. I felt my chest tighten a little. The feeling wouldn't go away, like there were eyes hidden somewhere between the trunks, staring at me. I took a deep breath and shook my head. I told myself it was just the dark playing tricks on me. I turned and started walking back across the bridge. As I stepped off the bridge, I heard something snap behind me. A branch, like someone had stepped on it. I stopped. My heart thudded hard in my chest. I turned around slowly and looked back at the bridge. There was nothing there. Just the wooden planks and the railing disappearing into the darkness. I stood still for a few seconds, straining my ears to hear anything else. There was nothing. Just the creek and the faint chirping of early birds. I turned back towards the trail and kept walking, a little faster this time. The feeling of being watched only grew stronger. Every step I took, I felt like something was following just behind me, staying in the dark. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the sound of my shoes crunching on the dirt. The path curved to the left, and as I rounded the corner, I heard another rustle behind me, louder this time, like something moving quickly through the brush. My chest felt tight, and my breath came out shaky. I didn't want to turn around, but I did. Again, nothing. Just darkness and trees. I started walking faster, almost a jog, but I tried to keep my steps quiet. My ears rang with the sound of blood rushing through them. My mouth was dry. I didn't want to run because I felt like whatever it was would chase me if I did. I just kept my pace fast and steady. The exit to the trail was up ahead, the faint glow of streetlights filtering through the trees. I focused on that light, telling myself I just needed to get there. I was only a few meters away when I heard a sudden crashing noise behind me, like something big running through the bushes. I felt a jolt of fear shoot through my chest, and I broke into a run. My feet pounded on the dirt, and my breath came out in short gasps. I burst out of the trail entrance onto the street. I turned around quickly, looking back at the dark path. There was nothing there, just silence. My whole body was shaking. Sweat dripped down my back. I stood there under the streetlight, trying to catch my breath. My heart was hammering so hard I felt like I might throw up. I kept staring at the entrance to the trail, waiting to see something step out. But nothing did. I turned and started walking back towards home. My legs felt weak, and I could barely keep a straight pace. I kept looking behind me every few steps, checking to see if I was being followed. The sun was starting to rise now, painting the sky in pale orange. The birds were louder, and I could hear the distant hum of cars on the main road as people started their morning commutes. When I got back home, I locked the door behind me and leaned against it, breathing hard. My shirt was damp with sweat. I walked to the kitchen and poured myself a glass of water, drinking it down in one long gulp. My hands were shaking so much I almost dropped the glass. I set it down on the counter and sat at the table, staring at nothing. I didn't know what had followed me down that trail. Maybe it was a stray dog or a coyote. Maybe it was just a deer running through the brush. But the way it moved didn't feel like an animal. It felt like it was purposefully staying just out of sight, watching me, staying close enough that I could hear it, but not see it. Like it knew how to stay hidden. I sat there for a long time, waiting for the sun to fully rise. When the room was bright and the shadows were gone, I finally felt like I could breathe again. I got up and took a shower, washing off the sweat and dirt. As the water ran down my face, I thought about how close it had felt. Whatever it was just behind me, close enough to reach out and grab me if it wanted to. That feeling stayed with me all day. I tried to distract myself with work and chores around the house, but every time I closed my eyes I saw the dark trail and heard the branches snapping behind me. I kept checking the windows, looking out into the yard like I expected to see something standing there. When night came again, I made sure every door and window was locked. I closed the blinds and turned on all the lights in the house. I didn't want any shadows. I didn't want to see the dark. I lay in bed that night, staring at the ceiling fan spinning above me. The clicking sound echoed through the room. I pulled the blanket up to my chest and tried to calm my breathing. I told myself it was just an animal. There was nothing out there. But no matter how many times I told myself that, I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't over. That whatever had been out there in the dark, whatever had followed me down that trail, was still out there. Watching, waiting. I didn't sleep much that night. Every noise outside made my heart jump. I kept thinking about how quiet it was on that trail, how empty it felt, and how close it came without me ever seeing it. And I knew deep down that I would never walk that trail in the dark again. Because whatever it was, I didn't want to find out what it would do if I let it get close enough to touch me. I woke up before my alarm even had the chance to ring. The room was still dark except for the faint blue glow from my phone charging on the small wooden table beside my bed. For a few minutes, I just laid there listening to the ticking of the clock on the wall. It felt colder than usual. I could hear a slight rattle of the window frame every now and then from the morning breeze outside. After staring at the ceiling for a while, I finally pulled myself out of bed. My back cracked as I stretched my arms upward. I walked barefoot across the cold cement floor towards the bathroom, trying not to step on the pair of sandals lying in the middle of the path. I turned on the tap and splashed water on my face. I felt tired, but I knew I had a long day ahead. I was supposed to go help an old acquaintance clear out his grandfather's small abandoned cabin up in the hills. He was planning to sell the land, but wanted to clean out the place first. I didn't have anything else planned for that Sunday, so I agreed when he asked me earlier in the week. It was only about an hour drive north, then a short hike off the side of a dirt road. I put on a pair of faded jeans, a gray t-shirt, and my old black hoodie. Before leaving, I made some toast, standing by the kitchen window while eating it slowly. Outside, I could see the neighbor's cat sitting on the brick wall, licking its paw over and over. The street was quiet. I didn't bother making coffee. I grabbed my backpack and checked if I had everything: water bottle, small first aid pouch, a snack bar, gloves, and my folding knife. I locked the door behind me and got into my car. The drive was peaceful. The sun came up slowly as I went further away from town. The roads became narrower and bumpier as I drove past open fields, then groves of tall, thin trees with dark green leaves that barely moved in the breeze. I drove with my window half down, feeling the cool air blowing into the car. There was a slight smell of damp earth mixed with wildflowers growing on the roadside. Eventually, I turned onto an unmarked dirt road that curved up a hill. I followed it until I saw his car parked under a small tree. I parked behind it and turned off the engine. For a moment, I just sat there listening to the quiet. I could hear some birds calling out from deeper in the woods. When I got out, I saw him standing a few meters away. He nodded at me and started walking. I followed. We walked uphill for about 20 minutes through the trees. The ground was uneven with dry leaves crunching under my boots. The path wasn't really a path, more like a natural clearing where grass didn't grow. My legs were already tired by the time I saw the small wooden cabin ahead. The door was hanging slightly open, the roof sagging in the middle, and the whole place looked gray and forgotten. He told me to start cleaning out anything we could carry down while he looked for some old tools behind the shed. I didn't argue. I pushed the door open fully and stepped inside. It smelled of stale air, old wood, and something else I couldn't place at first. Dust floated around me as the sun came through the cracked windows. There was a small metal-framed bed in the corner with a thin mattress that looked like it hadn't been slept on in decades. An old desk stood against the other wall with a broken oil lamp and a rusted tin cup on top. In the far corner, a stack of newspapers sat half-collapsed with mouse droppings scattered around them. I started gathering some of the old tools and items lying on the floor. I stacked them near the door to carry out later. After half an hour, I felt sweat rolling down my back. The air felt heavy inside. I stepped back out to breathe in the fresh breeze. He was still behind the shed, moving some rusted metal pipes around. I decided to check the small attached storage room before taking the first load down. I pushed the warped door with my shoulder until it scraped open. Inside it was darker. The small window was covered with something from the outside. I could smell that strange bitter odor stronger in here. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight. The floor was littered with old paint cans, tangled fishing lines, rotting cardboard boxes, and a few broken clay pots. I bent down to pick up some small metal items when I noticed a pile of what looked like old rags shoved into the corner under a broken shelf. The smell was stronger there. I moved closer and poked at the rags with a stick lying nearby. They weren't just rags. There was something else mixed in with them. I crouched down and used the stick to pull away some of the cloth. That's when I saw hair. Dark brown hair stuck together in clumps. My stomach tightened. I pushed the cloth away more and saw a part of a face, or what used to be a face. The skin was dried and sunken, stretched tight over the cheekbone. The eye socket was dark and empty. I dropped the stick and scrambled backwards, almost knocking over a box of rusted nails. For a few seconds, I just stood there staring at it. My breathing felt tight. My ears rang a little. I looked back into the main room to see if he was there, but he wasn't. I didn't want to shout. My chest felt cold, like my heart was beating in ice water. I turned back towards the corner and forced myself to look again. The body was curled up, knees drawn to chest, like it had been shoved in or crawled there. The clothes were barely visible, just scraps of dark cloth stuck to bone. I backed out of the storage room and stood in the main cabin, feeling my pulse in my temples. I kept thinking about how long it must have been there, who it was, why they were there. I could hear him walking back around from the shed. I didn't want to be the one to find something like that. I didn't want to deal with police and questions. I didn't want to see the newspapers later with my name quoted under some article about human remains found in an abandoned cabin. I walked outside and told him we needed to leave. He looked at me and asked why, but I just shook my head and started walking back down the hill. My legs felt shaky on the uneven ground. The sun was higher now, warm on my face, but my arms felt cold and my fingertips tingled. I kept picturing that face in the darkness of the storage room. Every time I blinked, I saw the empty eye socket. When I reached my car, I unlocked it and got in, shutting the door hard behind me. I sat there with my hands gripping the steering wheel. My breathing felt shallow, and I forced myself to take long, deep breaths. He was still up by the cabin, probably confused about why I left so suddenly. I didn't care. I just wanted to go home. I started the engine and turned the car around carefully on the narrow dirt road. As I drove back down towards the main road, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone running after me. But there was nothing, just the empty winding track behind me. The drive home felt longer than the drive there. I kept the window shut this time. The radio was off. All I could hear was the humming of the engine and the crunch of gravel under the tires. My hands felt clammy on the steering wheel. Every few minutes, I would rub them on my jeans to dry them. When I finally got back to town, I pulled into the small grocery store parking lot and just sat there for a while. I watched people coming and going with their shopping bags, kids running around the entrance, a man in an orange vest gathering shopping carts. Everything felt normal, peaceful, like what I just saw didn't even exist in the same world as this. Eventually, I drove home. I parked in the usual spot under the neem tree. I locked the car and walked upstairs to my apartment. I threw my backpack on the floor and went straight to the bathroom to wash my hands and face. The water felt ice cold against my skin. I sat down on the edge of my bed and stared at the floor. My room felt safe and clean. The fan spun lazily above me. That night I lay in bed for hours, unable to sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the dark storage room with the body curled up in the corner. I kept thinking about who it was, what had happened, why no one found them before, why they were left like that. I wondered if they were scared when it happened, or if they simply fell asleep and never woke up. My chest felt heavy every time I imagined their last moments in that dark place, with no one there, no one coming to look. Days passed. I didn't tell anyone about it. I kept waiting to see something on the news about the discovery, but nothing ever came up. I guessed he decided to call the authorities eventually, or maybe he didn't. I stopped replying to his messages. I didn't want to think about it anymore. But late at night when the room was quiet, and the only sound was my own breathing, I would see that eye socket again, empty and dark, and feel that same cold tightness in my chest. I started taking longer walks around the neighborhood, just to be outside among people, cars, lights, dogs barking from yards. It made the memory feel smaller somehow. Less sharp, less heavy. Life carried on. People carried their shopping bags. Kids played cricket in the street. The neighbors hosed down their driveways every morning. I watched all of it, standing quietly with my hands in my pockets, feeling the sun on my face, trying to forget the cold darkness of that storage room. And I knew, no matter how normal everything looked, there would always be places like that out there, silent and hidden, holding secrets that no one wanted to find. I never liked driving at night. The darkness always felt too big, like it swallowed up everything beyond what my headlights could touch. But that evening, I didn't really have a choice. I was coming back from visiting my uncle in the next town over. It was already getting late when I left, and I remember thinking about how I should have left earlier, but there was traffic earlier in the day, and I didn't want to sit through it. The road between his town and mine wasn't exactly a highway. It was more like a two-lane country road cutting through fields and patches of woods, with long stretches where there were no streetlights or houses in sight. There weren't many cars either. Every so often, one would pass by, but for the most part it felt like I was the only person out there. I had the windows cracked just a little because the air felt stale inside. I kept my eyes on the white lines in front of me, the broken paint zipping past in rhythm with the bumps on the asphalt. My phone was in the passenger seat, plugged into the car charger. Music was playing quietly from the speakers, but it wasn't enough to keep me completely awake. I was tired. I remember yawning so hard that my eyes watered. About halfway home, I passed a gas station. It was small, only a single row of pumps and a little shop, and it was closed for the night. The only light was from the pump area itself, that dull yellow glow spilling onto the concrete. I thought about stopping to stretch my legs, but I didn't want to stand there alone under those flickering lights with the empty dark all around. I kept driving. The road curved gently left, then right, and eventually I got to a long, straight stretch lined on both sides with trees. Tall trees, old ones, their tops disappearing into the black above. I was maybe 5 minutes into that part when I saw something on the side of the road ahead. At first I thought it was an animal because I could see it moving, but as I got closer, my headlights caught it fully, and I saw that it was a person. He was standing right on the edge of the pavement, like he was waiting to cross, except there wasn't anything on the other side except forest. He had dark clothes on, jeans and a black hoodie with the hood up, so I couldn't see his face. He didn't even flinch as I drove past, just kept standing there facing the road. It felt weird, seeing him alone out there in the middle of the night, so far from any houses or towns. I felt a chill run down my back, but I kept driving. I told myself maybe his car broke down and he was waiting for help, but I didn't see any car nearby. I didn't like it. My hands were tight on the wheel, and I turned the music up a little to distract myself. A few minutes later, I saw another figure on the side of the road. This one was a woman, I think. She was wearing light jeans and a red sweater, and she was walking with her back to me, just outside the edge of the trees. Her head was down, arms crossed over her chest like she was cold. I slowed down a bit as I passed her because it was so strange. Why would someone be walking out here at night with nothing around for miles? I didn't stop, though. Something deep in my stomach told me not to. I drove on, feeling a tightness in my chest that wouldn't go away. My eyes kept flicking to the rearview mirror, but the road behind me was empty. I checked the clock on the dashboard. It was just after 11. I knew I had about 40 minutes left to get home. The road curved again, and the trees pulled back for a while into flat fields of grass and brush. My headlights swept across the open land, but I couldn't see much beyond the first few rows of weeds. It was just black. I kept thinking about those two people I saw. They didn't look homeless. Their clothes were clean. They didn't look drunk either. I tried to come up with any explanation to make it feel normal, but I couldn't. A while later, I was back in another wooded stretch when I saw something else. My headlights caught it just in time for me to swerve slightly to avoid hitting it. There was a bicycle laying halfway into the road. Its back tire was twisted like it had been run over, and it looked old, with rust on the frame. I slowed down and stopped the car a few feet past it. I sat there with the engine idling, staring into the rearview mirror at the bike laying there. I felt a tight ball of anxiety form in my throat. I didn't want to get out of the car. I didn't want to walk back there and move it. I didn't see anyone nearby, and it didn't look like it had been dropped recently. It looked like it had been there for a while. But still, something in me felt wrong about leaving it blocking the road. After sitting for almost a full minute, I took a deep breath, unbuckled my seatbelt, and stepped out into the night. The air felt cold against my skin. The only sound was the quiet ticking of my engine cooling in the breeze. I walked back towards the bike, each step feeling heavier than the last. My eyes flicked to the trees on both sides. Everything beyond the reach of my taillights was pure black. I got to the bike and grabbed the handlebars to drag it off the road. As I moved it, I noticed something strange. The chain was missing. The seat was bent, and the front tire was flat. It didn't make sense to leave a bike like that in the middle of the road. I pulled it fully onto the shoulder and turned around to walk back to my car. That's when I heard a noise. Just a small sound at first, like something moving through the brush on the opposite side of the road. I froze, listening hard. My heart was thumping in my chest so loud I could hear it in my ears. The noise came again, closer this time, like footsteps crunching leaves. I couldn't see anything. I squinted into the trees, but it was all shadows and shapes that didn't move. Then I heard it again, but this time from the other side, behind me, near the bike I had just moved. It was like there were two people moving around me, staying out of the light. I felt panic rise up inside me like a wave. I turned and jogged back to my car as fast as I could without actually sprinting. I didn't want to run and look stupid if it was just animals, but at the same time, every instinct I had was screaming at me to get back inside. I reached my car, yanked open the door, and slammed it shut behind me. I locked the doors, threw it in drive, and pulled away as quickly as I could without spinning out. I kept looking in the rearview mirror for a while, but there was nothing there. My hands were shaking. I didn't stop again until I was nearly home. I pulled into the gas station near my neighborhood to calm down. I sat there in the car, staring at the steering wheel, trying to slow my breathing. My eyes felt dry and itchy, and my neck hurt from how tense I'd been. Eventually I went inside, bought a bottle of water, and came back out. The fluorescent lights felt harsh and too bright after so long in the dark, but I was grateful for them. I sat there for a while longer, just letting myself feel safe. When I finally drove the last few minutes home, my street felt so comforting with its little houses and porch lights. I pulled into my driveway and sat for a moment, looking around to make sure everything was normal. Then I grabbed my phone and bag and went inside. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept thinking about the people I saw on the side of the road, about the bicycle, about the noises in the woods. I couldn't make sense of any of it. The next morning, I told my neighbor about it while we were both out getting the mail. He said there had been a few incidents on that road recently. Cars getting broken into, people getting robbed after stopping to help stranded drivers. He told me I was lucky I didn't get out of my car when I saw those people. I didn't say anything. I just nodded and went back inside. But for days after that, I kept thinking about it. I kept thinking about how easy it would have been for someone to force me out of my car. How easy it would have been for them to hide in the woods, waiting for someone to stop and check on that bike. Now, whenever I have to drive at night, I keep my doors locked, and I never, ever stop for anything unless it's unavoidable. I think about those footsteps in the woods, those silent figures on the roadside, and how I was just a tired driver alone in the dark. And even now, whenever I drive down that road during the day, I always feel like someone is watching from behind the trees, just waiting for the next car to come along. I never found out who those people were, or if the bike was really just trash or a trap. But I know one thing for sure. That night taught me it's not the dark itself you should be afraid of. It's the people hiding in it. I don't really know where to start because my brain keeps flashing back to different points of that day. It was supposed to be a normal Sunday. I woke up at around 7 in the morning. The sun was already out, but the sky still had that soft blue tint that it gets before the day really starts heating up. I remember sitting up on my mattress on the floor, looking at the curtains swaying because of the ceiling fan, and thinking about breakfast. That's how normal it started. I decided I'd go for a run first. I hadn't been running in weeks because of work being so busy. I laced up my shoes, filled up my water bottle, and stepped outside. The street was quiet. Only 2 cars passed me as I walked down to the end of my road to start jogging from the park gate. The air smelled dusty, like it hadn't rained for days, and there was that faint smell of fried oil from the hotel nearby. I started running slowly, feeling my knees complain a bit, but after a few minutes I found my rhythm. The park wasn't crowded. A couple of old men walked together in the far lane. A group of women were doing yoga under a tree. Birds were making a racket overhead, and I could hear squirrels chasing each other through the leaves. I felt calm for the first time in weeks. My job had been stressing me out, and I thought, today I'll just take it slow. After running 2 laps around the park, I stopped to drink water. I stood under a neem tree, feeling the rough bark against my back. I could feel my shirt sticking to my chest and back because of sweat. My breathing was fast but felt good. I checked my phone. It was only 8. I thought I'd run another lap and go home to make eggs and para them. I was almost done with the 3rd lap when I noticed a man standing near the broken exercise machines. At first, I didn't think anything of it. He looked like anyone else in the park, just wearing black trousers and a gray t-shirt. His hair was oily and combed back. I ran past him without giving a second glance. But on my 4th lap, he was still standing there, staring at the track. Not moving, not stretching or walking, just standing there. It made me feel weird. I don't know why. I kept my eyes forward and finished my lap quickly. When I was about to exit the park, I looked back. He was still standing there, but his head was turned towards me now. I quickly turned away and walked out. Maybe he was just waiting for someone. I told myself not to overthink. I walked home, breathing in the smell of dust and leaves. When I reached my gate, I saw my neighbor, an old lady, sweeping outside. I nodded at her. She smiled back without stopping her sweeping. I unlocked my gate and stepped into my front yard. I noticed some trash had blown in from the street, chip wrappers and plastic cups. I picked them up and dumped them in my bin before going inside. I took off my shoes near the door and went straight to the kitchen. I cooked 2 eggs, made paratha, and had it with leftover potato curry from last night. While eating, I opened my window to let some fresh air in. That's when I saw him, the same man from the park. He was standing across the street, near the electric pole. He wasn't looking at anything in particular, just standing there, hands hanging at his sides, staring ahead. I felt my stomach twist. I looked away quickly, trying to calm myself down. Maybe he lived nearby and was just waiting for a rickshaw. But after 15 minutes, when I washed my plate and looked out again, he was still there. I shut the window and pulled the curtain. My breathing felt uneven. I didn't want to act paranoid, but something felt off. I tried to distract myself by cleaning my kitchen, wiping the counters, scrubbing the sink, sweeping the floor. Every few minutes, I kept thinking about him standing out there. Finally, I told myself it's not my problem. I went to shower. The cold water felt good on my skin. I let it run down my head and back, trying to relax my shoulders. When I came out, I felt better. I put on a clean t-shirt and shorts and sat down to check some work emails on my phone. Around 10, I heard a car honking loudly outside. I went to the window and moved the curtain slightly to look out. The man was gone. I felt such relief in my chest that I laughed under my breath. I spent the next few hours doing housework, listening to the radio. Around noon, I started feeling hungry again. I decided to cook rice with lentils for lunch. As I was cutting onions, I heard footsteps outside. My heart jumped into my throat. I told myself it's just someone walking by. But I walked to the window and peeked through the side of the curtain. He was back, standing under the tree across the street, staring at my house. I dropped the curtain and backed away. I felt like my skin was buzzing with fear. My breathing was shaky. I turned off the stove and walked into my living room. I sat down on the sofa, thinking what I should do. I didn't want to call the police for no reason. He wasn't technically doing anything, just standing there, but my chest felt heavy with panic. I went back to the kitchen quietly, turned the stove back on, and finished cooking. I ate quickly, barely tasting anything. I kept thinking about what if he tried to come to the gate or break in. After lunch, I tried to read a book, but I couldn't focus. Every creak of the house, every sound outside made my heart pound harder. At 3, I looked out again. He was still there. His head was tilted down, but I could see his eyes were open, staring. My mouth felt dry. I thought about calling a friend to come over, but felt stupid. I sat on the floor against the wall, knees up to my chest, just listening to my breathing. Time passed so slowly. At 5, I looked out again. He was gone. The street was empty. No one was around. My shoulders dropped with relief. I felt drained, completely exhausted. I made tea and drank it while standing at the window, making sure he wasn't coming back. When it got dark, I locked all the windows and doors and shut all the curtains. I cooked dinner, just rice and fried vegetables. I ate quickly and cleaned up. I decided I'd sleep early. Maybe tomorrow would be normal again. I lay down at 8:30, staring at the ceiling. My ears were alert to every sound. Dogs barking, cars driving by, a cat meowing in the street. I kept telling myself he was gone. Nothing would happen. My eyes finally grew heavy, and I fell asleep. I woke up suddenly around midnight. I didn't know why. The room was completely dark except for the faint yellow light coming in through the gaps in my curtain from the streetlight outside. I lay still listening. That's when I heard it. A light scraping sound near my window. My stomach turned to ice. The sound came again, like something sliding slowly against the wall. I got up as quietly as I could and walked to the window. I moved the curtain a tiny bit. My whole body felt cold with fear. He was there, right outside my window, standing so close his nose almost touched the glass. His eyes were open wide, staring in at me, unblinking. His face was lit by the streetlight, and I could see sweat on his forehead. His lips were slightly parted, like he was breathing through his mouth. I stumbled back, feeling my legs weaken. I almost fell. My heart was hammering so hard it felt like it would explode. I stood frozen, not knowing what to do. He raised his hand slowly and pressed his palm against the glass. My breath came out in short gasps. I backed away further, my shoulders hitting the cupboard behind me. I didn't take my eyes off him. Then, without warning, he turned and walked away. Just like that, I heard his footsteps fade down the street. I stayed standing there for a long time, shaking so hard my teeth were chattering. I couldn't understand why he came or what he wanted. I stayed awake the entire night, lights on, watching the window. Morning came slowly, with pale light filling the room. I went outside to look. The dirt under my window was disturbed. I could see footprints there. I felt my chest tighten again. I went back inside and locked everything. I didn't go to work that day. I just sat in my living room, waiting to see if he would come back. He never did. Days passed. Weeks. I never saw him again. But every night, when I close my eyes, I see his face at the window, staring in at me. And I keep thinking about how long he stood there before I woke up. How long he watched me sleeping. And if he's out there somewhere, standing in front of someone else's window right now. Watching. Waiting. I remember that night clearer than most other nights from when I was a kid. It was cold, real cold for Texas, but out here in the desert it always felt like that in the winter. I was about 6 or 7. My sister was 14, almost 15. My parents trusted her with me all the time because she was a good kid and we never fought. I actually liked having her babysit me because she always made me feel safe, and she'd let me stay up a little later to watch TV with her. That night was the same as most others. We'd eaten dinner earlier. I don't remember what it was, but it was probably something like boxed mac and cheese with cut-up hot dogs, something easy for my sister to make. My parents had gone out, I think to visit some friends across town. They told my sister they'd be home late, probably around 10 or 11. We didn't care. We were sitting in the common room, which was just what we called the living room. It was a big space with a couch against the wall opposite the TV, a recliner chair near the back windows, and a big oval braided rug in the middle of the room. The carpet was old and rough under my knees where I always sat close to the TV because I was little and liked sitting on the floor. The TV was one of those big wood console ones with a curved glass screen. You had to turn a metal dial to change the channels. My sister would always sigh and make me do it because she was comfortable on the couch under a quilt. That night we were watching one of those crime shows she liked. 60 Minutes, 48 Hours, hard copy. They all felt the same to me. All I knew was there was a scary story on it about some guy who went crazy and killed his neighbors. I was only half listening because I was playing with my little yellow Tonka dump truck on the rug, driving it back and forth, pretending to load it with invisible dirt. But when they showed the pictures of the victim's house, all taped off with police tape and blood stains blurred out on the carpet, it made my stomach twist up. I remember glancing back at my sister. She didn't look scared. She just sat there hugging her knees under the quilt, her eyes fixed on the screen like she was trying to memorize everything about it. Outside, the sun had set long ago. Out the back windows there was nothing but blackness. That wall of windows always freaked me out a little at night. You couldn't see out there at all if the back porch light wasn't on. All you saw was your own reflection looking back at you. And if you looked too long it felt like you were looking at another you, trapped on the other side of the glass. I tried not to look at it. I kept my eyes on the TV or my dump truck. Every now and then I'd glance at the back door. It was a glass sliding door with a metal handle. We didn't have a deadbolt on it, just the knob lock and a little bar we'd wedge into the bottom track so it couldn't slide open. That bar wasn't in place that night. My parents always put it in before bed, but we hadn't bothered since they weren't home yet. The front door was on the opposite side of the room. It was a heavy wood door, dark brown with thick panels. On the outside was a glass storm door with an aluminum frame that squeaked every time you opened it. The front porch had 2 big cement planters my mom kept fake flowers in because real ones always died. There was also a metal rocking chair that would creak in the wind sometimes, making a sound like someone groaning out there. I remember we were about halfway through the show. They were interviewing the neighbor of the guy who did the murders. She was saying he was always quiet, always polite. Nobody expected he could do something like that. My sister made a snorting noise like she thought that was stupid. I remember the heat kicked on, and I could hear it rumble through the vents in the floor. The smell of warm dust filled the room. That smell the heater always made the first few times you used it in winter. Then, out of nowhere, bam bam bam. 3 loud bangs on the front door. The sound exploded through the quiet house like gunshots. My chest squeezed so hard it hurt, and I screamed without even meaning to. My sister screamed too. I scrambled back away from the TV, my dump truck flipping over, and I clutched the rug with both hands. My sister was halfway off the couch, her eyes wide, staring at the front door. Everything went silent after that. The TV kept playing, voices still talking about the murderer on the screen, but I couldn't hear them over the roaring in my ears. My sister and I just sat there frozen. I could hear my own breathing, fast and shallow, and I felt like if I took a big breath, whoever was at the door would hear it too. The only lights on were from the TV and the kitchen down the hall. The kitchen light was yellow and soft, glowing across the floor. Everything else felt like a cave. We sat there, staring at the door, waiting for another bang. But nothing happened. After a while, my sister whispered my name, but I didn't move. She crawled across the carpet to the TV and reached up to turn it off. The metal dial made a loud thunk as she twisted it, and the screen went black, leaving the room even darker. I could barely see her face now, just the pale shape of it in the dim kitchen light. For a few seconds it was silent, except for the sound of the heater humming in the vents. Then I heard it, a squeak and a metallic click. The sound of the storm door on the outside of our front door closing. My stomach twisted so hard I thought I would throw up right there on the carpet. That meant someone had opened it to bang on the door. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't the rocking chair. Someone was out there, close enough to touch the door, close enough to watch us through the little peephole window if they wanted to. I didn't move. I stayed on my knees with my hands balled up tight in my lap. My sister crouched by the TV, staring at me, her eyes flicking from me to the front door over and over like she couldn't figure out what to do. I felt cold all of a sudden, like the heater wasn't working anymore. I turned around slowly to look at the back windows. My reflection was there, dim and fuzzy in the glass. I hated seeing it, hated the way it looked like a shadow boy watching me from outside. Then I saw the back door handle move. At first it was small, just a twitch like someone was lightly testing it. My heart stopped. The handle turned down, gently, like whoever was on the other side was trying not to make noise. It didn't open because the knob lock was turned, but there was no deadbolt. I held my breath so long my chest burned. My sister didn't see it at first. She was still staring at the front door. I watched as the handle turned again, then let go, then again. The sound of it clicking against the lock felt louder than anything I'd ever heard. Then, without warning, bam, 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 bam. The back door shook violently in its frame. The whole wall of windows vibrated with each jerk on the handle. I saw my reflection blur and stretch with every pull, my little face twisting in the glass. The banging was so hard I thought the glass would shatter. My body wouldn't move. My mind was screaming at my legs to stand up, but they wouldn't listen. I was stuck there on the carpet, staring at the door as whoever it was tried to force their way in. My sister screamed so loud it made my ears ring. She jumped up, grabbed my arm, and yanked me to my feet. I stumbled after her, my knees hitting the carpet so hard it burned, but she didn't stop dragging me down the hall. We ran into her bedroom. She slammed the door shut behind us and locked it. Then she started shoving things in front of it. Her desk chair, her laundry basket, anything she could grab. Finally, she flipped her mattress off the bed frame and wedged it against the door like a barricade. She grabbed the phone off her nightstand. It was one of those heavy beige cordless phones with a metal antenna you had to pull out to use. I was curled up on the carpet next to her dresser, my arms wrapped around my knees, shaking so hard my teeth were chattering. She kept trying to dial the sheriff, but she couldn't remember the number in her panic. I watched her jab the buttons over and over, her fingers trembling so much she couldn't hit the right ones. Finally, she just hit redial, hoping it would call someone. It rang a few times, and then she started yelling, her voice high and broken, telling whoever it was on the other end that someone was trying to break in and they needed to come right now. I stayed curled up, staring at the carpet fibers under my face, trying not to throw up. My chest hurt from breathing so fast. I couldn't hear anything else from the rest of the house. No more banging, no footsteps, just silence. The phone beeped as my sister hung up. She crawled over to me and pulled me into her lap, rocking me back and forth. I could feel her heart beating through her chest, fast and hard like mine. We stayed like that until we saw headlights flash through her bedroom window. Her friend and her friend's parents pulled up in their truck. I heard car doors slam and voices outside calling our names. My sister finally let go of me and ran out to them, sobbing. Her friend's dad checked the doors, checked the porch, but whoever had been there was gone. They didn't find anything. Just some faint scuff marks on the bottom of the back door where the person had tried to kick or pry it open. We didn't know if they'd always been there or not. My sister's friend's mom stayed with us until my parents came home. I remember sitting on the couch under a blanket, still shaking, staring at the dark TV screen, waiting to see that handle move again. My parents were mad when they got home, not at us, but at whoever was out there. My dad walked around the whole house with his shotgun, but didn't find anything. After that, we always put the bar in the back door track, even if it was the middle of the day. My sister never watched those crime shows again while I was around. She said they gave me nightmares, but I think they gave her nightmares too. Years later, when I was a teenager, I asked her about it. She said she still thinks about that night sometimes, about how it felt to hear someone trying to get in, knowing we were alone and nobody could help us fast enough. She said she still triple checks every lock before she goes to bed, even now with her own kids grown and gone. I do too. I never leave a door unlocked, not even for a minute, because you never know who's out there in the dark watching, and you never know what they're planning to do if they ever get inside. We never found out who. I woke up that morning feeling groggy and heavy-eyed like I hadn't slept at all. The sun was already up, pouring through the cheap blinds in lines across my bedroom floor. For a second I laid there just staring at those bright lines, trying to gather myself before I moved. It was supposed to be a normal day. I had just graduated high school a couple weeks back. I remember my graduation cap was still sitting on the floor by my dresser where I had tossed it. I didn't have any plans that morning. I didn't even feel like I had a future. The world felt wide open and terrifying at the same time. I finally swung my legs off the side of the bed. My room was always cold in the mornings because I kept the fan running all night. I rubbed my face, trying to wake up. I could hear the low hum of the fridge in the kitchen, and the silence beyond that felt strange. My dad always turned on the TV early, even if he wasn't watching it. He just liked the noise, said it kept his mind busy. But there was nothing that morning, just that humming fridge and my own breathing. I stood up and stretched my arms above my head, feeling the soreness in my shoulders from working out the day before. I was trying to build myself up, get strong, trying to become something other than the quiet, skinny kid I was in high school. I yawned and scratched my neck as I walked out of my room, stepping into the narrow hallway that led to the living room. I don't know what I was expecting to see. I thought maybe he went out back to smoke, but the smell hit me first. I can still smell it if I think about it long enough, like stale sweat mixed with something metallic, something that didn't belong in a living room. I remember freezing halfway down the hallway, staring at the back of the recliner. He always sat there in the mornings, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees, TV remote in hand, cup of coffee resting on his thigh. But he wasn't leaning forward. He wasn't holding the remote. His head was tilted to the side, and his arm hung limply down by the chair. The TV wasn't on. The coffee cup was on the floor, tipped over. I didn't scream at first. I just walked slowly towards him, like my body was moving on its own, and my brain hadn't caught up. My ears were ringing like there was a siren somewhere far away. I kneeled down in front of him, calling out to him softly, but he didn't move. His eyes were half open, staring at nothing. There was spit dried on the side of his mouth, and the skin around his eyes looked sunken and dark. I put my hands on his chest and started pushing, trying to do CPR like they teach you in health class, counting in my head, feeling the stiff resistance under his ribs. I kept pushing until my arms gave out, and I fell forward onto him, crying into his shirt, feeling the coldness through the fabric. I don't remember how long I stayed there like that. Time felt like it stopped existing. The sun kept coming up outside, shining brighter through the windows, but everything felt dark to me. When I finally got up, my knees were shaking so bad I almost fell over. I called 911, but I already knew there was no point. I sat on the couch across from him, staring at the rug patterns and the coffee stains spreading out on the carpet. I didn't want to look at him, but I couldn't look away either. It felt like my soul was trapped there with him, tied down by invisible wires. When the paramedics came and pulled me away, I didn't even fight them. I just stared at the chair as they tried to revive him again, even though I already knew he was gone. After the funeral, life didn't return to normal. There was no normal after that. At night, I started having the same nightmare, over and over again. In the dream, I was waking up just like that morning, walking out of my room, and halfway down the hall, I would suddenly remember what was waiting for me in the living room. That dread would hit me so hard I couldn't breathe. I would scream in the dream, scream like my chest was going to rip apart, and then I would wake up screaming, my sheets soaked with sweat, my whole body shaking. Some nights, I wouldn't even let myself fall asleep. I would sit up all night, staring at the shadows on my walls, afraid to close my eyes, because if I did, I knew I would see it again. I stopped eating much. I stopped talking to people. My friends tried to call, but I ignored them. I didn't want to hear about college or girlfriends or parties, or any of the things they were doing. I felt like I wasn't a part of their world anymore. I was stuck in that living room, kneeling in front of my dad forever. I started seeing things out of the corner of my eyes, shadows that moved when nothing was there. My body felt like it was constantly vibrating, like I had electricity running under my skin. I thought I was losing my mind. My girlfriend, who is now my wife, was the only person who didn't give up on me. She would sit next to me on the couch, even when I wouldn't talk, just resting her head on my shoulder. I think she knew I was afraid of being alone with my own thoughts. She would cook me food and put it in front of me, even if I only took a couple bites. Some nights she would hold me while I cried myself to sleep. But after months of nightmares and no sleep and no peace, my brain finally broke. It happened in the middle of the day. I was sitting on the edge of my bed, staring at my hands, when everything started to spin. My girlfriend was talking to me about going out for groceries, and I could hear her voice, but I couldn't understand the words. My head felt heavy, my chest felt tight, and then my whole body tensed up so hard I thought my bones were going to break. My hands curled into claws and my back arched, and I remember screaming. Just screaming like an animal. She told me later I was like that for almost an hour. In my mind, I kept seeing that morning again and again. I was trapped there, waking up, walking down the hall, feeling that dread, and then screaming before I saw him. Over and over. I could hear myself screaming in real life too, like my mind and body were connected in that pain. Finally, after what felt like forever, I let myself go into the living room in my mind. I let myself see him again, his dead body in the chair, the coffee spilled, the silent TV. And something inside me broke apart, and then went quiet. When I came out of it, I was on the floor, my girlfriend holding me, crying into my chest. After that, I stopped having the nightmares. They were just gone, like my brain had burned itself out. Years passed, and I joined the army in 2005. I thought maybe I could build myself into someone stronger, someone who wasn't haunted by the past. I went through basic training, then deployed to Iraq. I was leading a convoy one day. The sun was burning so hot it felt like the air itself was cooking us inside our armor. Dust was whipping around in the wind and sticking to the sweat on my face, making it gritty every time I blinked. My ears were ringing from the engine noise, the radio chatter, the constant tension of looking out for IEDs or ambushes. We got intel that terrorists were using kids to stop convoys. They would send a child out into the road, force the trucks to stop, and then attack with RPGs or machine guns. We were told not to stop for anything, to run over anyone in our way to keep the convoy moving. Orders like that burn into your soul. You hear them, you nod, but your mind rebels against it. You tell yourself it's not going to happen to you. But that day a kid ran out onto the road about 300 meters in front of us. I saw him come out from behind a burned-out building, running fast at first, then slowing down, standing right in our path. My hands locked around the steering wheel. I couldn't move. He was wearing this dirty white shirt that flapped around his thin arms in the hot wind. My truck chief was screaming at me to floor it, hitting the dash with his fist. I don't remember making the decision. I just felt my foot push down on the pedal, and the truck lurched forward, engine roaring louder. The boy dove out of the way at the last second, his small body hitting the dirt, rolling in a cloud of dust as we passed. My chest felt like it was full of ice. My hands were shaking so bad on the wheel, I could hardly keep it straight. When we finally reached the next FB, we parked in a line with the other trucks, and my knees were so weak I almost fell climbing out. I walked to the barracks like I was sleepwalking, my body aching from hours of tension. I laid down on my cot, staring at the metal bars of the bunk above me, feeling my mind spin with guilt, fear, relief, and horror all mixed together like a sickness in my stomach. Eventually I drifted into sleep, thinking maybe I'd get a short rest before the next mission. But the nightmare came back. In my dream I was driving again, down the same hot road, engine roaring. The boy ran out in front of me, but this time I didn't freeze. I ran him over. I felt the thump under the wheels, felt the truck bounce slightly. I stopped, heart pounding in my chest like a hammer. I got out and walked around to the back of the truck, my boots sinking into the hot sand. Each step felt like walking through water. I felt dread rising up in my throat like acid, burning the back of my mouth. I reached the back of the truck, expecting to see the boy's crushed body in the dirt. But it wasn't him. It was my father, slumped on the ground, his dead eyes staring at the sun above, his mouth half open like he was trying to speak. The smell of sweat and metal hit me, and I fell to my knees screaming. I screamed so loud my chest felt like it was tearing apart. I could hear myself screaming in real life too, but in the dream I couldn't stop. I screamed and screamed until I woke up. When I woke up I was running. Full sprint, my boots pounding against the packed dirt of the FOB. I didn't even remember getting up from my cot. I didn't know where I was going. I looked around, and I was in a part of the base I didn't recognize, empty buildings around me, the sky above turning a pale morning gray. My chest was heaving, sweat pouring down my back, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I bent over and threw up onto the ground, feeling the acid burn my throat. After that, the nightmares stopped. Maybe my brain had finally burned itself out again, like it did all those years ago. But even now, I still live in fear of my own mind. I always thought of myself as a careful person. Even back then, a few years ago, when I was only in my early 20s, living alone in that small rented house on the edge of town, I was always the cautious type. My friends used to tease me about double-checking the locks, peeking out windows before opening the door, making sure my curtains were drawn properly at night. But it never bothered me. I liked knowing I was aware of everything going on around me. I think that's part of why that night still gets under my skin even now. It was a Friday night in early winter. I remember that because I had pulled out the thick fleece blanket from the closet that morning. The house got cold fast once the sun went down, and that day it had been gloomy and gray since the afternoon. I was sitting in the living room, curled up on the worn-out brown couch that came with the rental, the blanket wrapped tight around my legs. I had the TV on, just something to pass the time, some random movie I wasn't even really paying attention to. The living room was dim. I only had one small lamp turned on, the one sitting on the side table next to the couch. It threw a warm yellow glow across the room, leaving the corners dark. I liked it like that, felt cozier. Outside the front window, the street was completely black. There was a street light a little ways down, but it had been out for months, never fixed by the city, and my porch light was off like it always was at night. I didn't like having it on. Part of me felt like it made me a bigger target if anyone was out there looking for houses that seemed easy to approach. My neighborhood wasn't dangerous, but it wasn't exactly friendly either. Mostly quiet, older houses, lots of renters, people kept to themselves. At night, it felt abandoned. I think it was around 9 p.m. when I heard the doorbell. At first, I wasn't even sure what the sound was. It was so sudden and sharp in the quiet house that my brain took a second to process it. The movie was playing softly, so it wasn't loud enough to drown it out. When I realized it was the doorbell, my chest tightened. I remember feeling that cold rush of fear, that quick panic thought. Who would be at my door at this time? No one ever came to visit me unannounced, and especially not at night. I muted the TV and sat frozen for a few seconds. My ears were ringing a little from how fast my heart was pounding. I didn't move at first. I just listened. Everything was silent again. No footsteps on the porch. No sounds of someone shuffling or clearing their throat. I sat there under my blanket, staring at the front door across the living room, feeling like if I just waited, whoever it was would leave. But after almost a minute, curiosity started to overpower fear. Slowly, I slipped the blanket off, setting it down on the couch. I stood up and walked across the room, careful to make my footsteps as light as possible. My house had hardwood floors that creaked if you stepped too hard, and I didn't want whoever was outside to hear me moving around. I reached the door and stood next to it, pressing my back flat against the wall. I felt like my heart was vibrating in my chest, thudding so hard it almost hurt. I didn't want to turn on the porch light. That would make it obvious someone was home, and I didn't know what this person wanted. Maybe it was someone trying to sell something, maybe a neighbor needing help, but at that hour, with no warning, my mind went straight to the worst possibilities. I reached up slowly to the peephole, holding my breath, and leaned forward to look out. At first, I couldn't see anything. It was pitch black outside. The porch was covered, but the light from my living room lamp didn't reach that far. My eyes adjusted after a few seconds, and I started to make out shapes, the shadow of my porch railing, the faint outline of the steps leading down to the walkway. And then I noticed it. At first I thought I was seeing things. There was a shape near the top of the steps, close to where the railing ended. It wasn't shaped like a person exactly, not like any person I'd seen standing there before. It was small, maybe 3 or 4 feet tall, and it was dark. I mean, it was darker than the night around it. I could see it because it blocked out everything behind it, like a solid black shape in the darkness. My brain kept trying to turn it into something logical. Maybe it was a kid wearing a dark coat. Maybe it was a dog or something crouched on the steps. But as I kept watching, the shape started to move. It wasn't just standing there. It was moving its arms out to the sides and down again, slowly and gracefully, like it was dancing. The motion was so fluid it made my skin crawl. Its arms, if that's what they were, moved like wings, extending out and dipping down. Then it would bring them in and start again. I felt my stomach twist. I didn't know what I was looking at. I pressed my eye harder against the peephole, squinting to try to see more detail, but the porch was too dark. I could only see the movement and the outline of its small body. Its head seemed rounded, no clear shoulders, and the arms were thin and long compared to its height. It kept doing that same movement over and over, dipping and extending and curling back in. It reminded me of a bird stretching its wings, but somehow it was more human than that, even though it didn't look human. I don't know how long I stood there watching. It felt like forever, but it was probably only 30 seconds or so. My breathing got shallow. I realized I was holding my breath, and I forced myself to inhale quietly through my nose. My throat felt tight, my mouth was dry. I felt trapped, pinned there by fear, but unable to pull away from the peephole. Finally, I couldn't watch it anymore. I stepped back quickly from the door, pressing my hand over my mouth to keep from making any sound. My mind was racing with every terrifying possibility I could think of. Some deformed person trying to lure me outside. A child with something seriously wrong with them. An animal with mange and injuries. I didn't know what was worse, but I knew I didn't want to open that door. I moved away from the door and sat back down on the couch. My legs felt weak and shaky. I pulled the blanket around me again and stared at the muted TV screen, not seeing it. The room felt too dark all of a sudden. I wanted to turn on all the lights, to make the shadows go away, but I was too afraid to move again in case whoever, or whatever, was out there could see me through the windows. I don't know how long I sat there. 5 minutes maybe, or 10. My heart was still beating hard, but the initial rush of fear had faded into a numb, sick feeling in my chest. I felt stupid for not calling someone, but who would I call? The police? And say what? That there was a small dancing shape at my door in the dark? Even as scared as I was, I knew how crazy it would sound. They wouldn't come out for that, and if it really was a kid or a sick animal, I'd feel even worse. Eventually, I decided I needed to check again. I couldn't just sit there all night wondering if it was still there or not. I stood up slowly, feeling my knees pop a little from sitting so tense for so long. I walked back to the door, each step feeling heavy and hesitant. My hand was trembling as I reached up to the peephole again. This time, there was nothing there. The porch looked empty, just dark and quiet like normal. I waited, watching carefully, thinking maybe it was hiding to the side. Maybe it would jump back into view, but it never did. After a full minute of staring out and seeing only the shadows of the railing and steps, I stepped back. I didn't feel any better. In a way, it felt worse. At least when I could see it, I knew where it was. The rest of the night passed in a blur. I sat on the couch, blanket pulled up to my chin, the TV still muted, listening to every little creak and groan of the house. My ears felt sharp, picking up on noises I usually ignored. The ticking of the kitchen clock, the faint hum of the fridge, the branches of the tree outside scraping against the siding when the wind moved them. Every sound made me flinch. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed up until the sun came up, sitting there in the living room, my eyes burning with exhaustion, too afraid to go into my bedroom in the back of the house. As soon as it was light outside, I finally stood up and went to the door. I turned on the porch light, opened the door slowly, and stepped out. Everything looked normal. The porch was empty. There were no marks on the steps, nothing out of place. I walked down to the walkway, glancing up and down the street. The houses were quiet. No one else was outside yet. I even looked in the dirt next to the steps for footprints or paw prints, but there was nothing. No sign at all that anyone had been there. I went back inside, locked the door again, and just stood there for a while, staring at the wood grain of the door. I felt tired to my bones, my head heavy with lack of sleep, but my mind was still buzzing with fear. I didn't tell anyone about it for a long time. Even now, I haven't told many people. It sounds ridiculous when I say it out loud. A small dancing figure at my door in the middle of the night. But I know what I saw. I remember how it moved, the way it dipped and spread its arms like wings, how it stood there in the darkness without making a sound. For weeks after that, every time the doorbell rang, I froze. Even in daylight. Even if I was expecting a package or a friend. That feeling never really went away. I started leaving the porch light on at night for a while, just in case, but I hated it. I felt exposed, like it was an invitation for anyone to come up to my door and see inside. Eventually, I moved out of that house. Not because of that night, at least not directly, but I think part of me was relieved to leave it behind. To leave the memory of that night in that living room, in that dark porch with the broken streetlight. But even now, in my new place, I still pause before opening the door. I still peek out the window before I turn on the porch light. And sometimes, when it's late at night and everything is quiet, I think about that small black figure, moving its arms like wings, dancing alone in the dark, and I feel that same cold fear spreading in my chest. I never found out what it was. I don't think I ever will. Part of me does. I never really thought about how vulnerable I was until that night. I mean, I always knew it somewhere in the back of my mind, but it wasn't something I thought about daily. I lived with 5 Navy guys in this big old house, but my room wasn't in the main house. It was out in the detached garage. When I first moved in, I thought it was cool. I liked having my own space. The garage had been converted into a bedroom before I moved in, so it wasn't like I was sleeping next to oil stains and boxes. It was finished with carpet and drywall. It had a closet and a decent-sized window, and it was bigger than any bedroom I'd had before. I didn't have to worry about waking anyone up with my alarm early in the morning or bothering anyone if I stayed up late watching videos. It felt like my own little apartment, and I liked that. My bed was tucked against the far wall, across from the door, so when I laid there I could see the door if I wanted to. There was a small pathway at the foot of my bed leading to the door, with my closet on the right side. I had blackout blinds on the window, and at night, it was pitch dark unless the motion light outside came on. I had a cheap dresser against the wall next to the bed, a metal flashlight on top of it, and my phone charger plugged in next to my pillow. My dog, a big black lab, usually slept at the end of my bed, sprawled out, snoring softly, completely dead to the world. That day had been normal. I'd gone to work early in the morning, came home in the evening, cooked some dinner inside the main house, chatted with a couple of the guys about some stupid YouTube video one of them was obsessed with, and then went back out to my room around 10. I scrolled Reddit for a while, read some threads about crime stories and break-ins, laughed at some dumb memes, and then finally forced myself to put my phone down so I could sleep. I remember thinking about a story I read, where someone said they always locked their doors after reading about how burglars often test houses with unlocked doors first. For some reason, that stuck with me. Before that, I used to just pull the door shut and call it good, but about a week before this night, I started deadbolting it every single time. I don't know why it took me so long to do that. It felt like overkill for this quiet neighborhood, but still, it was a habit now. That night, I remember having some weird dream. I don't remember what it was about, but I remember the rattling sound starting in the middle of it. At first, it was part of the dream, like maybe I was at a gas station and someone was trying to get into their car, or there was a cart rattling on pavement. But the noise didn't stop. Even in the dream, it kept going, this harsh, vibrating metallic rattle, over and over, like metal grinding against metal, but with a sharp clacking underneath it. It got louder and louder, and my dream started falling apart. My thoughts went foggy, and I felt this heavy weight all over me as I started to wake up. I opened my eyes halfway. Everything felt fuzzy. My head was heavy and thick. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears, and that rattling noise was still there. For a second, I didn't understand what I was hearing. I thought maybe something fell over, or my dog was scratching himself against the door or something like that. But as I started to wake up more, the rattling got sharper, more aggressive. My dog was awake too. He wasn't making any noise, just staring at the door, his ears stiff and his head tilted low. He never woke up during the night. Not for thunder, not for cars driving by, not for anything. The rattling continued, almost vibrating through the air. I was wide awake by then, though my body still felt numb with sleep. I could hear the metal clinking and clattering, like someone was shaking the door handle violently, almost like someone was pounding on it too, but I couldn't tell. I just knew it wasn't wind. The door was only 3 feet away from the end of my bed. In the dark, I could see the outline of it, just a tall black shape with the faintest strip of gray at the bottom where it didn't seal against the floor. I laid there, my eyes locked on the door handle. It was shaking back and forth, so hard I could see the faint glint of metal moving. I felt frozen. My hands were trembling, and my chest was tight. I wanted to yell, to scream, to call someone, but my throat felt like it was closed off. My mind was racing, but my body wouldn't respond. I kept thinking, this isn't real. I must still be dreaming. There's no way this is real. But the noise didn't stop. It kept rattling, scraping, shaking the door in its frame. My dog stood up slowly, his tail low, ears pinned back, staring at the door with wide eyes. He didn't bark. He didn't even growl. He just stared, and that scared me more than if he had been barking his head off. It felt like he was afraid too. My breathing was shallow and fast. I felt like my chest was being crushed under something heavy. My hands found my flashlight on the dresser. I gripped it so hard my knuckles hurt, but I couldn't get up. I just laid there, under the blanket, my knees pulled up to my chest, the flashlight pressed against my collarbone, and my other hand clamped over my mouth so I wouldn't make a noise. I kept thinking, this is it. This is how I die. I'm alone out here, separated from the house, and whoever it is knows I'm alone. I could see the motion light was on, shining through the tiny cracks in the blinds in my closet window. I tried to listen for footsteps, voices, anything, but all I could hear was the rattling and my dog's quick breathing. I felt tears sliding down my temples into my hair, but I couldn't move. My chest was shaking from how fast my heart was going, and my stomach felt like it was full of wet cement. Then, as suddenly as it started, the rattling stopped. The silence slammed into me so hard it felt deafening. I lay there, frozen, still gripping the flashlight so tight my fingers were numb. The quiet pressed against my ears. My dog stood completely still, staring at the door, his nose twitching as he sniffed the air. I couldn't tell how long I laid there before I finally moved. My muscles ached and burned from how tense they had been. I slid off the bed slowly, keeping low to the ground. My knees felt weak, like they were going to buckle under me, but I forced myself to crawl towards my closet. I pulled open the door just enough to squeeze in. My closet was weird. It had a bench built in underneath the window, almost like it was meant to be a reading nook, though it was too narrow to sit comfortably. I crawled up onto it and pushed myself up to look out the window through a tiny gap between the blinds and the frame. The motion light was still on, illuminating the cracked driveway and a strip of the backyard, but I didn't see anyone. My eyes darted around, trying to catch any movement, but there was nothing. Just the empty yard, the silent driveway, my dog's dark shape sitting on the carpet. After a few seconds, the light clicked off, plunging everything back into darkness. My eyes strained against it, but I saw nothing else. I slid back down off the bench and sat in my closet for a long time, knees pulled to my chest, flashlight resting against my shin. My breathing felt like I was running a marathon, and I couldn't calm down. Every tiny noise made my whole body flinch. The tick of the wall clock, the faint hum of the fridge out in the garage nook, the tiny creaks of the walls settling. I felt like I was going to be sick. Eventually, I crawled back out and sat on my bed. I turned on my phone screen and saw it was 2:30 in the morning. My fingers shook so bad I almost dropped the phone. I kept thinking logically, trying to calm myself down. I lived with 5 Navy guys. They often went out downtown, drank too much, came home at random hours, and brought friends back. I kept telling myself, it's just one of them. Maybe they were so drunk they didn't realize they were at the wrong door. Maybe it was someone they brought home, some idiot thinking the garage was the way in. I tried to make it make sense in my head, because if I didn't, I was going to lose my mind. I typed out a text to the group chat. My hands were trembling, so hard I kept mistyping. Finally I wrote, "Hey guys, are you up? Do you have people over?" Someone was just outside my door trying to get in. I assumed someone must be drunk or something. Kinda creepy. I tried to make it sound casual, like I wasn't terrified out of my mind, but my heart was pounding so hard I thought I might pass out. Less than 2 minutes later, I heard the back door to the house swing open. The wooden frame creaked loud enough that I heard it even from the garage. Then I heard whistling and the faint thud of footsteps running across the gravel. My dog lifted his head again, ears perked forward. I heard voices shouting, but I couldn't make out the words. Then I heard a loud clanging noise, like someone hitting metal against something, and I realized they had grabbed the baseball bats they kept by the back door. I sat there frozen, listening to them running around outside, the bats clacking against each other, their shoes crunching the gravel and the grass. My dog whined quietly, his tail thumping once against the blanket. After a few minutes, I heard a knock on the door to the garage, and one of them calling my name. I stood up on shaky legs and opened the door. The cold night air rushed in, and I felt the goosebumps rise all over my arms and neck. They were all standing there, two of them holding baseball bats, one holding a flashlight, another one in bare feet shivering in his gym shorts. Their faces were tense, eyes darting around the yard. I stepped out with my dog, who stayed pressed against my leg. One of them asked me if I saw anyone, and I just shook my head. My voice wouldn't come out. They told me to go inside the house, so I did, walking quickly across the gravel driveway, feeling every tiny stone biting into the bottoms of my feet through my thin socks. Inside, it felt warm and safe, but I still couldn't stop shaking. My dog stayed glued to my leg, his head pressed against my knee. I sat on the couch while they searched the yard and the garage. They didn't find anyone, but they found a pack of cigarettes lying by the corner of the garage, and an empty bag from Hardee's or something like that. The food bag was crumpled up with grease stains all over it. I woke up that morning feeling excited. My dad had told me the night before that we were going ice fishing. It was midwinter, and the snow had come down heavy all night. I remember looking out the window before we left. The sky still dark but glowing orange near the horizon, with the porch light shining across the thick blanket of snow. The air outside was biting cold. I could feel it sink through my jacket as soon as we stepped off the porch. My boots crunched through the powder with every step down the driveway. Dad loaded our rods and the little sled with bait, hooks, and a propane heater to keep warm in the ice house. I kept my gloved hands in my pockets as we walked. I remember the way my breath came out in long white streams, each one quickly fading into the still air around us. We drove for maybe 20 minutes to the lake. When we got there, the sun was just coming up, pale and weak behind thin clouds. The lake looked flat and silent, with snow covering it in a soft sheet, so it didn't even look like water. Just a flat white plain stretching out to the far bank, lined with bare trees. A few ice houses were scattered out there, dark blocks sitting alone on the empty frozen lake. Dad parked the truck close to shore, and we got out. I pulled my hood up against the wind as we walked to the sled. Dad hooked a rope over his shoulder and started pulling. I walked behind him, my boots leaving small deep prints in the snow. I could hear the ice creaking under us as we got farther out, a long groaning sound that seemed to come from deep below. It always scared me a little, hearing the ice groan like that, but Dad told me it was normal. The ice was just settling with the cold, he said. We kept walking toward our ice house, the one Dad had set up the week before. He liked fishing in the same spot each year because he knew where the deep pockets were. The snow that morning covered everything. You couldn't see where other people had drilled holes before. You couldn't see the small, uneven dips in the ice. It all looked like one flat white sheet. I remember looking down and thinking how clean it looked, like the untouched snow in our backyard after a storm, before anyone walked across it. I was about 10 then. I wasn't thinking about danger or being careful. I just kept following Dad, my boots squeaking against the packed snow under each step. I watched his back as he walked, the way his thick brown jacket shifted with each pull of the sled, the rope tight across his shoulder, his head down against the wind. It felt peaceful out there in the early morning. I could hear the ice crack sometimes under my feet, just quick sharp sounds that echoed across the lake, and I could hear the sled dragging along behind him. Otherwise it was silent. I took another step forward, looking around at the ice houses in the distance. That was when everything changed in a single moment. I felt the ice give way under me. It didn't crack loud like the normal ice groans. It just gave out like rotten wood. One second I was looking ahead at Dad's back, and the next I was falling. I didn't even have time to yell or react. My feet went through, then my legs, then my waist, and suddenly I was under the ice-cold water. The shock of it was instant and brutal. I gasped as I went in, my mouth filling with freezing water that tasted like mud and iron. My jacket ballooned around me. My boots felt like they turned to stone, dragging me down. I opened my eyes in the water. Everything was cloudy and gray-blue, with flakes of ice and tiny air bubbles swirling around me. I saw the hole above me, the ragged black opening in the white snow. But I didn't move. For a second, I just sank. My body shut down. The cold was so strong it didn't even feel like cold at first. It felt like my skin and muscles and bones were being crushed from all sides. I couldn't feel my arms. I couldn't feel my legs. My chest burned, and I remember thinking that I had to get back up, but my body wouldn't do it. It just kept sinking. Time slowed down there. It felt like I was under for minutes, even though later Dad told me it was only a few seconds. I could see the hole above me, the circle of light surrounded by darkness, with the edges lined in white snow and broken thin ice. I remember thinking about how far away it looked even though it was only a few feet. My arms moved, but they were slow and heavy, like they belonged to someone else. My chest started to burn more, and my mouth hurt from the cold water. I saw bubbles come out of my nose, drifting up past my eyes toward the hole. Somewhere inside, I forced myself to move. It wasn't a clear thought. It was just fear and survival mixed together. My arms reached up, my fingers numb, and I kicked with my boots even though they felt like they weighed 100 pounds each. I could feel the laces pulling at my ankles, like they might rip off. I kicked again, and my hand broke the surface, grabbing at snow and broken ice. The cold air felt like fire in my lungs when my face came up. I tried to breathe, but I coughed out lake water instead. My arms felt like rubber, but I clawed at the edge of the hole, trying to find something to hold on to. The thin ice kept breaking under my hands, chunks of it falling away into the water around me. I remember looking up and seeing Dad's face. His eyes were wide, and his mouth was open as he dropped the sled rope and turned back to me. I couldn't hear anything, just the pounding of my heart and the rush of blood in my ears. I kept trying to pull myself up, but I was so tired already. My hands couldn't grip anything. The cold was sinking deeper into my bones. My chest was tight, and my skin burned from the icy water, soaking through all my clothes. My legs kept kicking, but I couldn't feel them anymore. Just a dull ache somewhere below me. I saw Dad's boots come right up to the edge. Then his hands were under my arms, grabbing my soaked jacket and pulling hard. My chest scraped against the edge of the ice as he pulled. It felt like knives digging into my ribs, but I didn't care. He kept pulling, dragging me up onto the surface, my legs coming out last with water pouring off them. I lay on my stomach on the snow, gasping, my arms shaking so hard I couldn't hold myself up. Water ran down my face and dripped off my chin, freezing on the snow below me. My hair was soaked and stuck to my forehead. My jacket was heavy and dripping. I could feel the water already freezing on the outside of it. My pants clung to my legs, and my boots felt tighter as the laces froze solid. I lay there for what felt like forever, just breathing, feeling the air burn in my throat. Dad crouched next to me, his hand on my back. I could hear him breathing hard too. My body was shaking so bad my teeth clacked together. I didn't want to move. I just wanted to lay there, even though the wind was freezing against my wet clothes. Dad finally got me to sit up. My arms felt weak and heavy. My gloves were soaked and frozen stiff. I couldn't feel my fingers at all. He pulled me to my feet. I swayed a little, but he kept a tight grip on my arm. He didn't say anything. He just grabbed the sled rope and turned us back toward shore. We didn't go to the ice house that morning. We didn't fish. We just walked back to the truck. I remember the feeling of each step, how my boots felt like blocks of ice, how my jeans froze solid around my knees and made it hard to bend my legs. Dad held onto my arm the whole way back, his grip tight and warm even through my soaked jacket. I kept my eyes on the truck, just focusing on getting there. Each step felt like it took all my strength. When we finally got to the truck, Dad opened the door and helped me climb in. The heater was on full blast, and I sat there shivering so hard my shoulders hurt. My teeth wouldn't stop chattering. Water dripped off my jacket and pants onto the rubber mats under my boots. I felt sick from the cold, like I might throw up. Dad started the engine and turned the heat up even more. He didn't say anything for a while. He just looked out the windshield at the lake. I could see his breath in the cab, coming out in short, heavy puffs. After a few minutes, he pulled off my gloves and wrapped my hands in an old blanket we kept behind the seat. My fingers were red and burning as they started to warm up. It hurt so bad it made me cry. I sat there with tears running down my face, mixing with the water dripping from my hair. I didn't sob or make noise. I just sat there silently, feeling the heat come back into my hands like pins and needles, feeling the tears run down my cheeks and drop onto the blanket in my lap. We drove home after that. The ride felt long and silent. I just sat there in my soaked clothes, wrapped in the blanket, staring out the window as the snowy fields went by. I felt tired, so tired I could barely keep my eyes open. My chest still hurt from gasping in the freezing water. My skin burned all over where the cold had bitten deep into it. My legs ached from kicking under the ice. I didn't think about what could have happened. I didn't think about how close it was. I just felt empty and cold and tired. When we got home, Dad helped me inside. Mom was in the kitchen, and she turned around when she saw us. Her eyes went wide and she came running over, her hands grabbing my shoulders, feeling my wet jacket, feeling how cold I was. She started pulling off my clothes right there in the kitchen, her hands working fast to get me out of the frozen jeans and heavy boots. She wrapped me in towels and sat me down by the heater vent in the living room. I sat there shivering with towels wrapped around my shoulders and another one around my head, feeling the warm air blowing across my bare arms. My skin turned bright red as it warmed up, like a burn rising out of the cold. That day stuck with me. Even now, years later, I still think about that moment under the ice. How quiet it was down there. How peaceful it looked, the way the light came through the hole, all muted and cloudy. How my body just gave up at first, sinking down like a stone because of the shock. How I could see the surface but couldn't get there until something inside finally kicked in and forced me to move. I think about how close it was to being the end. Just a few more seconds, if I hadn't pushed up, if Dad hadn't been there to pull me out. I was about 4 or 5 years old when this happened. At that age, I didn't really understand much about what was going on with my parents. I just knew things felt different. My mom and dad had just separated. My dad was still living in the house I grew up in, and my mom had moved into this small 2-bedroom apartment not too far away. Even though I had my own room there, painted soft blue with a few of my stuffed animals lined up along the pillow, I never really wanted to sleep in it. I always ended up sleeping in my mom's bed. Her room felt warmer, safer, smelled like her shampoo, like lavender, and that faint clean smell from her night cream. It was just better being close to her. After all, my whole world was changing, and it felt like the only way to hold on to something. The apartment itself was on the first floor. When you walked in, there was a short hallway that led into the living room and small kitchen. Past the living room was another hallway that branched off to the 2 bedrooms and bathroom. Our 2 rooms were at the very end of that hall, directly across from each other. If you stood in one doorway, you could look straight into the other room. The carpet was rough beige with a few flattened spots near the doors, and the walls were painted white with some scrapes around the baseboards. My mom didn't hang many pictures because she said we wouldn't be there long, that it was just temporary until we figured things out. It was summer, and even though the apartment had these old rattly window AC units, it still felt hot and sticky at night. My mom usually opened her window behind the bed before we fell asleep. The window was just above the headboard, and if you laid there looking up, you could see the dark screen shaking a little with the breeze. Sometimes you could hear crickets or people talking if they walked by on the sidewalk outside. I remember liking that window open because it felt like the night air made it easier to breathe, like I wasn't trapped inside when everything else felt so closed off lately. That night felt normal. I don't remember what we did that day. Maybe she took me to the little playground down the street, or we went to the grocery store. I just remember her giving me a bath in the small yellow tub and letting me choose one of my oversized t-shirts to sleep in. She brushed my hair until it was smooth, tucked me into bed with her, and left a small night light plugged in across the room. It was shaped like a tiny house and glowed soft yellow. The shadows it made on the walls always looked like tree branches to me. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night. The apartment was silent except for the sound of the ceiling fan turning above us and the soft noise of cars far away. For some reason, I sat up in bed, feeling like something was wrong. My mom was sleeping next to me, breathing slow and deep. I rubbed my eyes and looked around, just scanning the dark room and the doorway. That's when I saw our cat. He was a big gray tabby with white paws, and he always slept at our feet, curled into a ball. But this time, he wasn't in bed with us. He was sitting right in the door frame of my mom's room, just staring into my bedroom across the hall. I remember feeling confused more than scared. It was strange for him to be out there alone. His ears were perked up, and his tail was twitching slightly behind him. He sat there so still that at first I thought maybe I was dreaming. But then he stood up and quietly padded into my bedroom. Before he disappeared from my view, he turned his head back toward me and meowed. It was a small sound, but it echoed weirdly down the hall, like everything was extra quiet, so that meow just stayed in the air. I turned to my mom, reaching out to touch her arm. I wanted to tell her about the cat, about how he was acting weird. It only took a few seconds for her to wake up. I didn't even finish nudging her before she opened her eyes, blinking at me with a tired, worried face. As I turned back to point at the doorway, everything felt like it was happening in slow motion. There was a shadow there that hadn't been before. My eyes focused and I saw him. A man, standing right in the doorway of my bedroom, facing us, just for a second before he turned and walked out toward the living room. At that age, I didn't really understand fear the way adults do. It wasn't just fear. It was like every part of my body went empty, like my insides disappeared. I couldn't even make a noise. My mom saw him too. Her whole body stiffened. Then she moved so fast I didn't even understand what was happening. She grabbed me under my arms and lifted me straight up, turning toward the window above the bed. She shoved the screen out with her elbow and pushed me through the window. I felt the cold metal frame scrape my leg before I landed on the grass outside with a thud. It wasn't that far of a drop, only a few feet, but it shocked me so bad that for a moment I just sat there on the cool, wet grass, staring up at the window in confusion. Then she climbed out after me. Her nightgown snagged on the window latch for a second before ripping free. She grabbed my hand and pulled me to stand up. That's when I started crying, the tears just falling out of me without sound at first. She pulled me close to her chest, her breathing so hard and ragged that I could hear her heart pounding through her ribs. Then she started screaming. It was so loud it hurt my ears. She was yelling for help, yelling that someone was in the house, over and over again. Her voice bounced off the apartment buildings around us, and lights started turning on in the windows. Someone upstairs opened their window and asked what was happening. I don't remember her words exactly, but I remember the way she sounded, like every scream was tearing her throat open. It felt like forever before the police came. 2 cars pulled up with their lights flashing bright red and blue against the walls. Neighbors started coming outside, standing around in their robes and pajamas. Someone gave my mom a blanket to wrap around her shoulders because she was shaking so bad. One of the officers talked to her while the other one walked through our apartment, shining his flashlight around. I sat on the grass next to my mom's bare feet, hugging my knees, feeling cold and sweaty at the same time. I just kept staring at that window we climbed out of, the screen laying bent on the ground under it. When the officer came back out, he said they didn't see any signs of forced entry. The front door was unlocked, though, and they guessed that whoever it was must have left that way. My mom kept insisting that she locked it. She said she always locked it, the deadbolt and the chain lock too. She kept repeating herself, her voice getting smaller each time until she just stopped talking completely. They asked her a few more questions, then they left after telling her to call if anything else happened. I remember the neighbors watching us as we went back inside, their faces pale in the flashing lights of the police cars. That night we didn't sleep. My mom sat up in bed with me wrapped in her arms, rocking me back and forth while the sun came up. The cat eventually came back into the room and jumped up on the bed. He curled up in my lap like he always did, purring softly, but I couldn't stop shaking every time I thought about how he had acted before. Like he knew, like he saw something before we did. The next week felt long and strange. My mom was quiet. She called my dad, and I went to stay with him for a few days. When I came back, she was cleaning everything. She vacuumed all the carpets, wiped down all the counters, cleaned the windows, rearranged the furniture. One day she was in the kitchen, wiping down the outside of the cupboards, and she opened the little closet where the water heater was kept. I was sitting at the small table coloring in a book. I heard her gasp, a small sharp noise that made me look up. She crouched down and reached into the darkness of that closet. When she stood back up, she was holding something. It was a notebook, just a thin spiral one with a blue cover. She opened it, and I could see there were pages with writing and little drawings. I didn't understand what I was looking at, but I remember the way her hands started to shake as she flipped through it. Her face looked pale and tight, like her skin was too small. Then she reached back into the closet and pulled out something else. A a pair of dark gloves, and some empty gum wrappers. I could smell the gloves from where I was sitting, like old rubber mixed with sweat. She called the police again, and they came back, 2 different officers this time. They took the notebook and gloves, asked her a lot of questions. I remember sitting on the couch holding my cat, watching them walk around the apartment with serious faces. They told my mom that it looked like someone might have been hiding in there, that maybe he had been in the apartment for a while before we saw him. I didn't understand what that meant at the time, but as I got older I realized what it really was. He might have been watching us for days, hiding in closets, crawling out when we were gone or asleep, listening to us. The police couldn't do anything else. They didn't find fingerprints that matched anyone. They just told my mom to change the locks and stay alert. After that, she wouldn't let me stay in my own room anymore, even for naps. She started sleeping with a hammer under her pillow, and she bought a thick wooden rod to wedge under the door handle at night. For weeks she jumped every time someone knocked on the door, and she kept the curtains closed all day. I wasn't allowed to open the windows anymore. That summer felt like it never ended. The heat stayed trapped inside the apartment, making the air heavy and stale. Every night I lay in bed next to her, staring at the dark window, trying not to imagine a face staring back in through the glass. We moved out a few months later, back in with my grandparents for a while until she found a different place. Even now as an adult, I still think about that night. About the way my cat meowed before walking into my room. About how quickly my mom moved to get us out. About how that man was standing in my doorway, making his way out of my bedroom like he had been there the whole time. I think about the notebook she found with the drawings and names inside. I don't know what they meant. I don't think I ever want to know. What I do know is that my mom saved my life that night. I still don't know how she did it so fast, how she had the strength to throw me out the window and follow right behind. But she did. And because of I woke up before the sun came up that day. My alarm didn't even go off yet, but I just couldn't sleep anymore. I was supposed to leave for work at 7, but it was only 4. I lay there staring at the ceiling fan spinning slowly above me. It clicked a little each time it turned. I didn't feel tired, just restless. I sat up and rubbed my eyes for a while, then got out of bed and stretched. My room was quiet except for that clicking fan and the hum of the small fridge I kept by the closet. I walked to the window and looked outside. The streetlights were still on, and the road was empty. Sometimes there would be early walkers or runners passing by, but today there was no one. I stood there for a minute, then decided I would just get up and go out for a drive. Maybe grab some breakfast from somewhere and kill time before work. I pulled on some sweatpants and a hoodie, grabbed my keys and wallet from the little table by the door, and stepped out. The air was cool and smelled fresh. I walked to my car, an old black Corolla, and sat inside for a while. The windows were foggy. I turned on the engine and let it idle to warm up. My hands were cold on the steering wheel. After a minute, I pulled out of the driveway and started driving down the empty street. The traffic lights blinked yellow at every crossing. I didn't really have a destination in mind. I just wanted to move. I drove to the outskirts of town where there were barely any houses, just fields and empty lots. There was a small old diner on the edge of the highway that opened at 5. I knew it because I used to go there sometimes when I worked night shifts. I pulled into their parking lot and saw that it was still dark inside. It was only 4:30. I decided to wait. I turned off my car and leaned back in my seat, watching the first hints of morning light coming up on the horizon. The sky turned from black to dark blue with a hint of orange near the ground. After a while I saw a small car pull in next to mine. It was the owner, a short old man with a large stomach. He unlocked the door and went inside to turn on the lights. I waited 10 more minutes before I went in. The smell of coffee and fried eggs filled the place. I sat at a booth by the window and watched the empty highway while I ate. I ordered black coffee, 2 eggs sunny side up, some hash browns, and toast. It tasted normal, nothing amazing, but it felt good to eat a hot breakfast so early. After I finished, I paid and walked back to my car. It was only 5:30 when I got back on the road. I still had an hour and a half before work. Instead of driving back home, I decided to keep going down the highway. I thought maybe I'd go see the river. There was a small park by the river about 15 minutes away. I hadn't been there in months. When I got to the parking lot of the park, there was only one other car, an old silver SUV with faded paint. I parked a few spots away and got out. The sky was brightening, but the sun hadn't come up yet. The park was quiet and peaceful. I could hear birds starting to chirp in the trees. There was a small dirt path leading down to the riverbank, and I started walking down it. The dirt was still damp from dew, and the grass brushed against my shoes. I could see the river through the trees, calm and dark with a thin layer of mist floating on top. It looked beautiful and cold. I walked slowly, listening to the soft sounds of the morning. After a few minutes, I reached the edge of the river. There was a small wooden bench there, so I sat down. My breath came out in little white clouds in front of me. I sat there for a long time, just thinking about nothing, watching the water flow. I didn't even check my phone. Then I heard a rustling behind me. I thought maybe it was a rabbit or a bird. I didn't look back at first, but the sound kept going. Dry leaves crunching, branches bending. It sounded too heavy for a small animal. I turned my head and looked over my shoulder, but didn't see anything at first. Just trees and bushes. Then I saw movement about 20 feet away, in the thick bushes near the path. I squinted, trying to see what it was. The light was still dim under the trees. I saw the bushes move again, like someone pushing through them. I felt my stomach tighten. I stood up slowly. The rustling stopped. I stared at the spot, waiting to see if it moved again. Nothing happened for a while. I stood there frozen, feeling my heart beating in my chest. After a minute, I started to walk back up the path towards the parking lot. I didn't hear anything behind me. I walked faster. The trees felt darker and thicker around me. I kept looking over my shoulder, but didn't see anything. I tried to calm myself down. Probably just a deer, I told myself. There were always deer around here. When I reached the parking lot, I saw the silver SUV was still there, but now the driver door was open. I didn't see anyone inside. The lot was empty and silent. I slowed down, looking around. My car was about 30 feet away. I kept walking towards it, but I felt like I was being watched. The feeling was strong, like a hand pressing down on my back. I glanced around, but didn't see anyone. I got into my car quickly and locked the doors. My heart was beating fast. I started the engine and sat there for a moment, looking at the open door of the SUV. The sun was finally coming up, casting long shadows across the lot. I didn't want to sit there anymore. I put the car in reverse and backed out, then drove away. As I pulled onto the highway, I kept checking my mirrors. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I felt like I was being followed, even though the road behind me was empty. I drove straight to work and parked in my usual spot. I sat there for a while before going in. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel. The whole day at work I felt distracted. I kept thinking about that sound in the bushes and the open door of that SUV. I didn't know why it bothered me so much, but it did. I kept imagining someone hiding in those trees, watching me. I thought about the owner of the SUV. Where were they? Maybe they went for a walk in the park, I told myself. But something felt off about it. When my shift ended, it was already dark outside. I walked to my car quickly, looking around the parking lot. There were other people leaving too, so I felt safer. I drove home with my doors locked and windows up. I kept checking my mirrors every few minutes. That night I couldn't sleep again. I kept hearing that rustling sound in my head. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, listening to the quiet hum of the fridge and the clicking fan. Every creak of the building made me jump a little. I kept thinking about how close those bushes were, how easy it would be for someone to hide there without anyone knowing. I got up around 2 a.m. and went to the kitchen to drink some water. I stood by the window and looked outside. The street was empty again, the same blinking yellow traffic lights down the road. Then I saw a shadow move across my yard. I froze. It was quick, moving from one side of the yard to the other, disappearing behind the corner of the building. I stood there staring into the dark, trying to see where it went. I felt my whole body shaking. I didn't know what to do. I turned off the kitchen light so I could see better outside. I pressed my face close to the window and looked around the yard. Nothing moved. The trees were still. I stayed there for almost 10 minutes, barely breathing. Finally, I stepped away from the window and sat down at the table. My chest felt tight and my mouth was dry. I didn't want to call the police because what would I tell them? That I saw a shadow. They wouldn't do anything about that. I sat there until my legs stopped shaking. Then I went back to my room and locked the door. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I lay there listening to every little sound. When morning finally came, I got up and got ready for work. I felt like a zombie walking around. My eyes burned from lack of sleep. At work I kept thinking about that shadow. Maybe it was a stray cat, I told myself, or a raccoon. But deep down I didn't believe it. That evening, I went straight home after work. I kept the lights off when I walked in so no one could see me clearly through the windows. I locked every door and window in the house, then sat in the living room with the TV on low volume. I didn't even watch it. I just stared at the screen, listening for any sound outside. Around 9 p.m. I heard a car engine outside. I went to the window and peeked through the curtain. There was an old silver SUV parked across the street, facing my house. My stomach dropped when I saw it. It was the same SUV from the park. The headlights were off, and the windows were dark. I couldn't see if anyone was inside. I stood there staring at it, my breath coming out shaky. It stayed there for almost 20 minutes, just parked without moving. I kept watching, not even blinking. Finally, the engine started again, and it pulled away slowly, turning down the road and disappearing into the dark. I backed away from the window and sat on the floor, feeling like my chest was about to explode. My hands were shaking so badly, I had to press them against my knees to keep them still. I didn't sleep at all that night either. Every time a car passed outside, I thought it was the SUV coming back. Every creak of the house made my heart jump. The next day I called in sick to work. I just couldn't leave the house. I sat on the couch with all the lights off, holding a kitchen knife in my lap, waiting for something to happen. But nothing did. By the time evening came, I felt numb. My phone buzzed with messages from work asking if I was okay. I didn't reply. I just sat there in the dark, listening. Around midnight, I heard footsteps on the gravel outside my window. Slow, careful footsteps. I stood up and pressed my ear to the wall, trying to hear better. The steps moved along the side of my house, crunching the gravel under them. Then I heard my trash cans rattling. I peeked through the curtain but couldn't see anything. I stood there for a long time. The noise stopped, and everything went silent again. I sat back down but didn't let go of the knife. My hands hurt from gripping it so tightly. I woke up before sunrise that morning, feeling tired but restless. I had spent the last few days off work, just staying at home, doing nothing. My head felt heavy with all the thoughts that came and went. I decided to go out for a walk to clear my mind. It was still dark outside, but the sky was getting lighter slowly. The streets were empty, and there was a bit of chill in the air. I walked past houses with their porch lights on, quiet cars parked in driveways, and a couple of cats sitting near the garbage bins, staring at me as I walked by. I didn't have a set destination. I just kept walking, listening to my own footsteps echoing on the footpath. The cold breeze made my hands go numb, but I didn't care. I liked the feeling of being outside while everyone else was still asleep. After about 30 minutes of walking, I reached the edge of my neighborhood. There was a road that led out to the highway, and before the highway, there was a small dirt trail going down into a patch of woods. I had never gone down that trail before. I had seen it many times while driving past, but it never interested me. That morning, I stood there looking down the trail for a while. Something about the silent, dark opening between the trees felt peaceful. I decided to walk down and see where it led. As I stepped off the road and onto the dirt, the ground felt colder under my shoes. The trail was narrow, surrounded by bushes and small trees on both sides. The further I went, the darker it got. I could hear my feet crushing dead leaves and twigs with each step. The smell of damp earth and old wood filled my nose. I could hear birds waking up somewhere deep in the woods, but near me, everything was quiet. I walked for about 15 minutes, and the trail opened up a little. There was an old metal fence on the left, half bent and rusted, with parts of it hidden under overgrown grass and vines. Beyond the fence was a huge empty field with dry grass waving gently in the morning wind. I stopped and looked around. I didn't know how far this trail went. I had no phone on me, no bag, nothing, just myself in a hoodie and sweatpants. The trail continued down into thicker woods. I could hear something moving far away, maybe a deer or a wild dog. I kept walking, moving slower now. The trees were taller here, their branches tangled above me, blocking out most of the early sunlight. I felt a shiver run through my body, but I ignored it and kept going. I don't know why I felt so curious that morning. Maybe it was boredom, or maybe I just wanted to do something different. As I walked further, I noticed something strange. On the right side of the trail, there was a small clearing, and in that clearing stood a single wooden chair. It was old, dark brown, and one of its legs was broken, so it leaned to the side. I stopped and looked at it for a while. It felt so out of place. There was no reason for a chair to be sitting alone in the middle of a forest. I walked closer to it, stepping off the trail and onto the wet grass. The chair was covered in dirt and spider webs. Its seat had a crack running down the middle. I looked around to see if there was anything else there, but it was just the chair, surrounded by fallen branches and rocks. I didn't want to touch it. It felt wrong somehow, like it didn't belong there, or I didn't belong near it. I turned back to the trail and kept walking. The woods got darker ahead, and the air felt colder. I could hear my own breathing louder now. Every few steps I would hear small noises around me, but whenever I turned to look, it was just the wind moving the leaves or a squirrel running up a tree. I walked for another 20 minutes before I realized how far I had come. The trail kept going down, and the trees got thicker, their trunks wider and older. The ground was wet here, and my shoes were getting muddy. I stopped and looked back the way I had come. I couldn't see the opening of the trail anymore. Everything behind me looked the same as everything in front of me. For the first time that morning, I felt a tightness in my chest. I didn't want to go back just yet, so I decided to keep going, thinking the trail might circle around and bring me back to the road from another side. After 10 more minutes of walking, I saw something ahead that made me slow down. There was a small tent set up on the side of the trail, hidden slightly behind a thick bush. It was dark green, old, and half collapsed on one side. I walked closer, feeling my heartbeat in my ears. There were empty beer cans scattered outside the tent, crushed and covered in dirt. I stood there looking at it, listening for any movement. The tent was zipped closed, but the top part was ripped open, and I could see a sleeping bag inside, twisted and empty. Something about that scene made my stomach feel heavy. It didn't look like someone was camping for fun. It looked abandoned, or like someone left it in a hurry. I looked around and saw more trash scattered behind the bush. Empty food wrappers, a broken lighter, a rusted metal mug. I didn't want to stay there long. I turned back to the trail and started walking again, this time with my head down, feeling more aware of every sound and movement. The trail was narrow here, the trees close on both sides. I could smell rot and damp wood, and the air felt colder as I walked further. My hands were shaking a little, and I tried to shove them into my pockets to keep them warm. I kept walking, hoping to find the end of the trail soon, but it just kept going. My breathing felt louder and sharper. Every few minutes I thought I heard footsteps behind me, but when I stopped to listen, there was only silence and the rustling of leaves. After walking for what felt like another hour, I started feeling dizzy. I hadn't eaten anything since the night before, and my legs felt weak. I stopped and sat down on a fallen log. My shoes and socks were soaked in mud and dew. My hoodie was damp from brushing against wet bushes. I sat there staring at the ground, feeling tired and cold. I tried to listen to the sounds around me, hoping to hear traffic or people, but there was nothing. When I got up to keep walking, I noticed something else ahead. The trail split into two paths, one going left and the other going right. There were no signs, no markings, nothing to tell me where each one went. I stood there for a long time, staring at both paths. They looked the same, narrow, dark, surrounded by trees and bushes. I felt a wave of panic rise in my chest. I didn't know which way to go. I decided to take the left path, thinking I could always come back and try the other if it led nowhere. As I walked down the left trail, I noticed it was even narrower than before. The bushes scratched against my legs, and branches hung low, brushing against my shoulders and head. My heart was beating faster now. I felt like I was going deeper and deeper into something I didn't understand. After about 15 minutes, the trail suddenly ended at a steep drop. I stood at the edge, looking down into a small ravine. The ground below was covered in rocks and fallen trees. There was no way down without climbing, and the sides were too steep. I felt my chest tighten again as I realized I had to go back and take the right path. My legs felt weak as I turned around and walked back up the trail. I was breathing hard, and my mouth felt dry. When I reached the fork again, I didn't stop this time. I turned down the right path and started walking faster. My shoes slipped on the wet dirt a few times, and I almost fell, but I didn't care. I just wanted to get out of those woods. The path felt longer than it looked. I kept walking, pushing past branches and spider webs that stuck to my face. My hands were scratched, and my knees hurt from slipping a couple of times. After what felt like another hour, I finally saw the trees start to thin out ahead. I could see light through the gaps in the branches. I walked faster, almost running now, and soon the trail opened up onto another road. It wasn't the road I had started from. This was a narrow two-lane road with no sidewalk, surrounded by trees on both sides. I stood there for a while looking left and right. I didn't recognize anything. I started walking down the road, hoping it would lead me back to somewhere familiar. My legs felt heavy, and my shoes were soaked and muddy. I could hear my own footsteps echo on the wet road. After walking for about 20 minutes, I saw a car coming from far away. I stepped off the road onto the grass and watched as it drove past without slowing down. I kept walking. My stomach hurt with hunger, and my head felt light from walking for so long without water or food. Finally, after what felt like hours, I saw a sign ahead. It was a small metal sign with the name of the highway I knew. Relief washed over me, and I kept walking towards it. Soon I reached the main road. I knew where I was now. I was about 6 miles from my house. My legs felt like they would give out, but I kept walking along the side of the highway, moving slowly, feeling the heat of the rising sun on my back. By the time I reached my neighborhood, it was almost noon. Cars were parked in driveways, kids were playing outside, and people were mowing their lawns. Everything looked so normal. I walked up to my house, my shoes caked in mud, my hoodie soaked in sweat and dew, my hair full of bits of leaves and spider webs. I stood at my front door for a while before going in. When I stepped inside, the warmth of the house felt unreal. I took off my shoes and socks and walked straight to the kitchen. My legs were shaking, and my throat felt dry and rough. I poured myself a glass of water and drank it in one go, then filled it again and drank another. I sat down on the cold kitchen floor, feeling the hard tiles press against my knees and legs. As I sat there, my body tired and shaking, I thought about the woods. The chair in the clearing, the abandoned tent, the split trail, and the endless walking with no sounds of people or cars. It all felt like a blur, but at the same time, I could still smell the damp earth in my nose and feel the cold, wet branches brushing against my skin. I didn't know why that morning felt so different, so heavy. I just knew that I never wanted to walk down that trail again. I woke up around 4:30 in the morning. I didn't need an alarm because I had been tossing and turning all night. I had a long drive ahead. The plan was to leave before sunrise, get to the construction site before anyone else, and prepare the equipment list. I worked as a site inspector for an industrial project out in the middle of nowhere. It was about a 2.5-hour drive from my apartment, with the last 40 minutes going down old service roads that barely looked like roads anymore. That morning, as I made coffee and threw on my reflective jacket, I felt this tight knot in my stomach. I tried telling myself it was just the lack of sleep. I had been running on 4 or 5 hours each night that whole week. I stepped outside into the damp, early morning darkness. It had rained a little overnight. The smell of wet dirt and concrete mixed with the cold breeze. I sat in my car for a moment, engine warming up, headlights illuminating the empty parking lot. I scrolled through my emails, mostly notices about upcoming safety trainings. Then I pulled out of the lot and started the drive. The city lights faded quickly. Within half an hour, it was just me, my headlights, and long empty roads cutting through fields. I kept looking at the dashboard clock. I wanted to get there by 7 to check the steel delivery. After about an hour and a half, I stopped at a small petrol station. It was one of those lonely buildings sitting off the road with a single flickering bulb by the ice freezer. I went inside to buy an energy drink and a sandwich. The cashier was an older man with sagging eyelids. He barely looked at me, just took my cash and handed the receipt. I remember thinking how odd it felt to see another human being, but feel completely alone at the same time. I got back in my car and continued driving. As the sun started to rise behind heavy gray clouds, I reached the turnoff onto the old service road. The first few minutes were fine. Then it turned into a single dirt lane with deep grooves from heavy machinery. Tall bushes and skinny trees lined each side. My tires kicked up mud as I drove slowly to avoid sliding into the drainage ditch. The road curved and dipped, climbed up small slopes, and cut through a few narrow clearings. There were no houses, no barns, no signs of anyone for miles. Just silent fields and scattered woods. I remember glancing at the fuel gauge, thinking I should fill up on the way back. As I kept driving, I noticed the tracks from trucks the day before. The soil was still wet, and in places it looked like thick clay. I passed an abandoned shed, its metal roof caved in. We had driven past it before, and someone said an old farmer used to keep tools in there before he died. The trees near the shed grew so close together their branches weaved into each other, making a tunnel of shadows. Finally, I reached the entrance to the site. It wasn't gated yet, just marked by 2 wooden stakes with neon tape tied around them. I turned in and drove down the gravel path that we laid last month. The place was empty as expected. No workers yet, just scattered piles of rebar, stacked concrete pipes, and bulldozers parked in the open. I parked near the temporary office trailer. The wind was picking up, blowing loose plastic and dust around the site. I grabbed my inspection forms and stepped out. It was cold, colder than I expected. I zipped up my jacket and walked across the uneven ground, checking the equipment storage first. Everything looked undisturbed. I kept walking towards the far end where we had dug test pits for soil analysis. The pits were roped off with caution tape. I walked along each one, scanning for erosion or debris that might have fallen in. The pits were about 6 feet deep. Some were narrower than others. I knelt by one, checking the markings, then stood up and stretched. My back was aching from sitting so long in the car. That's when I heard something. It wasn't a voice or an animal noise. Just a dull thud coming from the woods about 100 meters beyond the site boundary. I stood still, listening. The wind rustled the trees and loose sheets of tarp flapped against metal beams. Then it came again. A single, heavy thud, like something hitting the ground. I told myself it was probably a branch falling. I shook it off and continued inspecting the pits. After finishing up near the pits, I walked back towards the office trailer. I still had about 40 minutes before the first delivery trucks were due. I decided to eat my sandwich and log the morning temperatures for the concrete pour schedule. As I sat on the metal step outside the trailer, I noticed movement along the tree line where I'd heard the sound earlier. It was hard to see clearly with the shadows between the trunks, but I could tell something was moving, weaving slowly between trees. I squinted, chewing my sandwich slower. For a moment I thought it was a deer, but it didn't move like a deer. It was lower to the ground, heavier somehow. The bushes shifted as it passed, and I could hear dry twigs snapping under its weight. The hairs on my arms stood up. I kept staring, my half-eaten sandwich resting on my knee. Whatever it was disappeared deeper into the trees. I told myself again it was probably just a wild pig. They roamed the area sometimes, looking for roots. I finished eating and went inside the trailer to write my notes. Around 7:20, I heard the rumble of diesel engines arriving at the site entrance. I stepped out, waved at the drivers, and guided them to the material laydown area. One truck was carrying rebar bundles, the other had timber forms stacked and strapped down with chains. The drivers hopped out, started unfastening their loads. The wind blew dust into my eyes, and I kept wiping my face with the back of my glove. The workers started arriving in their pickups around 7:40. The site slowly filled with engine sounds, people's boots crunching gravel, air compressors starting up. I felt that knot in my stomach loosen. Noise made things feel normal, safer somehow. The foreman, Raul, came over to check the inspection forms with me. As we stood by the trailer steps, he pointed at the woods. "You see wild pig this morning?" he asked. I nodded, surprised he noticed. "Yeah, might have been," I said. "They get close sometimes. Be careful if you walk down there alone," he said, before walking off to his crew. The morning passed like any other. Workers shouted over the noise of machines. Steel clanged, hammers beat against timber frames, backup alarms beeped as forklifts maneuvered around piles of materials. I kept walking between crews, signing off on formwork and anchor bolt placements. By lunchtime, the sun was peeking through thinning clouds, and the cold air turned warmer. Dust rose everywhere, sticking to sweat and sunscreen. Around 1 p.m., Raul asked me to check the far-end drainage trench. They had concerns about groundwater seeping in overnight. I grabbed my tape measure and survey stick and walked down past the steel piles, across the uneven ground, and along the trench edge. I crouched down, checked the water depth against the benchmark stake, and scribbled notes on my clipboard. As I was standing up, stretching my knees, I heard that dull thud again. This time it was closer. It wasn't coming from the woods, but from beyond the trench, maybe 30 meters away near the tree line. I turned my head slowly, heart thumping hard in my chest. For a moment, everything went silent. Even the wind felt like it paused. I scanned between the skinny tree trunks, focusing on the darker patches of shadow. Then I saw it. A large shape, almost on all fours, moving quickly from behind one tree to the next. It was dark brown or black, hard to tell with the lighting. My breath caught in my throat. I felt exposed, standing alone near the trench. The shape paused behind a tree. I could see its side, the curve of a rib cage rising and falling. Its back was arched higher than a pig's, more like a small cow or a large dog. But it was too silent for a dog. It didn't pant or whine. It just stood there, body rising and falling with each breath. I slowly crouched down, trying to make myself smaller. My mouth was dry, and I could feel sweat gathering under my arms despite the breeze. The shape moved again, stepping behind another tree, then another, heading away from the sight, but staying hidden within the shadows. I didn't move until I was sure it was gone. My knees felt weak as I stood up. I walked back towards the main work area, keeping my eyes on the tree line the whole time. When I reached the site office, I took a long drink from my water bottle, hands trembling slightly. I didn't tell Raoul or anyone else what I saw. I wasn't even sure what to say. I just knew that I didn't want to go back near the woods for the rest of the day. Work ended around 5 p.m. The trucks and pickups started rolling out, one after another, until it was just me and the last 2 workers who were loading equipment into the storage container. The sun was dipping low, casting long shadows across the churned-up dirt. I finished my last notes, closed the trailer door, and locked it. As I walked to my car, I scanned the tree line again. It looked silent and empty, but that didn't comfort me. It felt like something was hiding, waiting for darkness. I got in my car and started the engine. The dashboard clock read 5:42 p.m. I turned around and drove down the gravel path towards the old service road. As I passed the abandoned shed, I felt my chest tighten again. The shadows inside were pitch black now. I didn't slow down. I kept my eyes on the road ahead, hands gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles were white. For the next 40 minutes, I drove in silence down that narrow service road. The sun set completely, leaving only a faint blue glow in the sky. The trees on both sides became black walls, their tops blending into the night sky. I kept thinking about that shape I saw breathing in the woods, the way it moved, the way it stayed silent, watching. I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't just an animal passing through. I never really thought about how quiet the world could feel until that morning. I had woken up just before 5, the sky still dark but with a faint silver glow starting to stretch over the tree line beyond my back porch. I couldn't sleep anymore, so I figured I'd start the day early. I grabbed my thermos, filled it with the stale coffee left in the pot from last night, and stepped outside. The air felt heavy and cool. I stood there for a moment, barefoot on the wooden planks, just listening to the quiet hum of insects and the faint breeze brushing through the pine needles above me. I had been living out there for almost 6 months by then. I rented this small weathered cabin on the edge of some privately owned forest land, about 30 miles out from town. I liked the quiet. My work as a freelance CAD draftsman only needed my laptop, electricity, and internet, and I liked not hearing neighbors yelling or cars roaring past my window all the time. There was a small dirt road that curved off the county highway and led to my place, but no one ever came down there unless they were lost. I kept to myself. That morning, as I sipped the cold coffee and felt the boards creak under my feet, I noticed the smell of the trees stronger than usual. Wet earth, old wood, moss. It had rained the day before. I thought about going down to the creek that cut through the forest about half a mile from the cabin. I hadn't been down there in about a week, and I figured the water would be rushing today. I went back inside, grabbed a pair of beat-up boots I kept by the door, pulled them on without socks, and grabbed my old hunting knife. I wasn't hunting, but ever since I saw a copperhead coiled up near the creek bank a couple months back, I always took the knife. I wasn't afraid of animals, but I didn't like surprises. The forest was dim and quiet as I started down the narrow path that led toward the creek. The ground was soaked, making the mossy patches under my boots feel slick. Branches brushed my arms. I could hear water dripping off leaves high up and falling onto other leaves below. Birds were starting to wake up, little chirps echoing from deeper in the woods. I walked slow. There was no reason to rush, and I liked paying attention to what was around me. A squirrel shot across the path, making my heart jump a little from the sudden movement. I could see mushrooms pushing out from under fallen branches. I stepped over them carefully. After about 15 minutes, I reached the top of the slope where the land dropped down to the creek. From there I could see the water. It wasn't deep, maybe knee-high at most points, but it was moving fast today, churning over smooth stones and fallen branches. I made my way down, grabbing onto saplings for balance. Once I reached the bottom, I stood there for a while just listening to it. The smell of water mixed with the smell of wet mud and plants. I noticed that the edge of the creek had eroded more since I last came. Small clumps of dirt had fallen away, exposing roots that reached out like pale claws into the air. I sat down on a rock and set my thermos next to me. The coffee tasted even worse than earlier, but I sipped it anyway, staring at the current. After a few minutes, I saw movement on the opposite bank. At first I thought it was another squirrel, but it was bigger. A raccoon maybe, or a stray dog. I squinted, trying to see through the branches. It disappeared behind a clump of brush. I didn't hear it anymore, so I figured it moved on. I sat there longer than I planned, just listening to the water and the rustle of wind in the trees. I felt relaxed in a way I hadn't felt in a while. My work had been piling up, and my sleep had been garbage lately. It felt good to just sit there. Eventually I stood up, stretched my back until it popped, and picked up the thermos. I decided to walk further along the creek before heading back. There was a spot about another quarter-mile upstream where the water pooled into a wider basin before narrowing again. The ground there was flat and clear, with large stones to sit on. It was one of my favorite places. I started walking, moving slow along the muddy bank. I had to step over roots and duck under low branches. I kept my eyes on the ground for snakes, or anything that might surprise me. After about 5 minutes, I started noticing something odd. There were footprints in the mud near the edge of the water. At first I thought they were mine from the last time I came, but they were too fresh. The rain would have washed away old ones. These were newer than the rain. They were boot prints, medium-sized, with a distinct tread pattern. I could see them clearly because the mud was soft and dark. I felt a tightness in my chest. No one ever came out here. This was private land, and the cabin was the only building within a couple miles. I crouched down to look closer. They were headed the same direction I was walking, up the creek. I looked ahead, but didn't see anyone. My ears felt hot, and my face prickled with nervous sweat. I stood there for a while, just listening. I could hear birds, insects, the creek water, but nothing else. No voices, no footsteps. I kept moving, slower now, scanning ahead and behind me. The footprints continued for a while, then veered off to the right, up the slope away from the creek. I stopped where they turned. The slope went up steeply into thicker trees. The footprints were clear all the way up until the brush blocked my view. Part of me wanted to turn back, but another part of me felt like I needed to see who was out here. It wasn't curiosity, so much as a defensive feeling. This was where I lived. If someone was trespassing, I wanted to know. I gripped the knife tighter and started up the slope, stepping where the prints had pressed into the soft earth. It was harder climbing than I expected. The ground was slick and the brush was thick. I had to grab onto branches to keep from sliding back down. As I climbed, I could see more footprints, still headed upward. My breathing got heavy, and I could feel sweat trickle down my ribs under my shirt. The smell of the dirt was strong. Wet soil, rotting leaves, green sap from broken branches. After about 50 feet, the slope leveled out. The ground here was drier, covered in pine needles and small rocks. I stood still, trying to catch my breath as quietly as possible. The forest up here felt different. Darker somehow, even though the sun was rising behind the trees. The footprints continued into the trees ahead. I followed them, moving slow and trying to keep my steps quiet on the pine needles. The prints wove between trees and around bushes for maybe 100 feet. Then I saw it. Up ahead, there was a small clearing with patches of grass and a fallen tree lying across the far side. At first I didn't see anyone, but then I noticed movement near the tree. A figure crouched down, facing away from me. They were wearing dark clothes, a jacket and pants, with a backpack beside them on the ground. My mouth felt dry. I could hear my heart thumping in my ears. I stood there frozen, watching. The person was doing something on the ground, shifting around, moving their arms. I couldn't see what they were doing. I took a slow step forward. A stick snapped under my boot. The figure froze. I didn't breathe. They turned their heads slightly, but I couldn't see their face. After a long moment, they slowly stood up. I saw something long and thin in their right hand, a small shovel or trowel. They grabbed their backpack with their left hand, and slung it over their shoulder. I ducked behind a tree as they turned in my direction. I pressed my back against the rough bark, trying to breathe as quietly as possible. My chest felt tight. I listened. I could hear them moving, their boots crunching on dry pine needles. The footsteps moved away, back down the slope toward the creek. I waited, counting slowly in my head to 30. Then I leaned out and looked toward the clearing. They were gone. I stepped out from behind the tree and walked into the clearing. My legs felt weak and shaky, but I forced them to keep moving. When I reached the spot where they had been crouching, I saw a patch of freshly dug dirt about 2 feet wide. Dark brown soil piled up loosely. My mind started spinning. I looked around for a stick and used it to poke at the pile. The dirt was soft, not packed down. I scraped some away and saw a glimpse of black plastic underneath, like a trash bag. My whole body felt cold. I dropped the stick and backed away, staring at the disturbed soil. My brain felt foggy, but also sharp with panic. I didn't want to know what was in there. I didn't want to see anything else. I turned and started walking quickly back the way I came, glancing over my shoulder every few steps. My hands were shaking so bad I nearly dropped my knife. As I reached the slope, I half slid down it, grabbing at branches to keep from falling flat on my face. When I reached the creek, I didn't stop. I splashed across it, soaking my boots, and scrambled up the other bank. My chest burned, and my breath rasped in my throat. I kept looking around, expecting to see the person coming after me, but there was no one. I didn't stop until I reached my cabin. I slammed the door shut and locked it. My whole body was shaking. I could hear my heartbeat in my head. I went to the window and pulled the curtain aside, just enough to see the tree line. Nothing moved. The forest looked calm and peaceful, like nothing had happened. I stood there for a long time, trying to calm down, but my mind kept replaying the image of the person crouching by the tree, the fresh dirt, the black plastic under the soil. I felt sick. I knew I should call someone. The sheriff's station was about 40 minutes away. I picked up my phone and dialed. My hand was trembling so bad I nearly dropped it twice. When the dispatcher answered, my voice sounded far away and shaky. I told them what I saw, gave them the address, described the path to the creek and up the slope. I hung up and sat on the floor by the window, staring at the trees. I felt cold sweat soaking the back of my shirt. I sat there for almost an hour until I heard the crunch of tires on gravel. I got up and opened the door. 2 deputies stood there,